those materials that we just handed out for today.
And then this is, and that's the panel one. And we just handed out a stack of pins.
Okay,
Small.
all right.
No one's there.
Actually, no, I'll go down here, just so we're drawing our code together. Thanks. Hi, how are you?
Hey, darling.
Hi, Tony, Renee LeBron, nice to meet you. How are you?
Chief of Courts. Oh,
terrific.
You weren't here yesterday, right?
No, I was not.
I would have noticed you.
Well, and I probably would have made myself known.
Oh, that's good.
You know what, I just,
Is she I don't know who's in it. I was seeing this, but Stacy's name was here before, so it might be Stacy.
Stacy had shown up.
Oh,
if you know
focus, we have action, speed, rolling. I'm excited about this because this is my third year, so this is my third planning session, and we started in Monterey, then we moved to San Diego, now we're in Los Angeles, and the food and the location has gotten less and less glamorous. Although we're filming a TV show at our hotel, so that was pretty exciting. I really, before we even get started, I really want to thank Donna and Leah for working really hard. I mean, everybody around here works hard all the time, but this was a big added project. And so before we even get started, thank you both, because I've been on a lot of conference calls and a lot of emails, and I know how much effort and planning went into this, and I'm excited about it. It's a very interesting day and a half that we've got planned for you. And we've all been on a lot of boards, and one thing I cannot stand is planning sessions that are just sort of planning sessions, and they go into notebooks and books that you never look back at again. And we're not doing that. I mean, as you can see, you have in front of you the strategic plan that goes back to 2017. We're incorporating things we did in San Diego, things that we did in Monterey. We're going to go back and revisit what we did, what we talked about, where we are, what we've done, and move forward. But we're not going to just start all over again. We're going to go back and look at the things that we said we would accomplish, starting back in 15, 16, 17, and to see where we are, see what needs to be done. Some things are done. Some things we get to check off this day and a half, which is exciting. So I'm very excited about it. I think we've got a full and exciting schedule planned. And there's a slight change in the scheduling that Michael wants to address. So when you get plenty of the mic for a moment.
Those of you who recall the earliest drafts of this program know that we wanted to focus on all three of our missions: regulation, access to justice, and diversity. And under the diversity prong, we wanted to have a serious conversation with academic support about how we would know if there was implicit bias against racial and other minorities in our justice system here at the bar, and what we could do about it if we knew. And what we discovered in putting this panel together is that the resources to bring academic experts from the other coast to have a serious-minded conversation about this are worth investing. But they're not worth investing until we've done some internal homework to prepare for that conversation, gather some data, and get some of our thoughts together. So rather than go through the motions, because we could, we decided to table that discussion until later in the year. But we will have that conversation, and we will adjust our strat plan mid-year to adjust the work that comes from it. So this is a long-winded apology that ends with stay tuned.
Thank you, Michael. So the morning session, as you know, is going to be led by Leah and Donna to talk about the furtherance of the strategic plan. Everyone's got that in front of them, correct? Is everybody? Because that was earlier emailed to everybody, but we've got copies here. So that's what we're going to do this morning until 10, is talk about the new objectives for going forward for 2018. So with that, I will kick it off to Donna. Leah?
Yeah, just briefly. I apologize. My throat. Just, I get to walk us through the agenda for today and to talk a little bit about what we hope to accomplish. The real goal of this next day and a half that we have to spend on our strategic plan is to update the plan. It's not to come up with a whole new plan, because we did adopt a 5-year strategic plan, 2017 to 2022, a year ago now. So we'll be looking to you to update the plans with a specific focus on 2018 objectives. What is it that you want to see us accomplish as an organization this year? What Donna and I are going to do this morning, Donna's going to start off by going through what we accomplished in 2017 with respect to the plan. And then we're going to ask you to do an activity, break into groups and do an activity that's really designed to have you focus on those elements of the strategic plan that will not be covered by one of the panels that we have today and tomorrow. So we've got 3 panels, one on employee engagement, one on access to justice, and one on prevention. But there are a host of other issues in our strategic plan. So we're going to spend some time this morning asking you to do a little bit of a deep dive into those aspects of the plan that are not covered by the panels. My hope is at the end of all of this, we will address something that has stuck with me from my transition meetings, where I heard from one of you that the strategic plan does not live loudly within you. I don't know if you remember saying that to me, Alan, this year. That really stayed with me, and I thought, as an executive director of an organization, that's a problem, and the strategic plan needs to live loudly within all of us. So after this, hopefully it will. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Donna.
Thank you. What I'm going to be focusing on is taking you through the report on the operational plan, which you all have in front of you, to talk about some of the activities that we have engaged in and how far we've come and how much further we still need to come to, it sounds too loud to me, to achieve the goals and the objectives that we set forth in the strategic plan. I'm not going to read to you all of the activities that we've done. You all are entirely capable of doing that, but if you were wondering how we could get through an hour and a half, I could certainly do that. It would certainly take up the time. But since we actually do have a full agenda plan for it, I'm going to highlight for you some of the things that we've done, and I'm going to go goal by goal and going through some of the objectives that we have been working on and talking about where we are. So starting with goal number 1, and Sarah's going to be projecting goals and the objectives on the screen as well. So starting with goal number 1, we've actually made significant strides toward accomplishing that goal. 2 of the 5 objectives have been entirely completed. 2 are substantially in progress. And 1, I would actually dare to say, is a goal that should never be deemed complete. An objective that should never be deemed complete, which may make it inappropriate, frankly, for an objective, so we can be talking about that a little bit later. We have, as to the goals, the objectives we've completed, Objective A dealt with the separation of the state bar sections, and we have done extensive work to complete the separation of the sections, and as everybody knows, they have separated into the new California Lawyers Association and have their leadership. And we have entered into MOUs and agreements about leasing, facilities, sharing of staff, transfer of assets, everything that needed to be done for the separation of the sections. We have also completed Objective D, which was to finalize an updated mission statement of the State Bar. Those that we have in progress are Objectives B and E, which deal with additional transition for the bar. They're both being addressed in part through the Appendix I review that is going on right now, and we have committed to the board that the Appendix I review will be complete in October, to be in August, to be presented to the board at the close of the board year at the September meeting. So we'll have that Appendix I review complete. With regard to Objective B,
remind us what the Appendix I review is for those of us who don't live deeply with the governance and the public interest task force.
Yes, I can certainly say that.
What are you, I'm sorry, what are you, is there a document?
Yes, so it's in that.
I don't either. No, it's not. There was nothing on my.
No, so is the packet that we handed you for him?
No, it doesn't have, I have everything handed to me.
Oh, it's now, it's under the agenda.
Oh, I have panel 3. I just got that.
Okay, we'll look at you on it.
No, I got something. I'm good. Pretty good.
Okay.
Now I got you.
Yes, unfortunately, I would have to say that the Appendix I review lives loudly within me. Joanna, yes. So part of the recommendations of the Governance and the Public Interest Task Force contained in Appendix I to that May 2017 report required a review of the remaining sub-entities of the bar to look at a variety of topics with regard to those sub-entities. The composition, the size, the tasks that the sub-entity performs, whether or not some of the activities can be performed by staff, can or should be performed by other entities outside of the bar, so we can leave the committees really focusing on the bigger policy work and the policy questions, and not doing some of the more ministerial work that could be done or should be done by others. And there are a variety of other aspects of the review. Some are very specific to each of the committees or sub-entities, and others are general for all of the sub-entities. We're looking at comparing from other states and other bars and what they do, what the sub-entities might look like in other states across the country, really taking a look at what we've got and what our structure is to see if it's something that can be improved upon.
I think I was just kind of, when John mentioned the California Lawyers has picked its leadership, I think you all know Heather Rosing was voted as their president, but some of you may not know is their chair is Jim Hill, another San Diegan, who I've known for years and years and years. He's going to be terrific. He's so energized, so excited. So with that leadership, CLA is in great, great hands.
And then as to Objective E, I just wanted to point out that that is not only looking at the appropriate role and board responsibility for the state bar sub-entities, but also for the state bar standing for the board committees as well. And we have accomplished that with the review of the charters for the board committees and the realignment of the board committees as well. What I would say is the objective that should frankly be forever ongoing in a healthy organization is Objective C. I think you should always be looking to improve your governance system. You should always be looking to ensure that your structures and processes optimally align with your public protection mission. There are certainly more things that we know need to be done, but we might want to think about when we break off into the groups that Leah talked about, looking at that objective specifically and seeing if we might want to change it into some more concrete governance changes that we want to move forward with in the next couple of years. Moving on to Goal 2. Goal 2 is broken up between objectives to address the discipline system, objectives to address admissions, as well as objectives to address the unauthorized practice of law. There are 6 objectives that relate to the discipline system. The first one, critically important, relates to the development of a case management system. We are on track to implement that case management system in 2018, and so that objective we hope to report proudly next year at this time is one that is completed and therefore can be taken off the list at that time. Objective B is one that I would urge us to focus on when we break out into our small groups later this morning. Objective B requires us to implement workforce planning and evaluate the impact of the reforms. We have implemented much of workforce planning. There was some of the 75 recommendations that couldn't be implemented immediately. They were dependent, for example, on the deployment of the case management system. But a lot of it has been implemented, especially in the Office of Chief Trial Counsel, where they've implemented the revised structures, reduced the levels of review. They have the supervising attorneys and the team structure, and have been moving forward with that. And so we do owe you an evaluation of that, and we have tasked our Office of Research and Institutional Accountability to complete that evaluation and report back to the board this time next year. What I think we should probably focus on as part of the discussion later on is what is it you want to know with regard to those 75 recommendations? How would it be most effective for us to determine, conduct the evaluation? What does the board need to know? What do the stakeholders need to know that would really help us determine the success of the implementation of workforce planning? And breaking that out, maybe not into other objectives necessarily, but activities within the objectives that you would encourage staff to undertake to complete this evaluation. With regard to Objective C, I would say that we've made significant progress. You'll see in the report quite a number of activities that have been undertaken with regard to the workload study and the development of discipline metrics. The workload study, we anticipate that you'll be presented with the results of that study at your March meeting. The workload study was led by the Office of Research and Institutional Accountability, and they deployed a system to OCTC and the State Bar Court and probation. It's referred to as the random moments study, where they assess what staff were doing at any particular moment in the day, and using those randomized results are able to come up with an assessment of how much time, how many minutes in a day effectively are spent on certain activities, and that develops what's referred to as the as-is state. So what is it we're doing today? The next part of the study, which they're still completing, is going from the as-is to the to-be. What is it that we should be doing? The most simplistic example of this that I can give, that I've used for years, because this is what was used in the court system as well, when we did a judicial needs assessment and a workload study for staffing needs for the courts. And I think I've incredibly oversimplified these numbers, but in my head, this is the way they work. When the study was done, in terms of how many minutes do you spend doing family law, the answer was something like 3 minutes on a family law case in the courtroom. And so you can say, okay, well, we have this many filings, you spend 3 minutes a case, this is how many judges we need doing family law. But just because that was the as-is doesn't mean it was what the should-be state is, what the future state should be, because it reflected the fact that they had a lot of filings and not enough resources dedicated to it. If they were following best practices, they would have been doing these other 17 things, and that would have taken the time from 3 minutes to, I don't know, now I'm really making it up, to 15 minutes. And so doing those focus groups to come up with what are the best practices, what is that future state, should that be, that allows us to get from how many minutes are we spending on something to what are the staffing needs that we have, because we know this is what we should be doing. We know it takes X amount of time to do what we do now. We should be doing this. It should roughly take this much more time. This is how much staff we need for that. Those focus groups or Delphi sessions are being conducted and will be part of the results that are presented to you in March. And we'll be taking that information, it'll be a critical piece of information to determine budget needs. And if we are X number of staff below what we need to effectively perform our functions, our public protection functions, that would feed very nicely into the dialogue about the funding needs that we have. So we've made incredible progress toward completing the workload study. We've also been making a lot of progress on the development of metrics for measuring the effectiveness of the discipline system. We also anticipate, I believe, this is what we've committed to, Dag, that we'll be providing the updated discipline metrics to you at the March meeting as well. Yes, you should.
A framework.
A framework.
That will also be replicated in the ADR, so the plan is to include that framework as part of the ADR. That these are the conceptual points that we would like to track. We may not necessarily have the data yet to plug into those conceptual points, but that's what we're.
Thank you. So what Dag said, for those who couldn't hear or aren't in the room, is that we'll be presenting to you in March as a framework for the discipline metrics going forward, as well as what we'd be including in the annual discipline report. We have made a lot of progress. Dag has presented to you over the past year repeatedly, streamlining the metrics that we've been presenting to RAD on a monthly basis. One of the things that we are focusing on right now is outcome measures, looking not just at workload and caseload, but the outcomes. So things like, for example, recidivism. What are the outcomes of the way we operate the discipline system? And then are those good outcomes? And if not, that will help shape the direction of what we may need to do in the future to improve those outcomes. So we're looking at what outcome measures that we can provide to you with regard to OCTC, probation, CSF, State Bar Court. State Bar Court uses the court tools performance, so likely those outcome measures we already have in place, but we're working on those other ones. That framework will be presented to you in March. With regard to objective D, developing and implementing new attorney NCLE requirements. We have certainly done a lot. You've heard from us repeatedly about the new MCLE rules requiring completion of 10 hours of MCLE for new attorneys. One of the requirements, though, of this objective is that we evaluate the impact and the effectiveness of these new rules, and so that might be something that you all would like to talk about in the breakout session. How is it that we do that we evaluate the impact and effectiveness of those rules? We are also working towards automated reporting of compliance with MCLE requirements, moving us toward achieving Objective E, but we have some more to go on that. If you have taken the state bar MCLE, that actually shows up on your state bar profile. If the state bar has been the provider of that MCLE, that's the kind of system that we'd like to be able to get in place, where the providers have to report the takers of their MCLE courses to the bar. We can upload that on the profile of the members, and you actually have the ability to audit, frankly, that way, because you've got the compliance already included in your system, and so that would make for a great improvement. Plus, assist those people who simply can't track down the receipts of all of the MCLE that they have taken, and they certainly, I'm sure there are people who've met the requirements who can't find the proof of that, and they take extra courses in order to meet their compliance requirements. We have talked a lot about Objective F, supporting the Client Security Fund. We will be talking about that more when we present the report to you that needs to be provided to the legislature. There are three objectives under Goal 2 that relate to admissions. We've made substantial progress on that. We have implemented the 2-day bar exam in July, and we'll be delivering that again in that format, obviously, in February. We heard yesterday about the high numbers of takers in July and the high numbers of registrants for the February exam. I'm wondering now if that bump in takers may affect any evaluation of the results of the 2-day structure on the pass rates and the costs. So that is certainly something that we can provide to you. Probably should provide to you after the results of the February exam, so we can have the two sort of under our belt. But it may be something that we should come back and provide to you again the following year, after maybe that bump has died down a little bit. And then there is an objective relating to reviewing the special admission rules to determine whether changes are needed, and that is in progress. With regard to the two objectives related to the unauthorized practice of law under Goal 2, Objective J may be another one of those objectives that should never be deemed complete. You always want to monitor improvements in your responses and in your processes and your timelines, and so that may be one to consider, whether or not there's anything more specific that needs to be identified as an objective for that goal, because we have certainly made significant improvements in doing the activities that are set forth. You could either find that it's complete or would never be complete, and so either way, it may be an objective that we want to look at when we break out. Also, with regard to Objective K, we have, as you heard yesterday when Manny Jimenez was presenting, we've made significant strides in this, and Manny talked about not just partnering with law enforcement, but other proactive outreach activities that we have engaged in, and you may want to consider adjusting the objective to include those proactive outreach activities. With regard to Goal 3, Objective A is almost completed, should be completed shortly. Objectives B and C are going to be discussed as part of Panel 1, so we don't need to discuss them at this time. Objective D, we've certainly taken steps toward achievement of this objective, but more needs to be done. It may be valuable for us during our breakout session to engage in some brainstorming about some of the revenue enhancements where we might be more efficient, re-engineering efforts that might be undertaken to find the needed funding. With regard to objective E, this might be also one that during the breakout session, we talk about what these outcome and performance accountability metrics might be. With regard to objective F, we have begun implementation of the 2017-2020 technology plan. Obviously, we're not at 2020 yet. We have much more to do on that. As we move forward, let me jump ahead to goal 4. Goal 4, much of this will be discussed, this deals with access to justice. Much of the objectives will be discussed during the panel presentation that we have today on access to justice. Objective B certainly will be discussed by the panel, and so we don't need to be discussing that right now. Efforts to support increased funding and enhance outcome measures for legal services. You'll see by the activities listed that there are certainly things that we have done to try and increase the yield on relative accounts, to document the economic benefits of funding the legal services providers. We've had an increase in the Equal Access Fund funding for legal services, but there is always more to be done, and this might actually be another one of those objectives that is never complete. With regard to goal 5, our final goal, objective A talks about developing and implementing a communication strategy and having external and internal communications. We have certainly done a lot with regard to external communications. We are working to improve internal communications, and happy to report that we'll be developing a staff newsletter that will be going out monthly to improve communications internally as well as externally. Objective B may be another one of those continuing objectives. Should always be measuring the efficacy of your communication and stakeholder engagement efforts and using those to inform modifications to strategy that you're undertaking. So we've developed metrics, but whether or not we want to drop that as an objective to make it more specific to something that we could be focusing on over the next year or two would be great. With regard to objective C, we have, as everybody has seen, redesigned the State Bar's website. We are engaging what I am referring to as a phase 2 and doing some more cleanup of that, things that could be organized better. Working right now, almost done with revising the pages with regard to the committees, the sub-entities, so they all look alike. So you will be able to find the agendas and the materials and the rosters for all of the sub-entity meetings in the same way, in the same area. That's a big project that our communications and IT team have been working on, and we should be able to roll that out in the not too distant future.
Donna, can I ask a really stupid question?
Of course.
It's the stupidest. Are we interchanging the word panel and breakout session?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't mean to be.
Okay. Is there a separate breakout
You
time
could refer
somewhere?
to breakout sessions.
As part of, right after Donna's done, we're gonna do
Oh,
the
okay.
breakout.
For your panel.
Okay, sorry, I
Yeah.
assumed, I was trying to figure it out. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so we certainly, under Objective D, we've been partnering with legal services providers to educate vulnerable populations. A lot of that has really happened during the Northern California and the Southern California wildfires, and the partnering we've done with legal services organizations and local bars, the information that we have been posting on our websites, the fraud alerts that we've been posting for consumers, and the educational information we've been posting for attorneys to make sure that they're aware of their obligations, especially when it comes to soliciting vulnerable individuals.
I don't know if it's just because Rebecca is sending out those blasts, but it seems to me that the State Bar is getting a lot more press, good press, lately, and part of that might be because Rebecca's making us aware of it, but I think part of it is we are.
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree?
I would absolutely agree that it's because of the proactive efforts that we are engaging in. It's not just that we are sending them out to you. So we are sending out discipline summaries to press who may be interested in particular, in attorneys from their coverage area. We are doing some more social media, really making sure that there is information out there on the good proactive work that the bar is doing.
And I think this year, correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca, but it was close to 600 proactive press releases that we pushed out. And Rebecca's been, I think, done an excellent job in this area, and we've been tracking that. So you've seen the results of that effort.
It was 600 news articles, not 600.
Oh, news.
Yeah.
News articles.
Generated.
I think it was more
I'm not a
36 press
I'm not a
Thank you.
communications person, but what I know is you've done a great job. Yeah, we see the results.
Yes, we've done quite a lot of been proactive in that communication. And then the last thing I wanted to touch on, the final objective, objective F under goal 5, was improving transparency by increasing the availability of meeting materials and expanding mechanisms for regular communication with our oversight entities and the public. A lot of progress has been made on this. We're obviously posting, our goal is to post all of the meetings for the board meetings, all the materials for the board meetings 5 days in advance of the meetings. We are going to be rolling out for all of the sub-entities a template for them all to use to ensure that their agenda have the same look and feel. We will be asking them to also be posting their meeting materials, which has not happened consistently with all of the sub-entities. So they'll be posting their meeting materials in advance of the meetings as well. So we're moving forward in having that transparency, not just for board meetings and materials, but for all of the entities of the park.
And just real quickly, I was remiss at the outset in not thanking the 6 of you on the board that are participating in these panels. I played dirty trick on all of you. We had, if you recall, we had a telephonic board of trustee meeting in which I didn't speak to any of you ahead of time and assigned you specific tasks. And all of you stepped up to the plate and did it. And so Renee and Stacy this morning, and Alan and Brandon this afternoon, and tomorrow, Halen and Sean, thank you very much, because I know, again, having been a party to all those emails that went back and forth and conference calls, how much work the 6 of you did, so thank you.
That's all right, they'll come back to me.
All right, so before I launch into our next activity, just want to pause for a moment and see if there's any board reaction to what Donna just went over. I think you can see that we accomplished quite a bit.
Just a thought about the goals that never go away. There may be some benefit to keeping them if there are meaningful action items associated with them. And the meaningful action item that occurs to me is an annual or periodic review and opportunity for new ideas. My sense is that the bar, like many organizations, has gotten into the habit of doing things the way we've always done them, and that some of our managers haven't been well trained to welcome new ideas and sometimes squelch new ideas. And so if we're trying to create a culture that values innovation, we need to make a habit of stopping and asking for innovative ideas. So I'm wondering if maybe that's a useful to do for these ongoing things until such time as our culture becomes a place where innovation happens without conscious leadership. Although I'm not sure there are places where innovation happens without conscious leadership.
But I agree that and what you might do in order to change the objective is to have a date-specific reporting requirement. So the objective exists that we will report by X date on the following.
Or the objective might be convene an all-staff meeting or convene a meeting of selected staff members. It doesn't necessarily need to produce a write-in, but it needs to be meaningless.
If I could just add one, you probably didn't know this, but you just actually used the UC mantra, innovation happens here. So kudos to you. You don't have to go spend $1 million on polling and research. But secondly, what we might do is once a year, do just a free-for-all brainstorming session and have kind of an innovation and ideas, brown bag lunch or something, whatever it is, but start kind of bringing that into the culture in a way that's very informal. And just do it differently and not have it be like this date and it has to be submitted ahead of time and have it just be a little bit more informal.
So what we're going to do before we break out into our breakout groups is I want to go over a document that you have, guidelines for writing an effective strategic plan. We're gonna have you break out into small groups to, again, focus on those objectives in the strategic plan that are not covered by the panels today and tomorrow. But before you break out, I just wanted to briefly walk you through this very short document and then the actual tool that we're gonna ask you to use during the breakouts. So what we're trying to do here is just give you a sense of what a goal is supposed to be and what an objective is supposed to be. Again, for our purposes today, we are not looking at revisiting or rewriting our goals. So we're focused on the objectives. But this document gives you a little bit of information about what an objective is supposed to be. And I think if you read this and then look back at our objectives, you'll see that many of them need a lot of work. So just reading some of the most relevant pieces. Goals are broad, objectives are narrow. Goals are general intentions, objectives are precise. Goals are intangible, objectives are tangible. Goals are abstract, objectives are concrete. Goals can't be validated as is, objectives can. And we see here that objectives should be SMART, related directly to the goal, clear, concise, and understandable, be stated in terms of results, begin with an action verb, specify a date for accomplishment, and be measurable. So on the next page, they're just an example of some objectives related to sample goals. And then you have a couple of pages that look like this with these tables on them. And what we've done is we've taken each of the objectives, again, that we want you to look at during this breakout session. We've asked a series of questions related to those objectives. We'd like you to go through those in your breakout groups and then also to identify suggested modifications for the objectives. So this is intended to take you through kind of an analysis of, does this objective make sense? Can we refine it, enhance it, make it better? You may also decide this objective should be eliminated or we need a new one altogether entirely. So that's what we're asking you to do next. We want to break you into 3 groups. And looking at the time here, we're going to have about 30 minutes for this exercise. Group 1 is going to be asked to look at goals 1 and 2. Group 2 is going to be asked to look at goals 3 and 4. And group 3 to look at goal 5. So there's 3 groups, and I think I'd just like you to count off, and we can get it going that way with Renee and 1, and then
2.
3, 1, 2, 3,
1.
2, 3, 1.
2.
Okay. So where's group 2 going to have these breakout goals go?
Group 1 in the middle of that side.
Okay. On this side?
On this side, on the far end, where Steve makes it.
Maybe group 3 can be back here. Okay? You have about 30 minutes. Donna and Todd are going to split out into the groups.
Todd, you got it.
I'll be with 2. You go with 1 and you go with 3.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll be back together.
I actually feel good about it. You're a 1,
I'm
right?
going to do 2. Well, you're going to do 2? Yeah. Really? I think it's a good one for me to do. 2 is over here.
That's the way you're going to be.
Okay.
You're 3 kids. I'm going to go 1.
So Leah, I've got to run but no, I'm going to be here for half an hour.
Okay.
So I can do this exercise.
Wait,
Okay.
you are not here for a panel?
No, no. Well, no, I'm not actually.
He's not going to be here even for his own panel.
It's not.
How are you? Great.
Hi. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Those are really cute. I'm good.
Well, then I just look at the criteria.
I think we know this Appendix I is ongoing, so August, September are the deadlines, and we felt like this one was well on its way and felt good about that one. The same with objective objective C and E, same thing, sort of ongoing, this August, September deadline with Appendix I, these deep dives into the various standing subcommittees of the board. Goal 2, we feel like we've implemented, so implement can go away, but we have the workforce planning has been implemented, but now we need to evaluate, need some time, need to step back and see. So we feel like we're on our way to objective B of goal 2. I understand that we're going to report back in a year with the 7D, and we needed the labor, we needed the new contract and the MOU to be done, and we wanted Steve to be in place so that he could retain the new attorneys for the different OCTC reorganization that we started. So we're excited in the year to hear about how that got implemented. So that'd be the only change to objective B. Objective D, the MCLE, that's been implemented. I think again we need some time to step back and evaluate the effectiveness, how it worked. It might need a couple of years to look at the MCLE rollout. And we talked this morning a bit about the MCLE, the reporting. We think it's an exciting project that maybe with a new computer that we're going to get the new case management system. It would be wonderful if all lawyers' MCLE compliance is online. And if we could think of a way to simplify the provider's ability to go online and report the participants in their MCLE, but I know that's a big goal. Objective F, support adequate funding for the Client Security Fund. Clearly that's something we haven't done and we need to do, and the $1989 $40 is going to need to be looked at. So this one was definitely not done and definitely needs work. G was the 2-day bar obviously has been implemented, so again it's now to step back and look. Don makes a good point. Will these first couple make sense because of so many test takers? Is it going to really be, we might need 2 years, 4 exams, or maybe even 6 exams, 3 years to look at whether the 2-day, what it's done and how it's changed. As far as the bar exam validity, we've done a lot. We know there's still the job analysis study to do, but we feel like we've gone a long way, and this objective is good, and the making sure that we don't have another long period of time before we looked at the cut score, looked at validity. I know that's all been implemented, so we felt good that that's done. And then the unauthorized practice of law. Yesterday, I thought that was a great presentation from Manny and what the OCTC is doing in this area. We felt like, yes, there's definitely been positive movement. That dovetails into the last objective, partnering with law enforcement. We weren't quite sure exactly. It sounded great, like we've made a lot of progress, but one thing we thought we might broaden this, and this is something that Brandon and Joanna brought up, what about grant sources to us, perhaps, or to law enforcement to focus on UPL? Legislative earmarks might be something to add to this objective, that we thought that maybe the legislature wants us to do it, and yet we're using existing resources to do it, which we are doing, but what about additional funding sources? So, anybody else want to chime in?
All right. I'm going to report out for group 2. We did not get through all of our objectives, but what I will say with respect to objective D, we decided that we need to revise this to include direction to staff to determine whether or not reallocation continues to be possible given our flat funding source. We also talked about the need to bring the board up to speed on our collections efforts as an organization, what we've been doing, what has not been working particularly well so far, and what we might need to do to improve our ability to collect. We need to add something to explicitly refer to the ability that the board now has to transfer LAP reserves to the Client Security Fund. And we also need to add something that reflects the currently pending review of our fund structure, which Kevin Harper has initiated and asked OGC for assistance with the idea that perhaps we've been overly restrictive in our sense of what is a restricted fund. So those are things that we talked about adding to the plan. We also talked about objective B, development of performance metrics, that staff should be directed as part of the revised strategic plan to develop goals and objectives for each functional area of the bar, and that those should be used to create overall bar performance metrics with a focus not just on the discipline system, but on all areas of the bar. With respect to the 2017 to 2020 technology plan, staff is asked to update the board on progress on plan implementation at its next meeting. I would ask to modify that to be our next in-person meeting, which will be March, not February. And we were also asked to revise the strategic plan to include in the plan body itself the 2018 IT strategic plan goals. And the last one we got to was objective G regarding our capital, our facilities, and we just reiterated the need to focus on our San Francisco building and the leasing issues that we are having there. So that's as far as we got. We weren't as efficient as you and group were. No.
So Alan was taking notes and he had to leave.
I want his
Michael's
job.
gonna report back.
So we were working on goal 5. On objective A, which was developing and implementing a communication strategy plan, we thought the objective can be made more helpful by splitting out our goals with respect to external communications from our goals with respect to internal communications, because they drive very different activities. And we thought that it would be useful to list the external audiences that we have in mind. On objective B, we thought this could be made a little more articulate by stating that what we're trying to measure is both the volume of our communications and other engagements with our audiences, and the quality of those engagements and communications efforts, recognizing that quality in this context can be somewhat subjective and difficult to measure. On objective D, we thought that the last phrase, in ways that individuals or issues can be addressed, added nothing except words. And that we really want to try to reframe this objective to state something along the lines of use communication strategies to support our unauthorized practice of law objectives. And we also wanted to incorporate that the audiences for these communication strategies are the general public, including likely victims of UPL, our law enforcement partners who assist us in achieving compliance with UPL requirements, our oversight bodies, the court, the legislature, and governor, and then obviously the regulated community, paralegals, discipline lawyers, and the like. On objective E, we were more content with this than with others, but thought that it would be useful to clarify that the judicial branch is also one of the audiences for this work, and that we should be articulate that we think this work is done both in communications and in the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. That enhancing relationships with our law enforcement partners is something that primarily Steve's team has been responsible for, and it's worth saying so. On objective F, we completely want to rewrite this one. And we're still struggling with how to say it. But the idea that we've identified is that we want to promote public access to information about the bar's governance to make ourselves more transparent and more accountable. And we want to use such tools as open meeting compliance, Public Records Act compliance, and technology to achieve that goal. So this one is still a massive inchoate ideas that needs to be honed down. But we thought the existing goal was too specific to really be an objective and didn't really capture what we were trying to accomplish. And if other members of Group 3 want to add or subtract to what I have said, please do.
That sounds good, I like that.
I would say I agree with even your suggestion about how to rewrite it. I would say that I think some of the different elements of how to achieve it, I feel like we've upped our game quite a bit.
Yeah, we have no doubt that we're in a much stronger place.
Much stronger place, but I agree with you, and like you could be a lot more coherent in how we actually. Oh, sorry, been we could definitely be more coherent in what our actual goal is, but I think that everybody from the executive team, Rebecca, et cetera, has really done a great job in improving and streamlining the availability of information and how to find that information, both on the website and making sure that it's sent out in a timely fashion. And I think that the relationship with the legislature in particular reflects that. So I just wanted to kind of.
My 2.5 years, it's a light change that I've seen. And from Rebecca's shop, it's so nice to see that.
Yeah.
And we observed that almost all of the objectives in the plan latched up, which is something I'm sure we'll address as we continue to refine this.
Well, I took notes. I know Donna took notes. Donna and I and Leah will collate everything. This was good work, everybody. I really thought, my group, I really liked what happened. I liked hearing from groups 2 and 3. So it's not going to go unrecognized. We're going to write it up and detail it. So we have 5 minutes before the 10:15 presentation. So if we could take a short break and then reconvene at 10:15 for Renee and Stacy's panel.
And Dag.
And Dag. See you at 10:15.
Anthony and Selena and Bob and Teresa.
Great. See you at 10:15. We'll be back after these messages.
You want to just check in with Renee about one thing?
Oh, sorry.
So Renee,
Oh.
so I'm going to keep the clicker through
Okay.
through my slides, and I'm going to walk over and hand you the clicker.
Okay, or you could just be the clicker.
I could do.
You could be the clicker, that would be fine.
And then I'm going to hand it
I'm
to
happy
Steve.
to cede control of the clicker.
Steve.
I know men like having
To get out of the way, you're in the sight line.
Okay, without further ado then, I'm going to turn this panel over to Renee and Stacy. Thank you again for organizing such a wonderful panel.
All right, so we have your attention for, what is your mic? Yes, sorry. I'm out of practice. And we don't want liquids and electronics. So we have you for, let's see, from 10:15 till 12:30. So we will try to keep this exciting and interesting. But we are going to talk about something I think that's really important. I think something that we have certainly heard a lot about, but we have not had a lot of time to really dig into. So, and that is, how do we improve employee morale and career satisfaction? And in a couple of our last meetings, we have heard some very impassioned comments from employees about the challenges that they face here at the bar and in their jobs. And I think as a board, it's incumbent upon us to, one, sort through what's really going on and to what extent these feelings are pervasive or not. And to the extent that they are, how we address those, and in any case, how we provide a continuously improving environment for our employees. We know that hiring is always a challenge. It's a challenge regardless of our own situations. Hiring is just, it's a tight labor market right now. And we have to be seen as a good place to work. And whether or not, even if we are not worried about hiring, if we're not seen as a good place to work, we won't get the kind of employees that we need to do our job effectively. So we have a panel. We're going to do a couple things. We're going to run through some survey results. There was a survey done in 2015 and again in 2017 on employee satisfaction that we are going to go through. And then, like I said, we have some feedback from 2 employees. And I'd like to first introduce them and tell you who they are. The first is Selena Flores, and that's them. And Selena is currently the section chief for eligibility within the Office of Admissions. She's been with us for 17 years and has served in multiple positions in the admissions department. Throughout her time, she's administered over 50 California bar exams. And she has a degree in business administration from Cal State LA. And we also have representing employees Anthony Garcia. And Anthony is a supervising attorney in the OTC, and he has been with us since 2000 and has been in the trial unit of the State Bar for most of that time. OCTC, sorry. My acronyms are short today.
Over the counter.
Yeah, right.
Charlie household, whatever you call it.
There's a counter there. Before that, he was an attorney in California and Colorado in several law firms where he focused primarily on criminal defense. And impressively, he is admitted to and practice in California, New Mexico, and Colorado. So we will also hear a little. I'll make some more introductions of staff later, but what we're going to do, we're going to run through the survey, and then we're going to hear some feedback from Selena and Anthony on kind of their perspectives on why some of these responses may have been what they are. What I'm going to ask you to do is wait. Let's do the survey results, let's hear their comments, and then we can ask questions about the surveys. Then we're going to talk about some things that are already being done. We're going to hear from Steve and Teresa, who I'll introduce when we get there. And then we're going to have Bob Lavigna, who's going to talk about, from an outside perspective, what are the kinds of things that some agencies have done. Bob's a consultant, Stacy will introduce him. And then hear again from Selena and Anthony. And then we'll have more discussion. So I'm going to ask you initially, unless you have a clarifying question, to hold your questions, comments. I know that's really hard for this group, but we're going to try. So we're going to start off with the survey, and Dag, who you all know, is first going to just tell us a little bit about who was surveyed and who responded, and a little bit of logistics.
Thank you, Renee. As Renee mentioned, a survey was conducted in 2015, and I understand that Leah committed to sending the survey out again in 2017. And so when we looked to send the survey out, we looked to the 2015 survey because we wanted to make sure that we were asking similar questions that would allow us to compare the results of the 2015 survey with the 2017 survey. We did, though, take some liberties in terms of looking at the content of the survey and looking at areas where we wanted to get a little bit of additional information, so we refined some of the questions. There is a handout that we are withholding until the end of the presentation, so that we can focus the conversation instead of having people like digging through the crosstabs. So the more detailed 6 pages of cross tabulations are available for your review after the presentation, and we'll pass those out. So one thing, just quickly, in terms of the survey sample that I've been asked to present was, how does the sample look relative to employees at State Bar and also compared to the 2015 survey? So one thing that stood out right away was that the participation rate for the 2017 survey was somewhat lower than the 2015 survey. For the 2017 survey, we had 248 employees respond, and that's a little under 50% of all employees. That's in pretty stark contrast to 2015, where 466 employees responded, almost 80% of all employees at that time. If in surveying generally, if I had a almost 50% response rate, I would say that's great, and that's going to give me the kind of data that I would want. So I don't think that it is. I think that the survey response rate is fine, and we'll also look quickly at how representative the sample is, and you'll see that as well. Relative to the 2015 survey, though, it does stand out. You kind of wonder why. Hard exactly to say. The surveys were both administered in December. They both straddled the new year. The 2017 survey had a slightly shorter response time, about 3.5 weeks. My clock says that I've been going 2 minutes here. I said I was going to take 5, so I'm going to finish these slides under 5.
Just keep going, Doug.
So these we thought were important issues in terms of just the representativeness of the sample and how much and why the sample was somewhat different in 2017. The surveys were entirely anonymous. So the anonymity, though, sometimes prevents you from understanding exactly who's responding. We did have 3 big categories that help us understand a little bit more in terms of how representative the sample was. We know broadly what job category people identified themselves in, whether administrative, clerical, professional, technical, supervisory, management. We also asked people to give us information on their level of service, from 0 to 5, 6 to 10, or greater than 10 years, and also the office within which they worked. So then just a quick comparison. In order to understand the cross tabulations and the data that you're looking at, it's important just to know that we see some slight overrepresentation. The blue bars show who responded to the survey. The red bars show the actual distribution of staff in the state bar. So the blue bars, slight overrepresentation of clerical administrative staff in terms of who responded. Much bigger underrepresentation of professional and technical staff, and then overrepresentation of supervisory and management staff. So when you look at the numbers, it's important to think, if you're looking at totals, that those numbers might be influenced by the type of staff who responded. Similarly, here with the type of staff who responded in terms of their tenure, we see slight overrepresentation of newer employees with between 0 and 5 years of tenure, compared to where you see also overrepresentation of employees in the middle range, between 6 and 10 years of service. And then the final bar there at the bottom shows that we have some pretty significant underrepresentation of employees who are older. Now, a lot of what we look at, when we look at the detail, it breaks down the employees into categories of how long their service has been. So that's effectively controlling for those differences when we look at the details. But when you look at the overall, you need to know that the totals are influenced by that composition of the respondents. My final slide, and I'm at 4 minutes and 14 seconds according to my time, is just the distribution by office. And so generally the distribution by office of the respondents looks very similar to the distribution of employees within the bar as a whole, although what you generally see is that our two biggest offices, Office of Chief Trial Counsel and the Office of Admissions, slightly overrepresented in the survey respondents, and as a result of that, you see almost uniform slight underrepresentation of all the other offices within the bar. So that is just an overview of what the survey, who the survey respondents were.
Thanks. So I want to add one other thing. We just got these results early this week. So we haven't really had a lot of time to absorb them. We are going to hand out, as Doug said, some more detail, but I understand there just hasn't been a lot of time to absorb it. So we've had a couple of conference calls, and we're trying to respond to things, but I think there's more work that can be done. And we are also grateful for our staff members who had to take time out this week to quickly go through these results with us, because we know how busy they all are, and we appreciate that you took a lot of time to do this, so thank you. So there's some, we can hold it, please. There's some good news in this survey. If we're thinking about organizational health, some questions that came back with very positive answers, and it was basically, do you agree with this statement or do you disagree? And when you get the data, you'll also see one thing that you'll note. In the 2015 survey, they were asked agree, disagree. In the 2017 survey, it was a 5-point scale. Do you strongly agree or agree? We're comparing agree and strongly agree with agree. I think it's fine for our purposes. So areas where we had very high scores, mostly like in the 90% agreement, on internal communication, on interaction between staff and direct supervisors, knowledge of the bar's mission and the link between mission and an individual's work, and overall assessment of job satisfaction. So those were all good. But it also pointed to a number of areas where we can improve, and we're going to show you some of those. One is about equitable standards of performance. And do we hold underperforming employees accountable? So kind of fairness, am I treated fairly with regards to my job? Recognizing excellence and establishing career paths for career advancement, which again are related. Sometimes even if you can't promote someone, you can at least recognize them in a way, and I think there were some messages in here that we need to be cognizant of. So let me show you a little bit more detail on that. So the organizational health is good in internal communication, interaction between staff and direct supervisors. Again, these are, as I mentioned, the first one's 88%. Opportunity to interact with managers in my department, 92% agree. Keep going here, 95% know what the state bar's key goals are. and 98% understand how their work supports the key goals of the bar. Those are pretty darn high, right?
I would just, if I could just add, Renee, and Jack was really helpful with this is consistent from 2015 to 2018, or 2017. So you saw this across the board, there was no big shift. So that's why we really use the term organizational health as a very kind of coined term, because that's something that you can't really mess around with the infrastructure, and we thought was very salient to bring along as we discuss this.
Yeah. Okay, so again, I don't want to not dwell on the positive things. We tend to not celebrate those, but you know, they're a little bit easier to talk about. We can do that a little bit more quickly. So I'm going to move on and spend a little bit more time on the things that we need to improve on. So the first is this issue around fairness, and it's establishing equitable standards of performance and holding underperforming employees accountable. And you can see holding people to the same standard of performance, only 35% agree. That's a pretty poor score. And similarly, only 36% agree with the point that underperforming employees at the bar are held accountable. So, now, lots of underlying reasons, and we'll hear about those, but understand that is how people feel, and perceptions are reality, right? So,
And those are significant declines from.
yeah, we're gonna get to that. That's why I'm asking. So, also need next one, recognizing excellence and establishing clear paths for career advancement. A little bit better, 51% agree that excellent performance is recognized, and 45%, only 45% agree that there's a clear path for career advancement. Actually, recognizing excellence was the biggest drop of these questions. That one actually had the biggest drop since 2015. So it was overall a 16-point drop, not percentage, but 16 points on the scale. So 51% was, 67% in 2015. So that's really something we really need to flag. And in particular, we broke these apart by how long people had been here. Newer people actually felt even more strongly about this. Their opinion fell the most. So their opinion fell 20 points. Okay, again, you'll get this data, but it's not just sort of some of our older employees, it's newer employees as well.
So if I could just add to, the good news is with this, I always think where there's deficit, there's opportunity, especially because we're talking about it outright and we're all looking at each other and saying we want to work on this. So even though there's some areas to work on, we have the opportunity, and there's so many creative ways to recognize excellence, not just in one way or another way, and that's what Renee will all talk about later, and our staff folks will. The other is there was another question around training and development where people felt really strongly, but that's very different from career path, and we'll get into that later as well. But it's really important for people to feel like if they're somewhere and they're investing many years in it, is there a track that they can be on or different ways that they can expand their profession? So I just want to note that.
Yeah. And interestingly, we didn't ask in 2015, but we did ask, to Stacy's point, about access to training and development in 2017, and by and large, most people felt they had access to training and development. 79% agreed with that. So it's really, we're giving them the training, and then there's no place for them to go, I think is more of a sentiment, right? So,
or they're not being mentored to see where those opportunities are, or there's that kind of thing. We just have to nurture that path and be more.
We're not getting into
recommendations
just yet.
Not
So,
at all.
okay.
We're not. I never
keeping you on track. Okay.
No.
She who passes notes about timekeeping to me. Yeah. Okay. So here, these are some areas that we really need to improve upon. But what's also interesting is when you break this down, we don't have a lot of breakdowns. We have breakdowns by type of job that we didn't really have a lot of time to look at. But there did seem to be, at a quick glance, some very significant differences, as I mentioned before, based on how long people had been at the bar. So what we found is that the longer you have been here, the more likely you are to be unsettled right now. So I don't think that's at all unusual. Again, I'll try to limit my commentary here, but but that is pretty typical, right? Because it's changed for them. Newer people, they don't know differently. So if you look at, here's one that is relatively positive. If you look at, I know what the performance expectations are for my job. Overall, pretty high numbers. But if you break it down by years of service, if you look at that top chart, so 0 to 5 years, 96% knew what their job expectations were, but only 81% of people who have been here 10 years. Still a high number, but I think important to note that the difference there. There's some similar, and then if you look at the bottom part, you can look at the percentage point change. So from 2015, huge drop in the people who have been here for over 10 years. So in prior years, that group had pretty good clarity on their job expectations. Again, maybe not surprising, maybe people here a little bit longer, but we're not showing you the results for every question, but there are similar results in this category. People who have been here more than 10 years, they're also more likely to feel that they're more likely to be concerned about employees being held accountable equally, right? So they maybe feel people aren't getting the same treatment. They're less likely to say everyone was held to the same standard. They're less likely to feel supported by their manager, and they're also less likely to say that they were included in decisions about their work. So we're just showing you representative questions, but sort of across the board, that class of questions, a lot of unsettlement in that tenure group. The next slide is about the performance expectations of my job are reasonable. And again, we've been changing a lot of jobs around. 91% of people who have only been here 0 to 5 years agreed with that statement. 71% of people who've been here 10 years or more agree with that statement. Still, more people agreeing. That's still not a bad, overall averages in the 80s. But again, a noticeable difference. And if you look at the change from 2015 in the bottom graph, 13-point decline for the group who has been here 10 years or more. If you look at the group 10 years or more, the performance expectations of their job are reasonable. 71% agreed, but only 59% agreed that they were asked to be part of decisions about their work. So not only do they feel that they're not reasonable, but nobody asked them. 59% feel that they were asked, but the other 41% do not. So to summarize, I think there's a wrap-up question here. Just compared to a year ago, how would you rate your job satisfaction? And I'm going to show you by years of service. It's a little bit hard to read if you're not close up. But the first thing, this should actually say job satisfaction. Oh, it's already fixed. Good. Job satisfaction is same or better for most respondents. So if you look at just to help you here, the blue bars are better. The green bars are the same, and red are worse. So if you look at on the left, those are the people who have been here the shortest amount of time, 0 to 5, 6 to 10, over 10, and then the end is total. Total group is about split between same, better, and worse. But clearly many more people would say same or better, but a sizable percentage, 28% in fact, feel that it's worse than it was a year ago. But if you've been here 6 to 10 years, only 15% think it's worse, 23% of people 0 to 5 years, and yet 43% of people who have been here 0 to 10 years feel that it's worse. So that's a pretty sizable number. And if you go back to Dag's original slides, that is a pretty substantial percentage of our population. It's 30, well, let's see, That's actually, that's who's responded though. Actual, yeah, the actual is 48%. So nearly half of our employees have been here more than 10 years. So that's a pretty big component of our staff. We have clear improvement for most employees. And again, we've talked about the tenure issues. So what I'd like to do now, that was a very quick walkthrough. You're welcome to, when you receive the data, spend more time, and no doubt the team here will be spending more time looking at the data and trying to dissect it a little further. But what I'd like to do now is ask Selena and Anthony to at least give us, from their perspective, and again, this represents their perspective, but I think we picked very carefully people who we felt would have a fair perspective and who could speak broadly, not just about their own experience, but who were well integrated with the rest of the organization and could perhaps represent other people's opinions as well. So if you would mind just commenting on what you think is behind some of these results, that would be terrific.
Certainly. Before I start, I want to say this is kind of a groundbreaking event. For you to invite us to this table and actually ask us for some input, and I'd like to recognize the significance of that, and thank you. And I hope that we do provide some valuable input that you can use to guide our organization. As you undoubtedly learned from your time here, a lot of us are pretty passionate about what we do, and we really care, as the survey has shown. We know what's expected of us, and we believe that we're doing what's expected of us, and our mission is pretty clear to most of us. So, with that, Selena and I have looked at some of the areas that might be categorized as problem areas, right? The things that need improvement. And there are some issues that indicate that there's organizational health needs improvement. And Selena, you noted some things about the survey, the timing of the survey with the same standard of performance.
Yes. I think it's important to know that at the time that the survey was given, union negotiations were going on, the CPS study was going on, and that has impacted some of the results. The union negotiations, they created a lot of uncertainty for the employees and the future of their jobs, and so that contributed to the results. In addition, the CPS study, some employees felt that they were not given credit for the work that they do. They also felt that the nature of their work was not quite understood. And so it's possible that these people were the ones who decided to voice their opinions in the survey, and that is a possibility for the reason the results showed the way they did. In addition, we also felt that we should elaborate on the underperforming employees and how they were held accountable. So Anthony, you have some feedback for the underperforming employees?
Yes, and I would like to address another point you raised too, regarding the uncertainty of the new contract. There has been a fair amount of uncertainty among us, and you've seen that, right? You've heard it. But we ratified, the employees ratified the contract, and so we're hoping for some resolution, and that might move everything forward, right? On the underperforming, there was one of the questions said that underperforming employees, most people disagree that underperforming employees are held accountable. And there's a couple of things that affect that, I think. I've spent some time talking to people about this, so I'm trying to inform myself what other people might think. And one of the things that I think is missing from all of this among many of my peers is that if, for example, Selena wrote me up for being underperforming and had me on the process for towards discipline, nobody may know, because that process is confidential. And so the employees who are saying, Anthony's doing a terrible job and he needs to be held accountable, they may not know that Selena spent countless hours counseling me, writing my evaluations, and actually setting me on the path to progressive discipline. And so while the responses may be that nobody's held accountable, I don't know that everybody knows what people are being held accountable for, or what the path is, right? The other thing that I think is worth noting in this is in the past, managers have been responsible for dozens of employees. And they've had this broad oversight of 30 to 40 employees, attorneys in OCTC, for example. And recently, as of April of 2017, the management structure has changed. Managements have given some, they've kind of spread it out. So now there's something like 12 supervising attorneys with teams of 4 attorneys, 6 investigators, and staff under them. And what that allows, if this process is allowed to work, what we think, and I'm a supervising attorney, so I have a vested interest in this, of course. What we think is going to happen is that we have more knowledge of our employees and their work. They're in they come and go in and out of my office all the time. I have more direct contact with employees, where before I think people who weren't as interested in doing good work or being productive could float under the radar because there were so many direct reports to supervisors. So we think that this may be an opportunity. The new structure may enable us to not only hold people accountable, but to give teamwork, build teams, and get people to buy in on the work we're doing. And so we believe that this has been addressed. It didn't show in the survey, but again, it's a new process, and processes take time.
In addition to that, I think it's important that managers recognize the underperforming employees and correct it. This would allow for teamwork. It would allow everyone to know that everyone is pulling their own weight and that they are accomplishing their goals at hand. So I think it's important for managers to recognize the underperforming employees and correct it when needed. Another question or statement that we wish to elaborate on is excellent performance is recognized at the bar. That statement there also received a decline in disagreement amongst the employees in 2017. And we feel that currently it seems that good work is recognized by assigning more work. If the employee is doing a great job, a star performer, they are given more work because the managers know that they can do it, they can count on it, they can depend on it. But it's not fair. And so staff recognizes that it's not fair, and it brings down morale. It really does. In 2017, we also need to be aware that a lot of people took the separation package, and because of that, a lot of employees took on extra duties, and some felt or feel that their efforts were not recognized when they took on that extra task or case or whatever it may be. And so that could have also contributed to the results that we have in the survey.
And also, I think we saw a number of new employees who say that their excellence isn't being recognized. And without elaborating, I think oftentimes new employees are at the low end of the pay scale. And they're coming in and they're seeing other people making more money than them and a lot more money. And so sometimes I think not recognizing excellence is related to pay. I think that's a big unspoken in that question. However, in the people I've spoken with, there is a change afoot in the state bar, and it's very exciting. I've been here 17 years now, and the change is exciting. In OCTC, for example, I'll tell you what's going on and what's happened, how this affects us. We have monthly meetings where we talk about accomplishments that the team has done, and we call them shout-outs. So we have shout-outs monthly to talk about the trials and the appeals and the work that people have done generally. And it's not only limited to trial attorneys, but also we do takeovers, and sometimes these people do takeovers. They fill up rooms with boxes, they categorize it, they send out letters, they do incredible work. And they do a lot of work in a very short time, and they're recognized in monthly meetings. And these meetings are broadcast. They're both San Francisco and Los Angeles joining them. And that's one way of recognizing the excellence, by building teamwork throughout OCTC. another change in these, we've been having these for a few years, a significant change has taken place with what Steve's brought in. He's having us make presentations. The employees are actually making presentations. And I didn't know this until I talked to the people who plan the meetings. But since, in the last few months, since we've had employees making presentations, attendance at those monthly meetings has increased. They've had to add seats. I had no idea that was going on. But it's something indicative that, people like this. People want to feel like we're all part of a team. They don't want to feel like, and the efforts in that regard are moving forward. And so I think the evidence would show that these things are working, these efforts have positive input on employee morale and basic unification of our workforce.
And let me add just a little bit to that. There are a few of my colleagues in the Office of Admissions who, they've been maxed out in their salary range. So a little bit of recognition to let them know that they're doing an awesome job is something that will keep them engaged to continue to do the good work that they do.
Okay, we're going to have a few minutes for questions, but I want to do one moment of recognition. I know it's not our entire staff, but OCTC is a large part of our staff. I was at a holiday party and happened to meet somebody who had retired from the state bar after many years in OCTC, and I said, when I told her I was on the Board of Trustees, she said, oh my gosh, I just have to tell you, I've been hearing so many good things about the new Chief Trial Counsel and how many positive changes he is making. So I just want to take that moment to recognize, and I think some of the things that you were talking about bear that out, so thank you. So next year, we're just going to see fantastic results.
No pressure.
So would people like to ask some questions? Do you have questions for Anthony and Selena?
I have a question. Your the last comment that you made about recognizing people who've maxed out at their salary level, do you have any ideas on how we could do that?
Yeah, I think if we incorporate something such as Anthony mentioned, maybe a shout out every now and then. We do bar exams and first year law students examinations, and for them to be pulled off successfully is an awesome, awesome job for these employees who are going out to do that. Not only that, we do experience some difficulties while at the bar exam, and so we are making decisions on site about how to handle that. And we pull it all successfully year after year after year. And after the bar examination, if we can come together, and maybe not only after the bar examination, but create a monthly meeting where some of our efforts are recognized.
The meeting's a great idea. It's obviously working well in OCTC. There was a talk earlier about a monthly staff newsletter. Would it make sense to put those types of shout outs in that newsletter to go bar-wide as well?
I think that would be great. I think it would allow other colleagues in other departments to know who we are. What exactly is it that we do on a day-to-day basis? Thank you.
We're going to spend, after we get through the panel, we're going to have some time for brainstorming and recommendations. So right now I'd like us to focus on kind of questions more around data and understanding what the issues are, if you don't mind.
And really digging into departmental questions about employees, and really hearing from the employees what else they're hearing within their peer groups and things like that. But we're going to do a whole brainstorming thing in the 11:45 piece.
Okay. So my question, and you brought up, kind of following what Joanna asked you, what would be suggestions? I get it, an underperforming employee.
We're not going to do suggestions right now.
I thought we were going to ask them suggestions.
No, but they're going to be part of our brainstorming. What we want to do now is focus on the data and understanding the problem, and then we're going to come back to recommendations.
And get more insight into their peer groups and what their peer groups are thinking, so we can really tease out where the employees are.
But they're Anthony and Selena are going to stay.
Yeah, they are.
So I don't have much work to do, so. Sure.
So I was kind of surprised and a little disheartened by the results on performance and whether or not people are held to the same standard, and whether or not underperforming employees are addressed, because I think that's something we think we've been trying to do. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that, and if you are not uncomfortable in answering, I'd like to know if you see this as a line staff issue, a supervisory level issue, a management, executive level issue, in terms of people not being held accountable to do their jobs. So just like to hear a little bit more about that, and like, do you think it's mostly lower level staff that are being held accountable, or do you see that going all the way up and down, that people are not held accountable?
Well, I think perceptions are slow to change. And I think there's been a perception here that it's difficult to get people out of the bar who aren't performing. I have a very vocal neighbor, and he's been here about 7 years, and he says that it was so disheartening for him. I was talking about morale, right, in prep for this. He says it was so disheartening for him in his first years at the bar, because he would walk by an attorney who was at the top of the pay range, and that attorney was asleep at his desk. And everybody knew that attorney slept at his desk. We're going back 4 or 5 years now. Everybody knew that this attorney was sleeping at his desk, right? And the response to this employee sleeping at his desk was they made him keep his door open. And so instead of right, so the result was he still slept at his desk, but now everybody walking by saw him. and so what he got really incensed about that, and when he was talking about it, and I understand this, and it goes back to sort of what I was talking about in the beginning. He was a new employee. He came here, he was a hotshot employee in his old job, and he came here and he was ready to rise to the top. He accepted a job at a lower pay grade because that's what we all started at. And he saw somebody who was, at the top of his pay grade, not performing well. And he thought that there were no efforts taken to address that. That employee left, and we don't know why, right? And so that goes into the whole confidentiality. That may have been addressed. Probably people sitting at this table know whether it was or not. I suspect it was addressed. I don't. I thought he left voluntarily. But, there's that. The so now I believe, and that, as I said, things are slow to change, perceptions are slow to change. And I think that there was a perception that had to managing people, and maybe managing people who needed help, was slow moving. Recently though, we have found, for example, in my current position, I get a lot of support from HR. I don't know that managers had that much support, but we have HR gives us advice and trainings, and we're all very well prepared. So I think that course has been changed, but I don't know that we're going to see immediate results in people's perceptions.
Other questions? Okay, to keep us on schedule, we are going to move on to the next piece. I'm going to ask Steve Mazur and Teresa Bruce to quickly just share some of the things that are already being done to address this. I think most of you have met. We've seen Steve present a number of times here. He's our Chief Administrative Officer. He's been here since 2008. And I don't think we've had the pleasure of having Teresa here before, so I'd like to mention that Teresa is relatively new. She joined the bar in 2017. She's a senior analyst in the administrative division and reports to Steve. She has been working on a number of the initiatives that came out of the 2015 survey, and she has a long career in learning and development. So thank you for joining us today, Teresa.
Ready to go. So I want to say on behalf of the senior management, we are really excited that this topic is being addressed at the board level. It's something that we know has been really important, and we've been trying to address it over the years. And we know the board has heard a lot from staff at various meetings about their feelings about satisfaction and career development and things like that, particularly around bargaining. But the fact that it is now sort of being made officially part of our strategic plan, we think that is really awesome. And I think it is a really terrific sign for everyone that we're taking this sort of more seriously than ever before in the history of the bar. So while we're sort of starting that initiative now of integrating it more formally into the strategic plan, it is important to note that we're not just starting today to think about this topic. We have made some efforts over the last couple of years to address this issue, and we have some exciting things coming up on deck for 2018. So we just want to spend just a couple of minutes sharing those with you. So in 2016, we launched an initiative called the Action Plan for, what was it? It's a very long name. The Action Plan for Improving Employee Engagement and Organizational Effectiveness. That was a response to the 2015 survey. And as part of this effort, we had many facilitated meetings throughout the bar at all levels of the organization, and we came up with 3 main focus areas that were sort of areas of concern from the 2015 survey. And those focus areas were training, development, and advancement, accountability and recognition, and communication and collaboration. And through this very long series of facilitated workshops, we came up with a long list of initiatives under each of these focus groups, and a much, much longer list of to-do items of ways to implement those initiatives. As part of the background material, you got the narrative of the 2016 action plan. 2017 was focused on trying to implement, to the extent that we could, many of the initiatives identified in the 2016 action plan, and Teresa is going to speak briefly to that.
And I will keep it brief. You guys can pretty much read what we accomplished in 2017, but there were a few things that we wanted to call to your attention. So we did implement a state bar-wide training plan. We actually started with supervising attorney training in April of 2017, and we rolled out a full calendar for the rest of the year. 52 employees attended 52 classes, and we had 457 completions last year. And as Anthony mentioned, we rolled out manager training to all managers as well as supervising attorneys. And that's for both San Francisco and Los Angeles. We also piloted a one state bar orientation to an audience of new hires as well as existing employees. Next page. For supervisors and new hires, we created some tools and resources for them and housed them in a central location on the intranet for easy reference. So if you're a manager, you just go there, you find resources that you need to help you. We also placed a greater emphasis on internal promotions. As you can see by the numbers, in 2017 we had a higher percentage of internal promotions, a lower percentage of external hires for the open positions for 2017. We also instituted a peer recognition component to the annual Employee Service Award. So employees were, I think, really excited to be able to nominate and recognize their peers. So we had categories such as going the extra mile, thinking outside the box, adding fun to the office, and showing care and concern. And I will say that Anthony won the Showing Care and Concern Peer Recognition Award. So this is something that we're going to continue to incorporate in future service awards. We also launched a working group to review the current performance evaluation format for executive and confidential employees, just to review it for effectiveness and opportunities to use it as a development tool. So our hope is that any changes that are made to that can be a model used for all employee performance evaluations. The classification structure, implementation of that will help provide a clear path to career path structure. And as part of the new MOU, a new training and development assignment program was developed. This will give employees an opportunities to be able to work in jobs for up to 6 months. And those jobs would be for vacant positions, if someone's on an LOA, or for project work. So that's 2017 in a nutshell.
So looking ahead to 2018, we're very excited about where we hope to go in 2018. We have just created a new unit called the Talent Engagement and Development Unit. We're calling it TED. This was originally suggested in the 2005 Shelley Stump report. That was an earlier iteration of strategic planning at the State Bar. She suggested calling it the Organizational Development and Training Unit. But in addition to our name being much catchier, we think that the name is actually a much more meaningful description of what we hope to do with this new unit. It's staffed by Teresa here in Los Angeles and a new hire, Brian Walsh, in San Francisco. And this unit is pulled out of HR. It's going to report directly to the Chief Administrative Officer. And really for the first time, we're going to be focusing resources specifically on training and development and all issues of employee engagement and development. So the kind of two-pronged approach we have for this new unit. First, it's now that Teresa is no longer a department of just one person. We hope to significantly expand the training program that we already had launched and made great progress on. 2017 was actually our most exciting year to date in terms of both quality and quantity of training. So now that we have more resources, we're going to focus on that, have more opportunities for learning, and have varied formats for learning to make it more interesting and more engaging. And then the second part, which I think we are all very excited about, is a whole new basket of programs and services specifically focused on engagement and development. And these are things that really we never have done before, or we have done informally and sporadically. So this includes things like individual career counseling and career development and training plans. Everyone knows we have employees, internal employees, who have applied for positions over the years multiple times, not been hired, they get frustrated. They clearly are demonstrating a desire to advance and progress in their professional lives, but they haven't been succeeding at it, but it's sort of been dead stop. What are the resources available to them to figure out, okay, what do I really need to do? What is my career path? What are my training opportunities? What obstacles do I need to overcome? What degree of matchmaking maybe needs to happen on an informal level between that employee and other departments to really find an appropriate fit? So just putting that kind of level of hands-on support, we think is going to make a really big difference. With the new MOU, we have the new Training and Development Assignment Program as a formal program, and part of TED's job is going to be to actively incubate this new program, to sort of look for opportunities to create these training and development assignments. We're also launching, and we're actually just piloting it already starting this week, the new Talent Transition Program. That is for internal hires who have just started a new job, and potentially it's a stretch position for them, or it's just a whole new area they haven't been involved with before. So rather than just throwing them in and, okay, you've got the job, now go, we're going to provide some hands-on resources through their first 6 months or so to really try to create a pathway to success for them and make it work so that they feel like they are really set up to make this career jump and to have it turn into a positive experience. Related to that is mentoring program for new supervisors. There are a lot of supervisors who are very new to their job, and they've gone through some awesome training that Teresa put together, but it doesn't stop there. They potentially need some more guidance and support as they're sort of learning how to manage other people. We do hope to roll out that One State Bar initiative to not just to all new employees, but to existing employees, because the new program really presents for the first time kind of a really holistic sort of orientation of what the entire bar does and how all the pieces fit together. And now that we're seeing that it's a great way to bring new people on board, we're realizing there are plenty of people in all of the tenure groups here who perhaps do not have that holistic view, and we're going to try to give that to them. And as you saw from the narrative of the action plan, there is a very long list of other stuff that we still didn't get to, and we're going to hope to start addressing that. So TED is 2 weeks old, so we haven't made too much progress just yet, but I really think putting this level of attention into the development has, I think, real potential to really sort of address many of these issues that are brought out in the survey and other things that we just sort of know about, even if they're not specifically captured in survey results, and we are really, really excited about it.
Okay, before we move on, are there any quick questions? We're getting a little bit behind here, so.
I have one, and Michael has one.
It's clear to me that you are developing much needed tools to train managers to manage. And I have a strong impression that the managers know that you're doing this and know what the tools are. The question is, do the rank and file employees know that you're doing this and know what the tools are? And the reason I ask that is, one, is it may contribute to their sense of job satisfaction if they know their boss is getting the tools to be a better boss. And two, is it may help them hold their boss accountable to what your expectations of them are, if they know what those expectations are. Hey, you're supposed to be evaluating me every 6 months and you haven't done it. Is something that an employee can say if they know that's the expectation.
I think it's a good question, and I think it's a good question, and it's something we haven't addressed in 2017. We have had people come in and take open enrollment classes, and for those people that have come, they've learned that, oh yeah, all your supervising attorneys went to manager training. Like there was a communication class that we had, and they learned their style, and they're like, I want to know what my supervising attorney style is, will you tell me? My recommendation is go talk to them about it, and you can learn each other. So I don't think it's widely communicated, but I think it's a good point and something we should look at for this year.
The other reason you communicate to rank and file about what training opportunities to managers are is you get rank and file employees to envision themselves as managers.
One of my questions was, and you guys may have shared this with us in the past, so I apologize if that's the case, but rank and file in particular, but also, mid-managers and all that, does everybody really have a comprehensive feel for what the split means to the bar of the section splitting off and the new state bar and all that? Do people really have their arms around that?
I would probably turn that back to that particular question back to our staff representatives. I mean, certainly it has been communicated by management in various forums. I don't know if there's been what might be considered the sufficient level of depth for everyone, but it is certainly part of messaging that has taken place throughout the last year.
It feels like because of the overarching messaging, it might feel like an assumption that folks do, but I don't know if people really understand. So I just wanted to ask the question. Would love your just thoughts about it, and then we can deal with that later on, but I'm just kind of curious.
Really, I don't know that it has much effect on my day-to-day, if I'm being completely honest. And when I was more engaged in trials, really discipline drives our day. And what happens with the sections is sort of, it's completely separate from us. Oddly though, because it's so much in the press, I've been doing a lot of interviews. I'm on interview panels for attorneys and investigators. And that question comes up in interviews, because people read about it. And they say, so what's going on with this section split? And because people know, and they think it's significant to the state bar as a whole.
As a whole.
Yes, but I think my day is driven by the operation of discipline, and so it really has very little effect on my day-to-day.
And I would kind of ditto the same. We deal with a lot of the attorneys prior to being admitted to the bar, and so we don't deal with sections and those attorneys who choose to be a part of that.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
I'm just wondering, one of the ways that this is manifested even before the separation, which officially just took place, at the beginning of this month, was we have done some resource redistribution, increasing the funding for OCTC. And I'm wondering if from a staff perspective, you all have seen that or know that, if that's something that you've seen.
Yes, and I think that's a really good point. And it's one that's not lost on me at all. For example, I have a team that's completely full. I have 4 attorneys and 6 supervisors, paralegal, 2 support staff, and we split an administrator to handle the data entry and stuff. Since my team has been filled with the 6 investigators, workloads have decreased among what we call the assigned cases. They've decreased significantly because we can distribute work among 6 people instead of 4. It's just simple math, really. And so, yes, I think that's I didn't think of that having that effect on my day-to-day, but it certainly has in that exact way.
Any other questions? So what I'd like to recommend is, we've been going for quite a while, so if we could just take a kind of 4 to 5 quick minute bio break and then come back, because we have another robust session to go through. Bob Lavinia, who has been kind enough to come from outside. Am I saying her name right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. is going to help us kick that off. Let's take a quick bio break, but come right back, please.
4 to 5 minutes.
Yes.
We're here at 20 after.
She's gnarly. So, and then we will go into that next session. Thank you so much. We will start. Thank you. So as we go into this next part of the session, we just want to welcome our staff representatives back and our board of trustees back. As we go into this next part of the session, again, just thanking Selena and Anthony and Steve and Teresa and Renee for doing such a great job with the support of DAG and Donna. We want to kind of bring it all to fruition. We brought in a terrific gentleman by the name of Bob Lavinia. And I'll give you a little bit of his background. Bob has more than 30 years of experience leading human resources organizations and programs in the public sector. He's currently the director of the Institute for Public Sector Employee Engagement, a division of what's called CPS HR Services, which is an independent government agency. The Institute is dedicated to helping public sector and nonprofit organizations measure and improve employee engagement as a key to improving service delivery. Before that, he was the Assistant Vice Chancellor and Director of HR for the University of Wisconsin at Madison. He directed HR policies and programs for the university. He was also a Vice President for Research for the Partnership for Public Service. So he's got a very distinguished history in this area, and we were lucky enough through Steve's contacts to get him to give us some of his time. So we're going to spend the next few minutes, I was going to go through a quick presentation, and then we're going to get some feedback from our staff representatives talking about experience that he's had with some of the ideas that we've talked about today. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, Bob.
Thank you very much, Stacy, and thank you for having me. It's really exciting to be a part of events like this, especially when there, as Anthony described, this meeting groundbreaking. So thanks very much. And I'm also excited, as I always am, to talk about employee engagement, because I believe the biggest challenge facing most organizations, including and maybe especially the public sector, is attracting, developing, engaging, and retaining talent. And my own organization is a public agency, and really in government, and I've spent my whole career in government and nonprofit sectors, we can't get anything done unless we have talent, the right people with the right skills in the right places at the right times, and they also have to be engaged. So in my few minutes with you this morning, I want to cover three things. I want to talk about what engagement is, so we have a clear definition, and just as important, why it matters, what the business case is for engagement, because focusing on engagement, it's not just a touchy-feely thing or another HR program. It's really about organizational performance. And I will cover about 30 years of research in maybe 90 seconds. So typically, I spend a little more time on that. And then provide you with some examples from public sector organizations that have measured engagement, surveyed it, like you have, what they have then done to improve engagement. I think you'll see some connections between what I described and the issues that you've been talking about, as well as some of the solutions that Steve and Teresa talked about. And that is not intentional, because I didn't know what the results of your survey were before I walked into the room this morning. But,
not many of us did.
Okay. But some, I think, very interesting connections. So definition, what is employee engagement? It's really about a personal connection between the individual employee and the organization, the mission of the organization, the employee's colleagues, leadership, and a feeling that they are really committed to the organization, they feel good about what the organization is doing and their role. They're proud of where they work, they believe the organization values them, and in return they're willing to deliver what's known in the research as discretionary effort, which really means they're willing to do whatever it takes to help the organization succeed. And if you have a free week sometime, you can dive into the literature, the debate between satisfaction and engagement. But we like to think of satisfaction as necessary but not sufficient for engagement. Employees can be satisfied because they feel like they're compensated fairly, benefits are good, benefits still are pretty good in the public sector, and their workloads are reasonable. And we want people to feel good about those things, but we also want them to take the next step up and have that personal connection and commitment to the organization and be engaged. So when we think of engagement, I like to think of it as having two components. There's kind of an intellectual component, and that is, I believe this is the place objectively where I can best apply my knowledge, skills, abilities, and competencies, but also an emotional connection. I feel good about this place. I feel good about its mission, and I feel like I'm making a contribution. So it's about the head, but it's also about the heart. And here's the 90 seconds on 30 years of research. Primarily, or initially anyway, in the private sector, tons of research showing empirically that high engagement companies outperform low engagement companies in all the financial metrics. Revenue, sales, profit, earnings per share, stock prices, all that stuff. But also a growing body of research in the public sector, connecting the dots between improving engagement and outcomes. Not just financial performance, but achieving strategic goals. Federal government research showing that high engagement federal agencies are twice as successful as low engagement federal agencies in achieving their strategic goals. More innovative, better levels of customer service, higher levels of retention, more collaboration and teamwork, and even better attendance. Highly engaged employees show up more than low engaged employees. So this makes common sense, right? Intuitively, it makes sense, but there's also quite a bit of research connecting the dots between high levels of engagement and organizational performance. This is from our own research. The Institute, we did a national survey to assess the level of engagement in both the private and public sectors. We broke the public sector data down by federal, state, and local. And we also identified the drivers of engagement. One of the questions we asked was around success in accomplishing the mission of the organization. As you can see here, engaged employees are up to 3 times more likely to believe that their organization is accomplishing its mission than somewhat or disengaged employees. And we like to summarize this with something we call the engagement value chain. So improved engagement leads to better performance. That leads to higher citizen or stakeholder satisfaction. And that leads to more trust in government. And don't we need to improve the level of trust in government? And when public servants believe that the people they serve trust them, they are also more likely to be highly engaged. And that's why we call it a virtuous cycle. So what are some examples from other public sector organizations? And when I talk about these examples, I always begin by saying I don't believe there is a one-size-fits-all solution to improving engagement. You have to have your own data, and you now have your own data, to identify what the issues are. Not only where you think you need to improve, but also where you're doing well. And I was really struck, and I mentioned this to Steve, when I walked in this morning and I looked at some of the data. We do a lot of surveys, including here in the state of California, where our headquarters is. We're working with several state agencies and departments. And very rarely, if at all, do we see percent positives 92, 95, 98%. It is extraordinarily rare. And I think if you talk to any of the other organizations that operate in this space, Gallup, Deloitte, all the big guys, they will say the same thing. So I would suggest a challenge to you is not just to identify and focus on the low-scoring areas, but focus on the high-scoring areas. Figure out what you're doing right and keep doing it. So what we find in our research and our experience, high engagement organizations have made employee engagement part of their strategic direction, an organizational priority and value, not just an HR program. I don't mean that disparagingly, because that's my business too. Part of the organization's strategy. State of Michigan, for example, has created an Office of Good Government in the Office of the Governor and has established as a specific goal to be the nation's leader in employee engagement because they believe that that will lead to exceptional performance. Leadership. In our research, leadership in both the public and private sectors and in every level of government, the #1 driver of employee engagement. The #1 driver. Best places to work in the federal government, an annual rating and ranking of around 400 federal agencies, and I was responsible for that when I was at the Partnership for Public Service. Every year since 2003, leadership has been the #1 driver of employee engagement. Leaders who are visible, leaders who communicate well, leaders who manage change well, leaders who have a high level of respect. So leadership, critically important. New employee onboarding, and I was pleased to hear and also see a little bit about what you're doing here. Much research showing that organizations that do a good job of onboarding their new employees, much higher levels of engagement, faster time to productivity, and better retention. And we define onboarding as an integrated set of activities designed to help the new employee succeed, support, knowledge, training, that begins when a new employee accepts a job offer. So even before they show up, and extends throughout that new employee's first year. So it's not just orientation, but it's an integrated set of activities, many of which are between the new employee and the supervisor. So it's not just HR stuff. You talked about performance management, and that really resonated with me because research done in the federal government attempted to identify the single biggest differentiators between high engagement agencies and low engagement agencies, concluded that this is the single biggest differentiator. So I said there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, but this comes pretty close. High engagement agencies, their managers and supervisors, did these things more often and better than managers and supervisors in the low engagement agencies. And I think you discussed virtually all of these things. Expectations, opportunities to grow and develop, dealing with poor performers, and also making sure that we select and put people into leadership positions because we believe they can be good leaders. Jim Clifton, the CEO of Gallup, says the single biggest mistake an organization can make is to put the wrong person in a leadership position. Nothing can correct that problem. So, performance management, really critical area. Appreciation and recognition. Our research, our survey showed that the #1 cultural driver of engagement in both the public and private sectors is whether or not employees feel that they are appreciated and recognized. And again, you talked about that this morning. And that doesn't just mean financial recognition. We know that in government, not only for budget, but also for political reasons, it's often difficult to reward employees financially in a significant way. But it's also about just making sure employees understand that we value their contributions. University of Wisconsin Hospital put together a toolkit for its managers and supervisors, and that toolkit included ways to recognize employee performance without spending a dime. Because we have to know how people like to be recognized, right? There are people who would love to be publicly recognized in a room like this, and probably a lot of attorneys are in that category. I said I wouldn't do any attorney jokes, but I can resist. On the other hand, there are people who would be mortified to be publicly recognized. So we have to understand what makes the people we work with tick and recognize them in those ways. Communication, making sure that people believe that their opinion counts. It doesn't mean we need to do everything our employees tell us they want us to do. And that's on a one-to-one basis, but also organizationally. There are some great ways that organizations, including in government, are using crowdsourcing and social media approaches to have organization-wide conversations about employee suggestions, then asking other employees to vote on those suggestions, and the ones that get a certain number of votes automatically go to senior leadership for review and possible implementation. Respect work-life balance, making sure people have the opportunity to come to work and make a contribution, but also have the opportunity to go home and have a personal life. And we found in our research that employees who know that there are flexible working arrangements available, but don't use them, have a higher level of engagement simply because they know the organization provides those kinds of opportunities. Connect work to mission. Make sure that people have that line of sight between the work they do and the mission of the organization. There's a great story from NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. As the story goes, a group of reporters were at NASA headquarters. They were walking down the hallway. They came across the custodian. And they asked this guy, said, "What is it you do here at NASA?" And the custodian responded, "I help send men to the moon." So wouldn't it be great if all of our employees had that line of sight between what they do and the work of the organization. And our supervisors have a big role to play. And partner with labor. There are some great examples of organizations that have brought labor into the conversation before they even surveyed, and then brought them into the conversation, as you were doing today, about action planning and implementation. There are also some spectacular failures. Organizations that have not done that, and in one case, the labor union actually recommended that its employees do not respond to the survey because they felt that the results were going to be used in a way that wouldn't be good for their members. So to wrap up, and again, this is a quick trip through a lot of stuff. When I was at the University of Wisconsin, we were involved in a public-private partnership sponsored by the Conference Board of organizations committed to measuring and improving employee engagement. We had organizations like GE, Quicken Loans, several public sector organizations, and we were the only higher ed institution. Each year, this organization, this partnership, does research on employee engagement. The first project was around an engagement culture. What does it mean? So we defined it. An organization that promotes increasing levels of engagement as a cultural norm. It's part of the organization's DNA. They said, okay, so we've defined it, but what does it really mean? So we surveyed and then interviewed companies and public sector organizations at the top of all of these lists, and we identified these characteristics of these organizations that are nationally recognized as being at the top of these best places and great places to work lists. So they understand the business case. Everybody knows why we're focusing on engagement. We're not doing it just for its own sake. We're doing it because it links to organizational performance, not just an HR program. We measure it, we analyze it, we take action. Everything we do focuses on improving engagement, including by our leaders. One organization that we work with, this woman who our contact says, when it comes to engagement, we talk about this stuff all the time. So again, very quick trip through a lot of stuff. I'm happy to answer questions as we get into the conversation.
Great. Thank you so much. That was a really great overview, and you hit some nails on the head. You were definitely in our sweet spot, so to speak. What I'd like to do is invite Selena and thank you so much, Renee. What I'd like to do is invite some feedback from Selena and Anthony, as well as invite questions from the group, and we'll do that till about 11:45, focused on Bob's presentation, but I just kind of like to mix that up. And then what we're going to do is at around 11:45, we're going to go into the strategic plan itself and kind of apply some of that discussion. So for the next 7 minutes, let's focus a little bit on what Bob's just talked about, but we'll kind of mix it up both with the staff feedback as well as any board questions that we have. Brandon.
I think you mentioned a Wisconsin study about how you could recognize employees in non-monetary ways. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Well, it actually was part of a toolkit put together for managers and supervisors. And it included a lot of really personal connections, things like recognizing employees, but even making sure that you invite people that you work with to make suggestions about how to improve operations. So for example, when a supervisor sits down with an employee for a check-in, does the supervisor drive that conversation, or does the supervisor invite the employee to drive the conversation? That's a way of showing employees that we respect them and we care about how they feel. Sending personal notes, handwritten notes to employees, not just emails. I think employees recognize and understand that if you've gone to the trouble of handwriting something, it's a little more valuable than an email. Or publicly recognizing people, not just orally, but also sending an email to the group saying, you know, this person really stood up. One thing that's important is making sure that when we thank people, we're specific about it. I was talking to an HR director for a state agency who said, the employees in this organization are sick and tired of these generic thank yous. You know, thanks for doing such a great job. People want to know, what are you thanking me for? What did I do specifically? And how did it help the organization?
Renee had a question.
Hi, Bob, can you comment a little bit more on the flexible work arrangements? And specifically, I've seen some kind of, clearly, there was a big trend for a while that everybody was offering flexible work arrangements, and then a lot of companies started pulling back on it because it was perceived as being disruptive to the workflow, and there was kind of that famous, when Yahoo said,
Sure.
no more working at home. And so there's really, I think, a case to be made on both sides. Can you just comment on briefly on research and state of play on that particular one?
Sure, and I think there is a strong case to be made for workplace flexibility, but sometimes when we talk about workplace flexibility, what immediately comes to mind? Working at home, right? Remote. Now, when I was at the university, it's like a medium-sized city, 30,000 employees, 42,000 students, police department, public works department. So a lot of people really had to show up. You can't phone it in if you're a police officer. But our employees also said it's not just about working remotely. It's about giving me the flexibility maybe to come in a little earlier, maybe to work 4 days. And one of the challenges 4 days a week, one of the challenges that supervisors have sometimes is they don't know if someone is performing unless they see them at their desk. So if you've got a situation where it's very difficult to measure performance and productivity, that's a recipe for disaster if people work remotely. So you really have to understand how you're measuring performance and productivity before you go into a remote working kind of situation.
I think about the hours though.
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
the hours, when you're in a team and somebody has a different work schedule, right, that can be disruptive to a team.
It can be. Now, my home is Madison, Wisconsin. Our headquarters is in Sacramento, and we have clients on the East Coast. So my primary team member is in Seattle, Washington. So we are constantly dealing with time zone differences and how do we use technology. So it's, at the beginning it was a little bit like a science experiment, but we figured it out. And we use technology, and we respect each other's time zone differences. So the folks in Sacramento know that they probably don't want to schedule a 4 o'clock meeting with me because it's 6 o'clock my time and 7 o'clock Eastern time zone. So you have to really think it through and not just say, we're going to have flexible schedules and we'll figure it out.
Selena, Anthony, Tracy, do you guys have any input?
Yes, so we have some suggestions for improvement, and one of the suggestions that I have is setting short-term goals that are attainable by staff, especially those who are maxed out at their salaries. It'll allow, an attainable goal would allow them to feel that they are successful at something, and once they reach that goal, they will be they'd actually be confident to want to achieve more.
Yeah, and we'll definitely, in this next session, we're gonna go through a lot of that brainstorming too. You're gonna stay at the table to be able to add to that too. So I'm not trying to discourage you, but just know that's really the brainstorming suggestion kind of section.
All right. Also, talent. With all the changes going on in the last several years, after talking with colleagues, we believe that there's a lot of hidden talent that has been buried away. And I think it's up to the managers to kind of peel it all away and find where that talent is, to unveil it and put it to work. And then also, it should allow for managers to have a more of a hands-on approach, where they really understand the work that their staff is doing. It would allow staff to feel more comfortable knowing that their managers are making decisions, really understanding the work that is being at hand. And with the understanding of them knowing what's going on down with the rank and file, when decisions are made, staff will feel comfortable knowing that it's the correct choice. Leadership also, as Bob mentioned, I think that's very important. Our managers drive where exactly the staff is headed, and knowing that they have the right person and they're able to produce that leadership quality is something that staff is missing, I think, sometimes.
Great. So any other questions for Bob while we have him? Michael?
In my organization, we offer a lot of flexibility. And the workforce has divided itself into the people who take advantage of it and the people who don't. And one of the challenges I have is to maintain equal access to opportunity for people who are persistently in the office and able to do the things that require physical presence and people who are not. And I worry that it creates effectively two cultures, two standards, and uncertainty for everybody as to what the organization's priorities actually are. And I wonder if that concern I have about my organization maps onto this one.
You know, I think it possibly could. I'm not familiar enough with this organization, the culture, or even the data.
I think it's something that we should actually take into the next session. And if it is something that's a goal or suggestion, it's probably something maybe the TED unit or the goals that were set out before should be looked at.
But if Bob has context for that concern from the academic perspective, I'd love to hear his thoughts.
Yeah, I think that's why I think it has to be very carefully managed. And I go back to my experience at university, where faculty members, you know, they did whatever they wanted to do, whenever they wanted to do it. Very few limits on their schedules, whereas our frontline workers, it was very rigid. So what we tried to do with our frontline workers is build in as much flexibility as we could. We certainly realized that they could never have as much flexibility as our faculty, but by paying attention to them, and what they told us was, they know they're not faculty members, but what they want from their supervisors is some empathy around the fact that they can't always be at work, and some flexibility around their scheduling. So we did as much as we could for those folks, recognizing that we could never get them to the same level as the faculty. So, and one of the things that we always told ourselves is treating people fairly doesn't mean treating everyone the same. And that was a big part of our communication.
And I would just add, Michael, having run a big university department in that same environment, and having dealt with that at the height of kind of the work from home telecommute situation, is that we developed very specific goals and deliverables so that it was very clear what still had to be done, so that the metrics and everything was present and accounted for, so that part didn't change. So that if somebody was telecommuting, working from home, or they had team members where there was a difference in their work environment, that everything still was working in tandem. So that nobody had to guess about, well, they're working from home, are they producing at the same level that I am? They actually all had, everything was transparent, was how we got through that time, because it was right at the height of it. It was actually kind of very challenging, frankly. But that's how we got through some of that. And that was more administrative, but vast. Anthony, any other questions for Bob or thoughts around this?
Well, something Bob said that resonated with me is when we're talking about, at the beginning of this talk, we started talking about the organizational health and how good it was in a lot of categories. People know the mission, people knew what their contributions were and all that. And I think that as we've talked about things with HR training, and as we're talking about what we do, it's worth noting that we constantly talk to our employees, and not just me as a supervisor. My supervisor has routine meetings. The managers have routine meetings. We get blasts from senior executives. And what that does, we get weekly blasts from senior executives. And what that does, it encourages, when we get something from a senior manager, it encourages some people to think, you know what, I can respond. They said something and my opinion can be heard. Now, I think sometimes the senior managers in the room probably, you might get 100 responses, and you may not be physically able to respond to all of the responses you get. And I think a lot of times the answer might be no. But nonetheless, I think it's important to note. I don't know if you know this, but we're constantly being engaged, and we feel like we can respond. And I think that leads to the organizational health.
Great, so we're going to wrap up this part of it, and we're going to move on to the next part of the session, which is around reviewing the strategic plan and identifying the panel line-related goals and develop objectives. And Dag and Donna, how do you want to proceed specifically? Do you want to work off of this piece of it?
So what we have projected there are,
and we'd like our staff representatives and commentators to stay, right?
Yes, everyone
Please.
please stay. So for this 45 minutes, what we have there, we've highlighted from goal 3 and goal 5, those objectives that touch on employee morale and career satisfaction. And so what we wanted to do was, having heard all of the information that you've been presented today, start looking at these objectives specifically and follow through with the exercise that we were doing earlier and think about, should we be revising any of these objectives? Should we be adding objectives to address any of this information that we heard? Engage with the panelists and say, Bob, that one thing you said, that sounds like a great idea. How would we do that? Let's put together some additional objectives, some activities within existing objectives that you as a board want to direct staff to prioritize over the course of starting with over the course of 2018. To the extent that there are longer term activities, we can build those in as well, but we really want the board to provide some greater direction on the priorities that you would like for us to follow in improving employee morale and career satisfaction over the next year.
Okay, so starting with that, so does everybody have that information? Okay, so moving on with this, so this really is that suggestion time, and for some of you that I put off or that Renee put off for suggestions, now's really the time for that, both from the board, from the staff, et cetera. Implementing and updating classifications and some of the ideas that are already going on and giving feedback about the things that Steve and Teresa laid out. We'd like to be able to add to that or alter what's already working, et cetera. So I would ask for input at this point from the board, feedback on what we're already doing or is already happening or in additions to that.
My impression is that what we're likely to hear today, that will be most valuable, is not a goal or an objective. We're likely to hear action items, and I would encourage those. As I look at what's in front of us, I would ask Leah and others, does A need to be there, or is that done? Is that in progress and needs to still be done there, or is it done?
Well, as you know, we don't have a signed MOU yet, so we're not quite there. So it probably still needs to be there.
Okay, and the other two strike me as good statements of our objectives, but I'd love to hear, particularly from our staff and from our outside experts, what action items they can suggest that we might use.
And that's what we kind of want to do, is create so many of those, get them all on the table. We're not necessarily going to decide right here, right now, what everything that's going to be done absolutely and a commitment to do that. We're going to kind of get them all on the table, have maybe some discussions about ideas, et cetera, get them up there, and then Donna is going to take some time probably with Dag's assistance, I don't know, they'll work that out, but distilling that information and those ideas and then coming back to the table, and I think then the TED unit's probably going to play in. I'm falling, my default is becoming the TED unit, and I know it's bigger than that that's going to work on this. So I apologize, but it's just kind of catchy. You did a good job on that. So that's the idea, is to get as much on the table and they'll distill through that and then we'll work on it from there. Does that make sense? So I would say go ahead with those robust ideas. I mean, I wrote a bunch down already, but looking at this specifically and closely, fiscal, operational, transparency. But I think what we heard a lot about today that has made the most impact is the human connection, involving people, keeping the communication super strong. And that doesn't mean just sending out highlights about the bar, but it's important information to communicate about employees. I mean, I will tell you that I am overwhelmed sometimes when I get the updates and the board blast and the employee newsletters, and I read through and see all the trainings and meetings and the numbers around those. I mean, I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to news, so I tend to read a lot of stuff. And I go in and open up those things, and I see all the numbers of trainings and things you all are doing, and I'm just blown away by the change. So that type of stuff, I think we really learned today has an impact if people know about it. So I would just kind of, go back to that a little bit.
In the weeds question, it came up a lot about poor performing employees and the lack of the ability to know what's happening because of obviously the confidentiality in HR, but maybe Bob can also touch on that. So that the morale is, how does that problem get solved when you have a poorly performing employee and the other staff feels like that person's not being held accountable? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. How do we remedy that?
I don't know that there's, if I had an easy answer for that, I would tell you, I think the long-term answer to that is whether or not that poor performing employee is either improving in a way that is noticeable or something else is happening. That employee is moved elsewhere, out of the organization, and oftentimes what we find is that supervisors are either unwilling or are not skilled at having those conversations. And they are difficult conversations. And there are training programs about how to have difficult conversations, but many people do not naturally want to have those kinds of discussions or are not good at them. So they need to be put in, they need not only training, but also they need to be incentivized to have those conversations. And they need to understand the business case. If you have a poor performing employee, it is hurting your organization's ability to perform, so you need to deal with that employee. Someone once said that there are no poor performers, just poor job fits. So the conversation needs to be, how can we put you in the best possible position to succeed? And maybe that's not here. Maybe that's somewhere else. So I think the rest of the organization has to see that something is happening. If the guy is still sleeping at his desk every day, obviously nothing's happening, and there's going to be the perception that the organization doesn't care enough to deal with it.
Other questions? Do people have suggestions, things they want to put out on the table?
It's common in the local government world that I come from for some employee recognitions to take place at the city council meeting or the board of supervisors meeting on television in a highly public way. We have not often done that here, and it may not be appropriate for this culture, but I'd be willing to invest more time in that in our face-to-face meetings if the organizations will find it valuable.
That was going to be that same thing. If we, the 2.5 years I've been here, we haven't really done that. And maybe, like Selena talked about, after the bar exam, the board of trustees recognized that, or one of us came, or we had a pizza party, or a cupcake delivery, or there's things like those are small things, but the things we're not doing. And a lot of you probably, some of the employees probably don't even know we exist. I mean, and
well, I think those are great ideas, and we are provided a list of all of the Board of Trustees meetings, and we understand that there is a possibility that we may have the Committee of Bar Examiners or a Board of Trustee or any executive come and visit to see how the examination is running. And to be honest with you, I think maybe once I've encountered a Board of Trustee visit the bar examination test center while we're giving the examination to see how well we're doing. That little bit does make a difference.
yeah, I go, and I think we all should. Gail used to send us the passes, and I think everyone should do it. Everyone should go to a calibration session at least once. I think that's important. I think that's a culture we need as a board to start analyzing. Maybe as a board, we culturally have not done or thought about these things.
So one of the things I was blown away by was in your TED unit is that you do the 6-month trial of a job. Like, I mean, that's something I have not heard a lot about. And then I was thinking about one of Selena's suggestions about mining deeper for talent. And are we really mining that process? Is that also something that we can kind of bring together there's a suggestion, are we mining deep enough? Are we looking at some of our employees who have been here a long time and really exploring what other elements they may be strong at or whatever? And then there's this 6-month thing, which I think is super cool, not something I've heard about in many organizations, and I work with big organizations. So just something that came to mind where I thought, cool suggestion, unbelievable program, maybe that's something where you can have some dialogue.
That's part of the plan, yes.
Expanding on the conversation of the, microphone's on. Expanding on the concept of, awards, I think a lot of the employees don't actually think about the fact that they really ultimately work for the board. I mean, they work for an organization that the board runs. And, the possibility of actually Board of Trustee annual awards. 2 or 3 to recognize outstanding employee or an outstanding project or something. It's bigger than just even the peer awards or the service awards. It's from like that big group out there that's sort of anonymous to us, but they're the big guys. It might have a lot more impact.
Which brings up another question. I envisioned this panel being from public comment section or public section, that there was going to be more staff. And so I don't know why, for some reason that was in my mind, I don't know why, but like, were staff even aware that this was going to be a topic today? Was it made of, so I'm just so surprised by that, because if I were a staff member here, I would come and listen. Or, maybe they're streaming it.
I don't bother streaming it.
Okay, so that'd be good, and if they are, hi. All of you, and you do amazing work, and that's why we're having a conversation. But to me, that was just something I thought about, because I really did think there would be more, kind of a little bit more attendance.
I'm wondering if one thing the board might consider is incorporating some of the activities that the TED unit is planning to undertake that you discussed actually into the strategic plan as objectives and having us report back specifically. So things like the training and development program, which is not quite launched, will be launched once we sign an MOU. Employee onboarding, again, for new employees, but the plan is to take it out to all existing employees as well. So I think it would actually help to have some specifics incorporated into the plan, some visibility on those specifics, and some accountability that we would have to the board to actually getting those things done and reporting on that.
Yeah, I agree with that, Leah. The other thing, I was thinking about, we did the survey a little over 2 years apart. A lot of organizations survey every year. And so I wonder if we might think about doing the survey more frequently, and I would like to make sure that we see progress on some of these numbers that are particularly problematic, and that we maintain high scores on the places where we're good, because we don't want to go so far fixing the problems that we forget about I think Bob made this point, that we forget about the things that we've done well. So that would be my thought for an addition to an action, would be to do the survey on an annual basis and report to the board on changes, and ideally, and our objective would be to improve the scores in the problematic areas.
And I would, just building on Renee's point, is maybe think about, and this is, another conversation probably in a smaller group, but Dag, your expertise really plays in most here, but do we want to do any open-endeds and just dig a little bit deeper and ask some specific questions about whether it's the higher scores or lower scores, and have maybe some fill-in questions where they share thoughts about their answer, or fill in the blank kind of word sentences and things like that. Just on a few questions to kind of go a little deeper.
So in our effort to make sure that we kept the survey open long enough to get as many responses as possible, it really pressed us on getting the findings together and making them available to the board for the presentation. There are open-ended questions. We just haven't had a chance to look at them yet, so it may be that in a subsequent meeting, we'll take some time to review the open-ended questions.
Got it. Sorry.
If I can make a suggestion, some of the organizations we work with will conduct focus groups to try to hone in on some of those key areas, because oftentimes the survey will tell you what people think, but it won't tell you why they think what they think. So that's useful. Also, I'm not sure if you'll be creating an action plan per se based on the survey results, but sharing that with employees, and that's a way to hold yourselves accountable to taking action. And I was struck by the 50% response rate this time compared to the 80% response rate last time, and I certainly agree that some of that might have had to do with the amount of time that it was open and maybe the period of time that you did the survey. But I'm also wondering if there is some perception that maybe not that much was done with the last survey, and therefore there's a less value in me completing it this time. And I don't know if there's any truth to that, but we find that with some organizations, if they don't take action in a very public way, and employees don't see that there's action, that has a chilling effect on the response rate the next time.
Another idea or suggestion, and I've only ever worked in the private sector, so I don't even know if this is good work, but I think our county government does this. If an employee comes up with a money-saving plan, for example, when we went to plastic bar cards, we did away with those. You had to ask for those. That saved us a couple $100,000. Is it something that we could do here to our employees and tell them, if you come up with some money saving that translates to the exact dollar savings, can you monetize that savings? Can we give that back, some of that as a reward for that? Is that kosher? Or if we can't do it monetarily, could we do it in some other way?
Bonuses in the public sector are challenging, but recognition is not.
Okay. Do we do that then? Do we encourage?
You just said that there was some example of that for the
county did that.
Federal government does it.
example.
Federal
They
government.
do.
Yeah.
And so
There's a cap on it,
municipal,
but it's a percentage.
And I would broaden it from money-saving ideas to any innovation at all. Changing from a culture that squelches new ideas because they imply more work for management to a culture that really embraces new ideas because it makes the place better is part of our challenge.
I want to build on the idea about the action plan. I think if we can bring it down by department, because there is no one size fits all, and not all departments will be able to do the same thing, and they'll need, OCTC is going to need something different, or they can implement something different than admissions. So I think if we bring that back down to the department level, it's going to mean more to those employees. It'll still, we can still target what the overall action plan is, but if we bring it down by department, I think it would be better.
I wanted to pick up on something that
Kaylin and then Anthony.
there is, but there isn't right here.
Then try again. You have that mic.
Okay, I got it. I wanted to pick up on something that Selena had mentioned, which is the recognition for things like pulling off a successful test. I know from my own firsthand experience how much work must have gone into it, because the year I took my bar exam, the place flooded the night before the third day of the exam. So we all showed up in the morning, and the Pasadena Convention Center, it had rained like a gazillion inches the night before, and all the electrical outlets had shorted out, and there was no way they could start the exam. And so everyone stood around going, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I'm sure that here at the State Bar, people were scrambling like mad to figure out, what in the world do we do? So they said, go away and come back in an hour. And we came back and we took a shortened version. We didn't take the performance part of the test. We took the essay, and they said, well, we'll just, figure it out. But the amount of work that must have taken must have been incredible. And I think that for things like trials, it's easy to do things like what we do at our law firm, which is to send out a kudos email to everyone at the firm, where they, say, recognize literally everyone who's involved, from the lead trial lawyer to the secretaries, to the clerks who are picking up water bottles, just so everyone felt recognized. But you can do that for events like that, and I think it would be great if that were part of the, something that people look forward to. People really appreciate that. And it also allows you to recognize, staff at the lowest levels who often feel like, oh, well, I'm not going to win like the service award or, some big level award. It's a way to let everyone feel recognized.
Anthony?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is I would like to ask the board to focus or to look at retention as well. We haven't talked much about it, but I really think it's important, because if we don't keep the people we have, and we're always hiring, we're like hamsters on a wheel, always pulling in new people. And I know you guys have ideas, and we would really appreciate any input that you have on employee retention.
And actually, on that, I think in addition to reporting survey results, at the same time, we should be looking at turnover as a measure. And I can't remember, I know once in a while we hear it, but
most often the dashboards that go to the board meeting, but we're not sort of affirmatively talking about it.
Yeah.
But it is on the dashboards that are posted for board meetings.
Yeah. Okay, gosh, well, somehow I don't even remember seeing it. So
And
maybe buried in there somewhere.
It's often useful also to dig into the turnover.
Yes.
It's not just the percentage of folks who are leaving, but who's leaving.
Yes.
Are your best performers leaving? Are new employees leaving at a higher rate than others? And really try to figure out what's going on, because the percentage might seem okay, but beneath it, when you dig in, you might see some issues.
I don't know, what do you do now in terms of, are there some kind of State Bar Awards for employees? Like, is there a big event every year?
Yeah, every year historically we have what we call our service awards, and for the most part, that's recognizing length of service, so it's sort of the longevity awards. But people, it is meaningful, but historically it was sort of not enough, and they had gotten a little bit stale and a little bit boring. So this year, for the first time, we added the peer recognition components, just sort of to shake things up and give increased engagement. We really didn't know when we launched it what the response was going to be. Were we going to get 1 million responses, or was nobody going to respond at all? And it was really overwhelming, the number of people who wrote in to nominate their peers. So clearly that resonated with folks, the ability to recognize each other and not just have it come from management. So I'm sure they would love to be recognized by the Board of Trustees, but it certainly felt very meaningful that their peers were the ones who pointed out their accomplishments.
So one of the things, so that's super cool, and one of the things we could maybe do at some point, like one of the things we used to do at the at UC is we would do a staff breakfast for everybody, the entire campus, if you can imagine. And which was like 25,000 employees or 30,000 employees, but we would obviously do it in shifts. But the executive leadership, to a certain level, we would do the serving. So maybe when you do your staff, recognition day or whatever, the board and the executive team, we could do the serving, or we could do something like that, or whatever. I mean, we could just kind of play with it, and then it could be kind of a fun kind of thing. It doesn't have to be necessarily an extra thing or whatever, and there could be a board award or whatever. But maybe we could just play with some ideas like that. But it kind of went over well, because then there was a lot of communication and fun back and forth and little kind of, jibes and literally, some of us would go around and serve coffee. It wasn't just standing behind the thing, giving food. We were serving coffee, we were doing water, we were cleaning dishes, and it was fun because we were kicking around with everybody. So it was something I will always remember. Those were always my most fun days in the UC system, actually, was staff service days. So, and that was serving the staff, so.
Stacy, if I may follow up on that?
I'm sorry?
If I may follow up on that, sort of taking off on what you said, what Steve said, and what came up earlier too. When I was at the Judicial Council, at some point, Judicial Council members, so the equivalent of trustees, started attending some staff meetings. And so not just the service awards, but a quarterly all-staff meeting. And I know we asked quite a lot of all of our trustees, but that really had an impact from my observation on staff, having members of, in that case, the Judicial Council, come to staff meetings and really demonstrate how what everybody does is relevant to what the bar as a whole is doing,
how the board really recognizes the service that the staff is providing. So I think these sort of together is a combination of suggestions for maybe some board involvement in day-to-day activities. I know Todd was at a recent retirement event for one of the staff, and it was noticed by everybody that there was a trustee there, and things like that tend to go quite a long way, and so I might suggest something along those lines.
So to that end, I would make two really quick points. One is that what's really important to that is not only that a trustee show up, but that whoever the mid-manager is that brings that person there gets the credit for it. So it's not just that the trustee is there, but that the mid-manager has, or the senior manager, whoever that leader is, have the foresight to bring that person in, because that's also where people want to feel like they're being heard, and that's their direct supervisor. And I think empowering that person in that relationship, because it can't just be all about board trustee and line staff. It's got to, you really got to fill in that blank. The other is the more creative that we can get around committee meetings and not just board of trustee meetings, but other things where we're going to be somewhere and we can maybe kind of finesse it so that those staff meetings take place at a particular time, just so that we can, maximize the time that we spend doing service on our volunteer board of trustees non-job here. That would be great too.
I wanted to follow up on something that I think Bob touched on, Anthony touched on retention. Bob, you touched on the importance of the human connection. We've just been talking about staff awards, and I think one thing we should think about explicitly recognizing is mentoring. This is something that at our firm we introduced a number of years ago to really try to foster mentoring as a core firm value. And the first couple of years it sort of felt hokey, but it's now really taken hold, and people really look forward to seeing who's going to get the Mentor of the Year award. And we solicit stories from everyone, nominate your mentor of who should be Mentor of the Year, tell us about the things that she or he has done to mentor you, the specific ways in which you've been mentored. And so people will tell stories about this person has invited me hiking on the weekends, and it's during those hikes that we really talk about my professional development or how it's going, or this person makes sure to include me in high-level discussions so that I know that the reasons why I'm being asked to do what I do instead of being told to just do a discrete task. And so when we give the award, we talk about those things. And so people sort of learn, oh, these are things I should be doing too, because, I want to get that award. This is how to make my team run better.
So I would like us, before we move on, sorry, Mike, I saw your hand, but we're spending a lot of time on recognition, which I think is really important. We've got a lot of good ideas here, but our really lowest scores were around establishing equitable standards of performance and holding underperforming employees accountable. And I understand these are not things we can entirely solve, but I think it would be helpful if people have thoughts or questions or things that they want to raise about that specifically, because those, you can cover some things over with pats on the back, but ultimately, we have to get things right in the first place, and people still need to feel that they've been treated fairly. So, sorry, Michael.
This isn't on that point. I'll say it quickly though. I assume we have a plan for taking the crosscut data by department and sharing it with our department leadership, and I assume our senior executive team is going to be discussing this data, and that management is going to use the survey to act in some way. But it would be useful if that assumption were made express today for those who are watching this by webcast, so that the survey, they can begin to understand that the survey is not just a discussion topic for the board and that we will move on and there's nothing to follow from it. So if you can describe for us briefly how we plan to use the information, I think that may be helpful in getting all the value out of this exercise that you've put into it.
Okay, I'll do that in a minute. I want to make a comment in response to what you said, Renee, because I think this is a really difficult issue.
Yes.
And one, as I said before, this is the aspect of the results that really did concern me personally, given what I think we have tried to do. For me, it comes down to holding everyone accountable at all levels. So, for example, when I came to the organization, I learned that many staff felt that the only time they met with their direct supervisor one-on-one was to get discipline, not regular meetings where there was a relationship being developed and an ongoing dialogue about the work. Now, I'm making a broad generalization, not true in every place in the bar, but it's sort of a consistent theme that I heard. So certainly we have tried to set an expectation that all staff are having individual one-on-ones with their direct supervisor on a regular basis. Do I feel confident that that's happening equally throughout the bar? No. Why is that important to me? It directly ties to performance management, because that is how you really check in and have a ongoing review of how someone is doing. And the fact that we have not instituted the practice to the point where it's happening consistently throughout the organization is really a reflection ultimately on me, but collectively at the leadership level, not holding our next level of executive staff accountable and the next level down below them. So I think it is about accountability and expectation setting and making sure it's consistent throughout the organization. And it's been a fight, I will tell you. Even things like you have to meet regularly with your staff. These are not, Teresa's nodding her head. It is not well received consistently in the organization. So I guess this is my long way of saying I think that issue has to be addressed from the top, and it has to be addressed through expectation setting, and then the corresponding tool is support, which we've really only begun to provide through Teresa's efforts, because a lot of people don't know how to have those meetings. They don't know how to hold people accountable. They don't know how to recognize performance, and we haven't given them those tools either. We've begun to. So it's the support to be able to do it, and then holding people accountable when they don't do it, and making sure it's consistent across the organization.
What we're talking about is managing the managers. And the managers need the same kind of management that the line staff needs, which is clear expectations, feedback about performance, and consequences. And the public sector makes consequences hard, and it makes it require a lot of work. And there's not always a reward for the manager who does that work. And in fact, sometimes the consequence for the manager of doing that work is a negative consequence. And so you create a culture in which there's no accountability because the cost of accountability at the personal level is too high. And I don't want to single the bar out for having that culture. They're not alone, but my impression is they have that culture. And our management team is working hard to change it, but it's going to be hard work.
I also think you brought up a good point earlier about employees should know that they should expect their managers to have weekly meetings with them. So I think there's an area for opportunity to also communicate that to the individual contributors. Hey, if your manager is not meeting with you, ask for a meeting. So I think it's an opportunity that we can look at.
I have a question. Leah, how do you see that rolling out to the board level? Is there something the board should be doing in that respect? It sounds more, personnel-driven issues, and I'm not sure how much we should be putting anything related to that on our goals and objectives.
Well, I think the suggestion that we do another survey, say this year, not wait 2 years, and we ask these same questions and see if there's been improvement, that's one way that the board will hold us accountable. The board could consider something as specific as asking staff to include specific questions around things like meetings. In this conversation has motivated me to think about changes to the next survey, where we really do ask, are you having those meetings with your supervisors? This is the expectation that's been set. It's supposed to be happening. The organization is big enough that we can't really get a feel for that anecdotally. This would be an opportunity to ask that consistently organization-wide. But I think the appropriate board level of overview is through another survey process and perhaps suggesting new questions.
So I'd like to just weigh in on this for a second, and this is just something maybe to think about from an HR standpoint, and I'm assuming we have some kind of employee assistance program, EAP, because I kind of it's hard for me to look at these two questions, establishing equitable standards of performance and holding underperforming employees accountable. They're not the same things, they're very different. I almost see it at the top, the first one as kind of in the unit, the second one is kind of not in the unit, and it's a little bit more to the person and personable. So establishing equitable standards of performance, that's something that organizationally we can help fix from a cultural standpoint by sharing and making sure that communications are consistent across the board with middle managers, senior level managers, executive team, about what the language is, about what those standards of performance are, and making sure that that's very consistent across the board and that we are clear about that. Holding underperforming employees accountable and people feeling like maybe that's not happening and all of that, having a communicative and clear relationship with that employee. Sometimes those things need to be taken care of, outside of the unit. That could be that employee's own issue. That's not necessarily about the unit, and not necessarily is going to be resolved in the unit, because it's not really somebody's business what's going on with another employee, and sometimes that has to be handled elsewhere. So I would just caution a little bit and suggest that we make sure that we're maximizing all the resources that are available, and I'm sure HR is doing that, but I just want to say for the record, some of these things can't be answered in these one-on-one meetings. Some of these things can't be answered in a group discussion, because frankly, it's not everybody's business, and some of it is making clear communications, and some of it's not for discussion.
Sometimes it's enough to say, we're aware of the behavior that you're telling us about, and we're addressing it. So the employee who's complaining about the underperformer feels heard and knows you're doing something about it. Of course, if you aren't actually doing something about it, they'll figure that out quickly enough.
I don't disagree at all, and I think you're smart, consistent, communicative managers probably are doing that, but when you have such a significant number kind of come through, I think you're seeing a greater trend. So that's why I'm just saying, you can't necessarily solve that, but I'm just saying we should be looking at it from something that's maybe bleeding out a little bit differently, that's all.
When you look at the data by work unit, there may be some variability that appears that will help you figure out, is this an enterprise-wide situation, or is it isolated?
Yeah. So we have about 4 or 5 minutes left. Do we have any other burning questions before we end up? Just in regards to the action question, part of, and I'm not sure if you fully answered that, but if Dag or Donna want to answer it, my really quick snippet, which I thought I addressed maybe at the beginning, but maybe I didn't do it well enough, is again, we're taking all of this in. Donna and Dag, or Donna is going to do a great deal of work on it. We've got our HR team and the 10 unit specifically, or however, that's going to distill it down. When they did their presentation on the improving employee morale and career satisfaction piece earlier, they talked about the items that have been worked on over the course of the last year and a half to improve some of the things that we learned from the 2015 survey. And then they talked about what was going to be worked on going into 2018. Some of this will be incorporated, and it's going to still be hashed out more as we go into the next year. But Donna's going to be doing some distillation of that. So is there anything that you guys want to add, just so that people feel there's going to be concrete action and follow-up in regards to everything that we talked about?
So as the day has progressed, what occurs to me is that we need to go away and, as you said, distill this information down. The board has its next meeting by conference call in about 3 weeks, and so that will give us enough time to come back with our shot at compiling what you have directed us at this panel earlier this morning and through the next couple of panels, what objectives we think are jumping out from the discussions that we've had, and identifying some actions and activities and strategies under those objectives. So if we categorize all of the things that we're talking about today, you all as a board can see that in 3 weeks
And you can, at that time, we can make changes together, or you can adopt that as the revised strategic plan.
I agree, and as part of that process, we can do precisely what you've suggested, Michael, is be really explicit about what the plan is for the survey results, further analysis, and how we'll be working with it at the chief level and then on down at the director level.
And I think we learned something today, at least I'll just say for our little group, Leah, when we went through the goal and then the specific, how are we doing, there wasn't enough specificity. So I think that everybody's kind of warning about that and getting really specific about what the goal is, what the action item is, what the timeline is, and all of that. I think we learned a good lesson, and I think Michael's giving us kind of a heated warning is really helpful. So the more we can do that, because I think we even learned it in our own session. So the more we can do that would be great, and I think the more, I think all of us are willing to help make that happen, and are available to help make that happen. Anything you want to add, Renee?
Were you going to distribute the results of the survey?
Yeah, Dag has copies right now, and I just want to, each individually, Steve, Teresa, Bob, Anthony, Selena, we can't thank you enough for your generosity of time, your honesty, your candor, your kindness, your dedication to your jobs and to your expertise, and all the board of trustees. But honestly, the heroic measures at the end of the day are with Dag and Donna. I just want to thank you so much and what you pulled off. And there were other people on the phone with Dag and Donna that I don't know about, but I know they were there. So I just want to thank them too, because I would be remiss if not. And to my partner, Renee, who is my work wife, or my board wife. And that's why we are like an old married couple. But anyway, thank you everybody, and I look forward to the next robust session.
Thank you too, very good job, both of you guys.
Sorry, one last comment. This says findings from the survey, but I don't think, there is more data that is not included in here. So this has the breakouts by years at the bar, but it doesn't have breakouts by every available dimension. So there's more available, but this is what you're getting right now.
So we're breaking for lunch, is that correct? From 12:30 to 1, we reconvene at 1 for panel 2. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Thanks everyone. I think it was a great morning session. Again, Renee and Stacy, thank you very much. I think that went very well. I think we've got some really good ideas and plans going forward. So I'm equally excited about this afternoon and Alan and Brandon. So why don't one of you take it away?
All right, I'm going to take it away for, this is Brandon Stallings. I'm going to take it away for the first portion here and then hand it off to our trustee counterpart, Alan, for the third prong. But welcome everyone to the second panel, where we will grapple with the future of access to justice, looking first at defining the problem and identifying solutions. I believe that this topic is one of the more exciting and important topics because harm to the public occurs when individuals do not have access to attorneys to assist in guiding them through their very real and deeply personal issues. Access to justice is one of our core objectives and really is the right ventricle of the heart and soul of the bar. Public protection, as articulated in our legacy documents, as well as current practice, does not involve simply punishing lawyers who violate the rules of professional conduct. Public protection is an overall framework that looks at the training an attorney undertakes on a yearly basis. It looks at issues of substance abuse and mental health, the degradation of which has a real impact on the clients of attorneys suffering from these issues. Yesterday, we heard the results of a survey provided by the LAP program. A staggering 43.7% of respondents noticed substance and alcohol abuse. 45.7% reported depression. You're going to hear about student debt and how that impacts an individual's ability to practice law and their choice to practice in a rural or frontier area. These issues are one prong of challenges facing the bar. Because when you talk about access to justice, you have to ask yourself, if we're bridging the justice gap, are we ensuring that the bridge is constructed out of a combination of components that are the right solution for the right problem? The first step to ensuring that the bridge is properly constructed is to identify the problem, if any. To that end, Carlos Manjarres from the Legal Services Corporation will discuss his organization's 2017 report and how his findings might be replicated here in California. Once we have a chance to look at the issue and understand its multifaceted challenges, we'll hear from UC Davis Law Professor Lisa Pruitt, who will take a deep dive into data related to the communities in California that are most vulnerable in the justice gap area. We'll also hear from Selena Copeland. She is the Executive Director of the Legal Aid of California and will give us a boots on the ground look at what loan repayment programs are available to incentivize public sector work and pro bono practice and practice in rural and frontier areas, and ways the state bar can partner in these efforts. So to keep everything in context, Alan and myself would like the board to consider during the presentation the following questions, just to kind of ask yourself. Is there an access to justice problem in California? If so, is there a difference between the civil legal needs of a significant number of Californians and the ability to meet those needs based on income constraints, regional limitations, and the expertise of the lawyers in those areas? How do we measure this gap, and what are our reference points? What is an acceptable level, if any, that this gap can exist in? If these are true, what role should the state bar have to address what the future of the legal profession looks like to meet these needs? How will the legal profession have to change in response to challenges to its current structure? What current rules, restrictions, and methods would have to change? And what role should the state bar have in shaping the future of the legal profession? To guide us in answering some of these questions, State Bar will finish up this module by exploring the regulatory issues in depth. In short, the ultimate question that will be asked after the presentation is, what should the State Bar do during the next 5 years to address the justice gap in California and prepare for the changes to the legal profession that are already upon us? So to talk first about that first question of can we justify the justice gap in California and why is it important to do so, I'd like to introduce Carlos Manjarres. And Carlos is a research manager with over 20 years of social, economic, and cultural policy experience. In his current position at the Legal Services Corporation, he works with colleagues across the agency to develop business analytic tools that combine spatially referenced public data with administrative data on civil legal aid. His office is also responsible for managing LSC's privately funded research portfolio. Throughout his career, he has looked for ways to maximize the value of administrative data to inform grant making, improve community-based services, and build a stronger evidence base for national and state policymaking, while attending to the very real concerns of data quality and reporting burden. So, Carlos, please help us understand what that means.
Yeah. That was incredibly boring sounding.
I understood like a third of those words, I think.
Okay, I guess that's why I'm here. So we're asked me to talk about research methods right after lunch. This is not the first time I've been asked to do something like that. I'll try to be peppy. Try not to put you to sleep. Thanks very much for having me here. I really appreciate the opportunity. As I said, I was asked to come to talk about the Justice Gap study, but also to put it in context a bit. There are a number of legal needs studies that have been conducted over the years.
using a variety of methods. I know right now there are about 6 or 7 states that are moving forward right now in 2018 with legal needs studies. So I'd like to take an opportunity to sort of put some of that in context and to share with you some findings of the Justice Gap study that we just conducted this year. This is the third Justice Gap study of the Legal Services Corporation, and I apologize. Is everybody familiar with the Legal Services Corporation? Yeah, okay. Then I won't bore you with that. So I was asked to come to LSC about 2 years ago. My background, I'm an urban planner in terms of my training, but I've been working in that odd sort of beltway applied research world for about 20 years now. And really, the bulk of my work is focused on connecting people with services, particularly in low-income communities. And so even though I worked in a variety of different areas, in housing, health, cultural policy, that's really the thread that runs through my work. And it's sort of what animates the work behind the Justice Gap study as well. So what I'd like to start out doing is talking a little bit about the framework for civil legal needs studies and data collection. For the most part, it's really been this nexus between folks who need help, who are clients, and the funded legal service providers. That's where we've really concentrated a lot of research effort. And it makes sense. Legal Service Corporation is a funder. These are public dollars. There's a fiduciary responsibility here. We want to make sure that the public dollars are being spent well. But really, that is a very small nexus. The folks on the left there, the individuals, they represent people who have already made some pretty big leaps, like an ideational leap, first of all. They've identified their problem, that problem they may be having with their landlord, as a legal problem, right? And secondly, they have found somebody to help them with that problem. And they have navigated, through their community to find an organization to help them. It turns out that is a very rare person. It's a rare person in a lot of different human service fields, whether we're talking about legal services in communities, whether we're talking about health, mental health services. And we didn't really know how rare that was, frankly, because our prior study from 2009 really focused on this nexus, the folks that we were funding and the clients that they were serving. So this time around, in 2016, we wanted to go outside of that little nexus. And we wanted to look at the people with civil legal problems, irrespective of whether or not they were clients. We were also interested in those providers outside of the ones we were directly funding, right? So that right hemisphere are organizations, that left hemisphere are individuals and families in need, regardless of whether or not they're presenting to organizations. It turns out, as I said, when you gather information just from the organization, again, it's a self-selecting group of people that are presenting, and you have no way of knowing who didn't come. You can assume that your group is representative, but it's clearly just an assumption. So when you think about the folks in that outer rim, the individuals to the left and how they're dealing with their problems, if they're dealing with their problems. There are folks who are, going pro se as pro se litigants. There are folks who are not dealing with problems, arbitration. And then on the right, there's a wide range of organizations and institutions that are providing some support. Those that may be court-based, self-help. That may be human service providers that happen to have one attorney, or a hospital, medical legal partnership that may have a few attorneys. But they're really outside of the circle that LSC, as a grant maker, tends to concentrate on. And this is the case with a lot of grant-making institutions. Over the years, a lot of grant makers focus primarily, or almost exclusively, on the organizations they're funding. But it doesn't really give them situational awareness of the problem as a whole. So, I put another layer on this little diagram to represent place.
and the conditions. These conditions that I'm talking about will vary from place to place. And I think Lisa and Selena will talk about this in much more detail. But we can assume that this nexus between services and individuals seeking services is going to be the same in one place or another. If we're providing services in the middle of Jamaica, Queens, with many other local providers there that we can make a reference to, we can make a referral to. Sorry, wrong example, San Francisco. But we can assume that it's the same in the Valley, where there are many fewer human service organizations to make referrals to or to receive referrals from, right? It's just a different context, and we have to take that into account. So I'll shift now. I'll talk a bit more about I want to go into the justice gap. There are a lot of charts and graphs in this presentation. I won't be going through them all in detail. I mostly want to give you a sense of the kind of information that we were able to obtain in a national survey like this. Again, as sort of context of what you get from a survey. But I also left them in there. I'll kind of go over them quickly. I assume that if people want to look at some of the particulars, they can go back and look at the slide deck itself. So, as I said, the last study was in 2009. This study was just published in June of 2017. We've actually received more hits on this project than anything we've ever done. The last study, really the main focus of that study was gathering. We asked our grantees to gather information at the point of intake and to essentially bean count the number of people that walked up to the program. And to really compare that to the number of people they were able to serve. We didn't ask, how well they were able to serve them, whether or not they felt they were able to serve them. We just asked them whether or not they were able to serve them. And really, that was the bulk of the study. There was also an analysis of attorney to person ratio. A lot of folks found that 2009 study really unsatisfactory. There was pushback, frankly, on the Hill in terms of the methodology. And when I started, one of the key things I was asked was do something better, without much of a definition of what better was. I was also told what my budget was to do something better. I was a little scared. I knew, though, that I didn't want to replicate a study that simply focused on our providers. I wanted to know more about the nature of civil legal needs writ large. And so a survey made sense to me. And the survey, though, when you're doing a national random digit dial survey, it's a little bit like fishing in the ocean, especially when you're looking for a very targeted population, which we were. We were going to be focusing exclusively on our population, our LSC eligible population of folks at or below 125% poverty. So when you're targeting like that, it's really, really hard to hit your mark. Imagine how many people we have to interrupt in the middle of dinner to ask them that battery of questions to determine whether or not they were eligible. So luckily, there's a product that came online, panel, that we could make use of. The National Opinion Research Center, which is at the University of Chicago, it's a renowned survey research lab. They have a panel called AmeriSpeak. Think of AmeriSpeak as a massive Rolodex of respondents that are already ready to take a series of questions. They've already done intake on these people. These people have said, yes, I'm willing to subject myself to any number of surveys that they're willing to ask for a nominal fee or sometimes none. And so it's much more like taking a bite out of a nest or a net like that, where the fish are already caught, and you're really just grabbing a bite for your survey. And that's what working with a panel is like, as opposed to a random digit dial survey. It's also much less expensive. So we started this project. I want to give you a sense of the timeline. The project actually started before September, but the work in earnest started in September of 2016. Developing the survey, frankly, was one of the most time-consuming tasks. And then the data collection was literally just a month and a half long. And then we produced the study starting in the spring. We actually held back on the release of the report because we wanted to time it with some other things going on in Washington. Washington's been kind of an eventful place in the last year. So this is to give you a sense of the structure of the survey. A lot of folks don't pay enough attention to the structure of their surveys, especially with the advent of SurveyMonkey. We're all experts now at surveys, which is a good thing. I don't think SurveyMonkey is a bad thing, but survey design does matter. And really, the survey itself, we asked folks about 88 different civil legal problems, but we did not call them civil legal problems. We call them problems, right? We asked them about 88 problems that have a civil legal component. And they ranged, right? Housing problems, education problems, mental health problems, and problems for specific populations too, right? Disabled, veterans. And so the civil legal problems are all at the household level. We asked folks that literally that long battery of questions, which didn't take as long as you might expect. And then if they said they had a problem, we asked them whether or not they sought help, but only if they said that problem was solved, right? There's no point in asking somebody what they did about the problem if they said it wasn't an issue. So we asked them, what did you do about it? And we did that for every single problem that they mentioned. And the reason why we did that is because you may seek help in one way for a housing problem, but in another way if you need a divorce, right? You may turn to clergy, you may turn to an attorney, you may turn to family in different ways for different problems. So we wanted to let that vary. We also asked them about trust in the system. The hypothesis there is that folks with less trust in the system may be less likely to seek help. All told, the survey on average took about 18 minutes. You'd think longer, but frankly, it was structured pretty well. And remember, because this was a panel, we already had them in a Rolodex. We didn't have to ask them that long battery of demographic questions. So what do we find? What do you find out when you do a survey like this? First of all, the number of folks, the number of households who said that they were experiencing at least one civil legal problem was staggering, 71%. This is in the last year that we asked them.
And this is the LSC eligible population.
That's right, 125 or below. That for me it's important. First of all, for public policy purposes, to put a number on it is obviously very important. I found equally interesting, though, the number of people who said that they were dealing with more than one problem in the last year. And you can see it's a sizable population that we're dealing with 6 or more, 24% of the households. That's extraordinary. That's a lot of problems to deal with on an annual basis. And this varied from population to population. There were some folks, domestic violence victims, clearly the group that had the most, identified the most number of problems in the last year. The other thing you get with the survey, the ability to do with the survey like this, is to have prevalence estimates that you can sort of rank. Which were the things that people identified the most? In this national survey, it was health issues. Health issues outranked all of the other civil legal problems. This basically is just a hierarchy of the number of problems that were ranked, or the percentage are ranked, and we broke it out by individual and households. And again, we asked people to tell us, if they said they had a housing problem, how severe was it? If they said they had problems with Veterans Affairs issues, how severely did it affect them? And you see here some variation again in terms of how severely things, or how people have represented the severity of their problem for different issue areas, right? Veterans, the vast majority of them were telling us that these issues were quite severe, they were affecting them severely. At the other end of the spectrum, wills and estates, only 25% of the people said that this was an issue that was really having a big impact on them. Now, again, we asked people what they did about their problems. And this was important, and this was an innovation. There are a lot of studies, a lot of civil legal needs studies that are frankly they were just enumerating problems. The Washington State study that was done in 2015, it was a good study, methodologically very sound. However, it was really just focusing on enumerating problems by type. I wanted to go a little bit further. And so we borrowed some questions from the public health literature, from the social work literature, that asked about what people do about their problems, how they seek help. Because, folks don't seek help in the same ways. There are different groups that seek help in different ways, by age, by race, by gender. And again, they vary by problem as well. And so here you see that for these are folks who said that their problems were severe, all of them. So that's the baseline here. 40% of the people who said that their problems were severe took no action whatsoever. 40%. Even the folks who sought help for their problem, you can see that, for the most part, they talked to somebody. Some folks looked for information online. But one of the things I thought that was rather compelling here is that still, and this may be a function of the population and the poverty level of the population, most of them were looking for help from somebody else, from a person. They weren't immediately turning to Google or to Cal Law Help or some other state law help. Now, when they sought help, they didn't seek help for the most severe problems. Help seeking, in other words, was not ranked neatly by the way in which the problems were ranked. So folks were more likely to seek help with custody problems, more likely to seek help for wills and estates, less likely to seek help for some of the other problems, the more severe problems like health. So a bit of an anomaly, but a disconnect again that you could really only find out by probing not just folks who are coming into the doors of the programs that we fund, but by asking the general population. So this is the breakdown of the way who people talk to. At the top, you see about 50% of the folks turn to a family or a friend. That makes sense. About 31% sought help from a legal professional. Now, we asked this question in a couple different ways. We asked who you sought help from first, and we went through a battery of questions, and then we asked whether or not, at any time, regardless of whether or not you turned to your family member first, did you seek help from a legal professional? So we tried to get at that a couple different ways. Of those folks that did seek legal help, again, this was only 29% of the people who sought legal help. Most of them, again, talked to a legal professional. Only 7% looked for information online. This obviously has implications for MSC, which has funded most of the state law help websites, which funds document assembly websites, which is working now in Alaska and Hawaii with Microsoft on a website portal project, which has a technology improvement grant program that's really focused a lot on help seeking online. So we're thinking anew. It's not going to change the fact that there's a technology improvement innovation grant program, but we're really thinking a lot about this issue and how we might alter investments in the future. Here, again, I can leave some of these for you for later. these are some of the type of legal services that folks sought. They were seeking legal advice primarily. They got assistance filling out legal documents as second. And so they needed representation in court. So this is basically the ranking of legal help that those folks, that 27%, 29% received. And then finally, feeling toward the justice system. The orange bar right there are folks who've said that they always feel that the justice system is serving them fairly. So it's a pretty even breakout. The purple are folks who feel that it's unfairly skewed toward them. But folks who had more problems were less likely to feel that the justice system was serving them or people like them. In some ways that makes sense. In some ways, it quite frankly may be true. So now we didn't just focus on the survey itself. We did ask some questions at the point of service. We replicated what was done in the 2009 study by asking our grantees to count the number of people who came to them asking for help. But this time we asked them to define whether or not they were able to help that person fully, or if they were able to help them partially, or if they had to frankly turn them away without help. And these are the results of that. And that's that middle bar, or that middle set of numbers is actually the sample, the total number of intake. At the right, we just annualize that number. So basically, in the 6-week period where all of our grantees collected this information, about 195,000 people presented. Of those people, only about 28% could be served fully. Another 21% could be served, but not fully. But really, 41% were not served. So that's what, in our last study, we called the turnaway rate. And that, frankly, was the only thing that we focused on in the last study. And this is just another way to look at what the turnaway rate is. This is not a national, well, the national aggregate is on the left. That's the number of people who presented, the number of people who were served in different ways. On the right, this is a dashboard we made for our grantees. On the right, it's the rate of, it's the number of people who presented, or the percentage of people who presented versus the percentage who were served. And the important thing to see there is the variation across all of our different organizations. Way off to the left is Essex, New Jersey, where they serve almost everybody who came in. But Essex, New Jersey also only does intake 9 to 5, 4 days a week in person. They do not do online intake. So what you see also going on down at the other end are some organizations that are doing online intake, they do in-person intake, they do phone intake. So they're taking in and identifying many, many more clients than they can possibly serve, in part because they've broadened the intake process. So context is important here. So, keys to what we learned. Again, the vast majority of folks of low-income individuals, 71%, identified with at least one civil legal problem. Despite this, only 60% have reported that they took some sort of action. So these findings, again, the bulk of our findings that we reported here came from the survey, came from us enumerating, in developing these prevalence estimates. There was one important finding, and that is, the extent to which our providers were able to address the folks who came. So this is a multi-method project. There were 2 methods here, the survey analysis and also the point of service analysis. It is not a comprehensive view. Our study says nothing about other providers, non-LSC providers. Our study says nothing about the folks in a comparative sense that are above 125% of poverty. So we don't know For example, if folks in that sort of tier at 200, 225 have the same rate of problems, have the same range of problems, help seek in similar or different ways, that's something frankly that we can't address given the fact that we've targeted that population, but the 125% of poverty and below quite strictly. Again, I'm going to go on, I'm going to shift gears now, and I'm going to talk about some of the pros and cons of different data collection methods. Because as I understand it, you're basically at a point now where you're thinking about how you want to move forward in assessing needs in the state of California. And I'll tell you, there's no silver bullet. The way you approach this will really depend upon the questions that you want to ask. But I will tell you that one particular method is, I've not been in a study, I've not worked on a project that was really attempting to address services in a comprehensive way where one method was sufficient. That just doesn't exist. I will tell you though, if time and money are a serious consequence, surveys are one of the most efficient ways to gather information and enumerate problems. They can be rather inflexible. There is a craft to developing a survey instrument that returns information that can address the specific policy questions you want to address. They're less subjective in terms of their approach, and they can be done in a fairly short time period. There is no way I think surveys can compete with interviews and focus groups to really understand the service context and to understand the way in which individuals see a problem in a multifaceted way. Frankly, a survey just won't do it. If you're trying to gauge, for example, how folks in a targeted population understand the range of services that are available to them, how they navigate systems, how they connect either their problem to a provider or their family's problems to a provider. There just aren't surveys that really do that very well. You really have to talk to people, and you really have to basically have them talk you through a process. That's what interviews and focus groups do well. They gauge process. That process may be, again, at the client level, what's going on for that client, or they may be in terms of a process of grantees. What sort of processes do they have for intake? What are their processes for case closeout? Those are things that are most appropriately addressed with interviews and focus groups. There's a lot of demographic data available. I think Lisa might be presenting about using some demographic data a little bit later. But there's data available from census right down to the census tract level that's free, readily accessible. The only downside is that there's a degree of technical expertise needed to grab the information and to really address and probe some of the questions. It's a super effective way, though, to understand the landscape, to understand the spatial concentration of target populations, how they're distributed across the state as multifaceted as California, with huge rural areas, with dense urban areas. I often recommend that folks start here. It's a low-cost way to start. You can get support quite easily from local universities. You can frankly get support from LSC. We work with grantees across the country and funders across the country, helping them do some of this basic demographic analysis.
Carlos, I'm going to ask you to speed up a little bit because I think we're getting behind.
Okay.
And I want to have a little bit of time for discussion.
No worries. Secondary analysis of administrative data, getting to Brandon's question, what the hell does administrative data mean? Basically, all the paper files, all the documents that used to exist in paper files now exist in data files. That's administrative data. And there's a ridiculous amount of it available, and it's comprehensive. So whether it's caseloads from all of the providers in the state of California, whether it's court documents, so administrative data is, the question about administrative data is just accessing it. These are the states that are engaged in mixed methods legal needs studies right now that we're working with. And, you know, California is yellow because I'm not sure exactly where you're at, but we're happy to work with you in your work.
Just for a little bit of context, I wanted to just give the board a sense of our numbers here. So this year in the 2018 budget that you'll be asked to approve tomorrow, we have $50 million that we are giving out in legal services grants. This is more than the entirety of our funding for the Office of the Chief Trial Counsel. This is very significant grant making that we're doing. You might also recall that when we did the bar exam studies last year, we worked hard to try to identify the relationship between the CUT score and access to justice. We cited the 2017 LSC report quite heavily in our report to the Supreme Court, but some of the feedback we got was around the lack of information that we really have about what the needs are in California. How can we really quantify it? And this broader question of, I think for the board, giving out tens of millions of dollars each year in grants, how do we know if we're making a difference or having an impact? So that's what this type of study can potentially allow us to do. And Carlos, could you see how much it cost to do the national study with the panels?
Sure. Well, the cost for the panel was about $150. It was a cheap date. I've done national representative studies before for over 500, you know, and over 1.5. But a panel really does draw the number down quite substantially. Now, there's a challenge because I don't think that there is a panel that is detailed enough yet to do state level analysis. There may be if you're not focused specifically on a very narrowly targeted population like LSC was. If you're interested in the state of California, that you know, all residents, then you may be able to find a panel that can provide you a rapid response survey.
Are there any questions? I know this should be directed at you, Carlos, but what are some traditional sources of funding out there for legal aid programs? I mean, ones that you have found to be fairly consistent, readily available.
For programs or for research on this topic?
For programs, and I guess potentially, you know, research that would lead to the implementation of programs.
Yeah. So, as you can imagine, it varies substantially state to state. LSC is the major funder in the Plain States. We are the minority funder in states like California, Maryland. We only represent about 18% of Maryland's legal aid funding, for example. So it really is a function of the size of the philanthropic community in a given state. You know, frankly, I think Selena would be a better person to answer that question.
This is not a question for the panel, and it may be a question that doesn't have anybody able to answer it. But I've been on this board for 5.5 years now, and my understanding of our legal services delivery system in California is confused. In the sense that I know there's an alphabet soup of players and have no sense of what the organizational structure of those players is, and in particular don't have a very clear understanding of what the bar's role is or ought to be. I know we are a funder. I know in some ways our funding is nearly like an escrow agent, we're just providing services that the legislature found convenient to have us provide. But by the end of this discussion, or maybe by the end of this board year, it might be helpful if we had a better defined understanding of what we think our role is. Because if we can define a role for ourselves, we're more likely to achieve it than if we can't.
Can I respond a little bit to that?
I would welcome your response.
So I'm very familiar with the alphabet soup of organizations, but what's really interesting, what Carlos says is correct, that the LSC organization is the largest single funder of legal aid organizations throughout the entire country. The federal government, through other sources of funding in California, together has up to be, LSC is about, I think, $43 million in California. Other federal fundings, including Older Americans Act funding or other funding, it adds up to about $78 million a year. But what's really interesting is that the state bar touches more money now than LSC funds touch flowing into California. So with the IOLTA grants, it's about $11 million a year for IOLTA, which is the interest on lawyer trust account funding, and also our voluntary contributions to our annual due statement everyone should give. But so that's $11 million, but then there's also funding through the Equal Access Fund, which is largely general fund support from the state, and also a small amount of filing fees. That this year it's about $25 million. And then also there's the bank grant funding, which this year is about $10 million. So collectively, those three large sources of funding, the state bar has a little bit more regulatory control and oversight over that than LSC does. Or you have more funds than LSC does.
Oh, but what I don't understand is who is charged by our society with being the primary policymaker, the primary data gatherer, the primary funder, the primary service deliverer? And I think the answer to that question is our society hasn't gotten its shit together and we don't know.
I think that's right. I think that this is really the reason why we have this panel. I think one of the things that's been sort of interesting and somewhat concerning is the amount of money we are giving out without a lot of board involvement and oversight. It's quite significant. Again, $50 million in 2018 alone. So some of the things we'll be talking about today are areas where the board might potentially direct staff to do further work. For example, would we play a valuable service in undertaking a California Justice Gap study? Would we, when we hear from Selena and Lisa talking about the bar's potential role as a supporter, meaning financial support of loan forgiveness programs to potentially incentivize certain types of practice, then we'll be looking at our regulatory framework. So I think these are potential, we're giving you some ideas to consider in terms of how to become more engaged in the space, but you've hit the crux of the issue from my perspective. We need to bring this up to the board level because it's a lot of money we're talking about, and it's a core prong of our mission.
And just again, at the risk of being needlessly provocative, my impression is this system has been on autopilot, and it feels like a cartel. That the agencies that have the privilege to be IOLTA funded have turf, and they defend that turf, and if anybody identifies a need or a means to meet that need, it looks like a threat to that turf, woe be to them. Now, it is provocative. And there are good reasons for the LSC funded and the IOLTA funded organizations to cooperate with one another, and there are good reasons for them to maintain their ability to fund people who've made a life commitment to doing work, and I get all of that. But it sure feels like a system that is not accountable except to itself. It feels like a cartel.
Well, all right. Well, I guess we'll talk about the cartel a little bit later in the discussion. After we hear from our next two presenters, we have Lisa Pruitt and Selena Copeland. So welcome. And who wants to go first?
Well, we're going together.
Yeah. We have a joint presentation, which is going to be ready momentarily.
As Lisa opens up our presentation, I will respectfully disagree with the characterization of a cartel. I will say that as Lisa opens it up, that my organization actually works with nearly 100 IOLTA-funded organizations, including the 11 LSC-funded organizations in California. And we work also with a number of organizations that are not IOLTA funded. And I do see that, at least as a community, people didn't choose to go into legal aid to have some sort of turf control. People chose to go into legal aid because they really cared about their communities and wanted to serve them. And so I see a lot of collaboration, and I also see a lot of mentorship of newer organizations, almost like an incubator of an attorney, which is an amazing model. I also see incubation of new organizations and a lot of hand-holding and resource sharing to help the newer programs, which typically aren't IELTS funded. So I think Lisa's still opening it up.
All right, so it looks like we still don't have our presentation, but I'm gonna start without it because really what I want to start with is introducing what we're gonna try to do today, what we're gonna try to cover in 45 minutes or an hour. So our understanding is that what you want us to talk about is really an overview of the data that we have about the rural lawyer shortage, which is just one aspect of the Rural Access to Justice Challenge. But we happen to have some recent data that I didn't garner, but which I've been analyzing, that we want to share with you. And then the latter part of the presentation will be Selena talking about loan repayment assistance programs and so how these work within law schools, how the state bar might get a piece of that action, if you will, and what some other states are doing about their rural lawyer shortages. So here's our slideshow. Starting out with the solo law office in a small town in what I call far northern California, the North State. And I'll tell you where it is when we get a little deeper into the slideshow, in case you don't already know. I'm guessing the board president knows. So I'm giving away a lot already. Increasingly, people who talk and think, hopefully thinking before they talk about access to justice, realize that it is a spatial phenomenon. And this is something that, Carlos mentioned, right? People are distributed, differently throughout the state, throughout the country, in different population cluster sizes. And so increasingly there is a realization that, as Becky Sandifer and Aaron Smythe put it in their ABF-funded report in 2011, that geography is destiny, as it is in so many other aspects of life, that the services available to people from eligible populations who are facing civil justice problems are determined not by what their problems are, or not only by what their problems are, but in part about where they happen to live. And that is very much the case with access to justice issues. So again, we're going to talk about these two topics today. I've already mentioned that, so I'm not going to go over it again. There are a number of sort of rural advocacy groups around the country. One of them is the Center for Rural Strategies, which happens to be based in Kentucky, which is a state popularly associated with rurality in the national imagination. And this statement from Dee Davis, that organization's president, is that rural America is lagging behind the rest of the country in nearly every measure of success: housing, employment, pay, educational opportunity, and access to health care. And this is something that many people, we are a very, what I call urban normative and metrocentric nation, many people really have not had much awareness of. And for better or worse, I think it's clearly been a double-edged sword. We have become more aware of rural America after the 2016 election and the sort of disproportionate credit or blame that has been given to rural America for putting the current president in the White House. But that newfound attention has resulted, for example, in a series of articles like this one in the Wall Street Journal, which was published last year. Again, this was the first part of the series, and you can see the very provocative headline, that rural America is the new inner city. And that story was accompanied by fabulous graphs showing how rural America, the smallest towns, because they also looked at small cities, small to medium-sized cities, and then larger cities in the urban core and suburbs, are really worse off by every metric that we sort of associate with well-being. Now, being elderly is not necessarily a bad metric as I get closer to being elderly myself, but it is a population that is increasingly associated with rural America. So that presents particular challenges. Veterans are also a population, a very vulnerable population that tend to be overrepresented in rural America. So in rural spaces, we have larger percentages of people living with disabilities. Their health outcomes are worse. They tend to have a larger percentage of low-income populations, including people living below the poverty line. Significantly smaller percentage of people with bachelor's degrees. So there's a big, big education gap, which is another issue that's gotten a lot of attention post-election. Rural youth have fewer opportunities, and there's been a growing amount of attention to the digital divide that falls along the rural-urban axis. Now, this is really Selena's point, which she can amplify on later, but rural access to urban funders is limited. So that is an aspect of the justice gap, and it's something that that may be improving, but it's certainly something that we need to be aware of.
Well, just one more point on the prior slide. So all of the information in the prior slide actually came from the 2010 California Commission on Access to Justice Rural Task Force report. Lisa and I are the current co-chairs of the Rural Task Force, and we're working on updating a lot of the materials here. But I believe that probably all of them will probably find the situation has gotten worse, not better. And a couple other pieces that I thought were really interesting is that if you look at the legal problems in rural California compared to other parts of California, some of the instances of legal problems, it's actually worse. Domestic violence is a good example. It's more severe instances of domestic violence in rural communities versus urban communities. And interestingly, rural communities have a higher reliance on government benefits, like Social Security benefits. So those are other points that are more true of rural communities than in urban communities.
And that's obviously important for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons being that one of the problems that people often come to legal aid offices with is a need for assistance in securing the public benefits to which they are entitled. And it's interesting that, this was published, this data sort of came from the 2010 report, but everything there was amplified in the Wall Street Journal. So again, if you wanted to go to a one-stop shop for really recent information on the gap between well-being in rural and urban America, it's there. So I'm going to spend some time talking about the rural attorney shortage. So I'll have to ask the board president to withdraw himself from this question. But does anyone know where this is? Does anyone know where these photos were taken?
Nevada County.
Very close. So they are in Sierra County. This is in Downeyville, a town of a couple of hundred residents that once vied to be the state capital of the Golden State. Sierra County is my latest obsession. I'm sort of obsessed with rural America anyway, but Sierra County became my latest obsession because I had the occasion to drive through it twice this summer while taking my son to soccer camp in Plymouth County, which I visited on numerous occasions. So that initial photo that was at the top of the slideshow is of the law office that is of the only person in Sierra County who is in private practice, who is accepting clients. So there are...
If you look at our website, you'll find there are 5 lawyers licensed in Sierra County, and 4 of them are employed by the county. The 2 judges, the district attorney, and the public defender.
Exactly. So, we can look at other, Sierra County, like I said, is, kind of my current obsession, but we do see other counties. Alpine County has 3 lawyers, Modoc County has 9 lawyers. So, when you get to a county with that few lawyers, and thankfully there are relatively few of them in California, you are effectively talking at no local private representation being available. So why aren't baby lawyers, as I like to think of my graduates, why aren't they going off to practice in rural California and in rural places around the country? Well, some of the reasons are fairly predictable, and some of these we speculate about, that is Selena and me, but some of them have been substantiated by surveys that I've done in other states, and other very reliable sources of information. So, baby lawyers are reluctant to go off to places where there's not sort of a critical mass of other professionals and where they don't have, where they may not, have family ties, for example. Once you've been to the bright lights of the big city, you can't keep them down on the farm. And so many are concerned if they're not already married or in committed partnerships that they won't be able to meet someone in a rural community. And then, of course, there's the issue of relatively low wages, or at least a perception of relatively low wages, combined with rising law school debt. The Texas Bar did a salary survey about 5 years ago, and they found that actually many rural lawyers in Texas are doing very well, are doing better on average than their suburban counterparts, their urban and suburban counterparts, in many ways. So it would be interesting to know, what they know in Texas about what really is possible economically with a private practice in rural California. So Selena put these quotes in, so she put them in quotation marks, so she can tell you where they're from.
These are all quotes from rural legal aid attorneys. And in fact, the top 3 are from someone who moved from Los Angeles to move back to the community that she grew up in to practice as a legal aid attorney. And all the organizations in our past recruitment and retention reports for legal aid, the rural organizations say that recruitment and retention is their #1 organizational struggle. It's something that they constantly have to deal with, and that could be a function of our high cut score for the bar exam. To be quite honest, because some organizations say there's a small attorney population pool to draw from, because they want to have members from their community hire into their organizations, because we all know that attorneys are most effective in rural communities if they become members of those communities and stick around. But what some of my legal aid friends in the Central Valley have said, they have a really tough time getting baby lawyers, as Lisa calls them, because recent graduates want to be in a fun city. There's definitely a bias towards being in rural America. People want to stay close to their friends that they met in law school, which means staying in those urban areas where they went to law school. And there's also the emotional stress of feeling socially and politically isolated in a place like Modesto.
And this is something that was really driven home last year. I teach a course at UC Davis called Law and Rural Livelihoods, and last year I had a panel of legal services in Northern California lawyers come in, sort of still basically baby lawyers, but one of them had spent a couple of years in Ukiah, which is a place where Lisnick has a particular problem keeping lawyers. I think their average tenure for a lawyer in Ukiah over the last several years has been 7 months. Now, some of those lawyers will then stay within Lisnick and go back to Sacramento or go to Vallejo, right? But this is a huge struggle. So there has been, of course, this burgeoning, growing awareness across the nation of a rural lawyer shortage. The story on the right, No Lawyer for Miles, so one rural state offers to pay, is from 2013 in the New York Times, and that's about the South Dakota program, which I'm going to talk about in more detail later, which has actually come to be quite successful. That gives lawyers a stipend for going to practice in an underserved rural county. The other photo, the one on the left, was the photo from a cover story in the ADJOURN about a year later. So there has been really quite a bit of attention across the country. I attended the symposium about the South Dakota, the new South Dakota program in 2014, and there were representatives from bar associations from Maine and Alaska and in Georgia, lots of states were starting to think about this problem. One of the challenges in responding to it, in getting institutions to respond to it, has been a lack of data. So a lot of the data that has been available across the states has really been anecdotal. It's been, somebody in Atlanta saying, well, I hear up in, Douglas County there aren't any lawyers left, or, there's a man who's, at retirement age and, looking to hand off his practice. So we really have not had the sort of systematic data for the most part that we really needed. Fortunately, in California, that problem has been solved with the help of Professor Emeritus Jim Meeker of the University of California, Irvine. So he's an ex officio member of the California Commission on Access to Justice. And so he took the 2016 data, that is the addresses of California attorneys in 2016, and he mapped them. And so I'm going to have some more detailed maps in the subsequent slides, but just quickly I want to tell you that what this shows, every red dot is an attorney. So you can see where attorneys are clustered in California, and you can see where there are attorney deserts.
My favorite version of that map is an LSC map that is attorney density. So it's more than one attorney per docket caller, and it's a PDF that you can zoom in so closely you can see Market Street in San Francisco. It's amazing how many attorneys' offices were north of Market Street, so you can see that very definite line. Can you scroll to get the? Is there a key?
I'm sorry, scroll to do what?
Is there a key? Like what?
Oh, can you see, so again, I can't actually see it from here very well, but they're talking about total population according to the, whether it's white or black or some shade in between. So white is the frontier, what we're going to call frontier areas, and the black is the most densely populated. But of course, if you're in a black area, if you're in a very densely populated area, you can barely see those on the map because they're covered up with attorneys, right?
Except in the Central Valley.
Except it, yes, exactly. Except in
the Central Valley.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Well, Michael's there.
The black one, the black.
Yeah, that's Fresno.
That's Fresno.
That's Fresno County.
And Brandon's there.
No.
And he's in Kern County. But I'm gonna show Fresno County in more detail later. I love that you all love maps as much as I do. This is very gratifying. I know. So a further word about methodology. So I told you where Professor Meeker got the data, and then he used a concept called MSSAs, Medical Service Study Areas, which is a creature of sort of California bureaucracy. I haven't found it in any other state, but basically these are clusters of census tracts. So what we're getting at is, what Carlos was talking about earlier. You can get down to the census tract level, and you can get quite a bit of fidelity and data at that point. So 3 categories of places: urban, rural, and frontier. So urban MSSAs have have populations ranging between 75,000 and 125,000, and they sort of reflect recognized community boundaries. Rural MSSAs have a population density of fewer than 250 people per square mile, with no population center exceeding 50,000. And then frontier MSSAs have a population density of fewer than 11 persons per square mile. So, when you're looking at a place like Modoc County, it's frontier in its entirety. Actually, Nevada County is rural, interestingly, in its entirety. I think of, Nevada County is just up the road from me. So it couldn't be that rural. So here is the overall distribution of lawyers in California. So we have almost 200,000 lawyers. We have a population of 38 million. 96% of lawyers practice in urban California, but only 87% of the population is urban. About almost 4% of the population only 4% of lawyers, fewer than 4% of lawyers have rural addresses, but almost 12.5% of the population are rural. And then when you get down to frontier, you're talking about 1/5% of lawyers practice in frontier areas, although about 2/3% of the population live there. Now, what I did to make this information, I think, more usable, is I divided the counties into regions. Greater Bay Area, Southern California, Central Coast, Gold Country, and the Sierra. Central Valley, I did a separate cut on the Central Valley that takes Sacramento out, takes Sacramento County out, because if you have Sacramento County in, it really skews the most unfortunate things that are going on in the Central Valley, because Sacramento is well lawyered up, as you would expect. The rest of the Central Valley, not so. And then what I call far northern California, and of course the Inland Empire. And what I've done here, if you look at the sort of pale green column, is I've ranked these according to residents per attorney. No, I'm sorry, actually they're not ranked in this slide. So what you're seeing there, right, is that the Greater Bay Area has 124 residents per attorney. You can contrast that with the Central Valley with Sacramento excluded down there on the penultimate line, and that's 624 residents per lawyer. The Inland Empire looks even worse at 657. So then I'm not going to go through all of these in great detail. This data is available. We can make it available in slides. But just to try to hit some high points, here's the Southern California county detail. You'll see that there's no major outlier. I mean, Ventura County is the worst off, you know, with a ratio of 1 lawyer to 258 residents. This is a sort of zoom in on the Meeker map that I did for an article that I wrote that's going to be published in the Los Angeles Lawyer special issue forthcoming on the on access to justice. And the thing that we've added here is the yellow dots are county seats.
I can see Barstow and Needles easily.
So here's the Central Valley data with Sacramento. So again, with Sacramento in there, you see a ratio of 1 to 340, but the ratio in Sacramento is 1 lawyer to 146 residents. Compare that to Kings and Merced, which are the real outliers here, right? So in Kings County, you have 1 attorney serving 1,363 residents. Merced is almost as bad, and then Tulare County is not faring well either. Kern County at 820 would be the 4th least served county. Again, if you take Sacramento out, this is the valley without Sacramento County, so you're looking at a dramatically different figure, 624 people per lawyer. Yes?
I would say one thing on that chart there. For example, Fresno, Kern, Kings, and Merced. Many of the lawyers will service all of those counties. So, you know, me, for example, I'm in Fresno, but I have cases and will service clients in all of those counties, including San Joaquin and Tulare and so forth.
Right.
So it kind of misrepresents a little bit about the number of attorneys in those areas.
Yeah, and I didn't ask, do you charge for your travel time?
Depends on the case and the client.
Right, sure. So
Usually not, though.
Obviously, we know that the county is or I shouldn't say obviously, but yeah, the county is not the ideal unit. It's the unit that we have. We know that, you know, lawyers are traveling across county boundaries. For example, I've spent extensive amounts of time on the phone with someone in Kings County who tells me, I mean, if people are able, right, they go to Fresno. But a lot of people aren't able, and those are the people, right, that we, you know, those are among the people we really need to be concerned about. Because if you're living in poverty or you are otherwise low income, right, what is your ability to travel, particularly in an area that doesn't have good public transit, in order to, you know, have contact with a lawyer, to secure a lawyer, to have meaningful communication with your lawyer. We're certainly not saying that technology doesn't have a role, but right, we need to be aware of these spatial challenges.
And the distances are large.
They are vast. They are absolutely vast. And I've got, you know, I think Fresno County is 6,000 square miles. Shasta County is 4,000 square miles. So, yeah, space is a force to be reckoned with, and we know that, right? Because we're in California, and
we're closing a real estate transaction for the city of Blythe, which is on the Colorado River, and they needed to record in Riverside, which is the county seat. They needed to record that day. That needed a helicopter. The only way to do it, because it's a 7-hour drive.
Speaking of, 7-8 hour drives, Brian Daly, who's the assemblyman who represents a great deal of many of the counties in far northern California, he tells me it takes him 8 hours to drive from North Lake Tahoe, which is the southern part of his district, to the Oregon border, right, to Siskiyou County.
He has to go to Nevada to do it.
Right. So, this region, of course, is, well, I shouldn't say of course, but if you don't know, because I know many Californians forget, they think San Francisco is Northern California, and they forget that there's another third of the state up there. And so these are really those counties. You have a sparse population, but you also have a sparse population of attorneys. Otherwise, that ratio of 1 to 486 would look a lot worse. Now, look at the attorney count column, which is the first column after I give the county name. And this is where you can see some of the counties that are really suffering in terms of just raw numbers of attorneys. Modoc at 9, Colusa at 25, Glenn at 26, Lassen at 33, Trinity at 32. So, of course, more affluent people are going to be able to leave the county. They're going to cross county lines to, secure legal help. But again, what about low-income people? Some of the people that Carlos was talking about who may not have even identified that what they're facing is a legal problem.
And these numbers may actually overstate the supply of lawyers.
Yes.
If you look at Nevada County, you've got 425 lawyers listed on the state bar's website having active licenses. But the best measure we have of actually who practices there, the people we see in the courthouse and join the Bar Association, is more like 125. The rest are retirees who live in gated golf communities and have not gone inactive on their licenses. And Nevada County may be unique in that respect. I don't know how many people retired in Modoc, but some do.
Right. Well, no, I think when you're talking about Modoc, you're probably not talking about that phenomenon. But there are lots of counties where people are clustered and retiring to the amenity-rich region. So if you look at Monterey County, there seem to be a lot of lawyers, but I think a lot of them have retired at the coast. Same with San Luis Obispo County. So thank you for pointing that out, right? This is another limitation to the Meeker data. The other I alluded to earlier, and that is that a lot of people, like if you take the 5 lawyers in Sierra County, only, one of them is taking clients. And so that is also an aspect of the problem in these counties where you have relatively few lawyers. So there's Alpine County with 3 lawyers. Here we are in the Gold Country. Sierra, Madera County is faring the worst. Sierra County, of course, has a bad attorney to population ratio. By the way, some data that I saw on Sierra County just this week shows that among the far northern California counties, which I will include, and even though I've got it clustered in Gold Country here, it is there's obviously overlap there in our popular imaginary. It's faring worse economically than any other county in sort of that third, northern segment of California. Its economy has contracted the most. Greater Bay Area, needless to say, no problem there. San Francisco has 1 lawyer for every 41 residents. There are almost 100 lawyers per square mile in San Francisco city and county.
But again, some limitations of this data is these are attorneys in those communities, but they may not actually serve people, they may be serving corporations. So even though there's 98 attorneys per square mile in San Francisco, they're not all available to help people who have legal problems. And there's definitely not that many who are available to help people who are LSC eligible. The numbers for LSC eligible populations were roughly 1 legal aid attorney for every 8,000 people in California.
So I'm going to speed up a little bit here, but I have to give the Inland Empire its due first. Imperial County is obviously, and the other thing about Imperial County, because I looked at the numbers in detail, I want to say 80%, maybe 90% of those lawyers are in El Centro, right? So not really serving, right, the outer reaches of Imperial County. Inyo, you've got 55 attorneys in the entire county. Of course, there's a lot of public land, right? There's a lot of public land when you're in the Sierra, when you're in the far north. So that's, you know, partly accounts for the low population, the sparse population.
Lawyers all live in Mono.
Pardon me, the lawyers all live in Mono, right?
They can
Because
afford
of-
to live in Mono, so they do.
Right. So that's another place, right, where yeah. I mean, Mono's count looks surprisingly good, but then you have to think, okay, what's happening there? Retirement, natural amenity rich, so forth and so on.
Maybe skipping ahead to a slide you may already have, but have you looked at sort of the types of attorney services that are offered? Because one thing I was struck by was, you would think Santa Barbara has a ton of attorneys, I'm sure it does, but they don't have a ton of immigration services. And so I know one justice will, you know, I've participated in their, you know, take a bus up to Santa Barbara and do, you know, immigration services for UCSB students. And then when, you know, you help them figure out whether they're eligible for U visa, they don't have services in Santa Barbara to help see that through. They have to come to LA.
So that is beyond these data, but Selena may be able to speak more to what we know about that issue, but certainly that is, I mean, these are additional important issues, right? Did you want to say something before I get into the intra-county stuff?
No, only that I actually used to run the Justice Bus project, and there are definitely parts of California that there's a much larger need for, you know, the legal aid problems for landlord-tenant, for immigration, for domestic violence, for family law, than there are ability of the people, the attorneys on the ground to help. So I think there's disparities no matter where you are in California. It's just particularly bad in rural parts because the number of attorneys and the ability of that specialization is just lower.
And Highland, that's a reason why we might want to consider something like a California justice gap study, because we really don't. This is sort of the limits of what we know with the data that we currently have.
One of the things that we did, a student and I did in this LA Lawyer piece that we have forthcoming, is we looked at some of the ways that, you know, like Bay Area law firms are running immigration services using technology into the valley. So, you know, we know about some programs, and we can start, you know, talking about what's working and trying to share best practices. But in terms of the quantitative data, we really don't have it. So I just wanted to say, just going to buzz through some additional maps real quick and cut some of the detail that's in here so I can turn it over to Selena. But I want to make the point, again, that the county is not the only unit we should be thinking about. It may not even be the optimal unit. So if we look at a county like Fresno County, 6,000 square miles, of which 98% of the territory is rural or frontier, 37% of the county's population live in those rural and frontier areas, but just 5% of attorneys. So Fresno is, of course, the 5th largest city in the state of California. Fresno City is well served by attorneys, although again, they may not be available to do some of the work for low-income clients that we would ideally hope that they would. But, you know, look at the urban ratio, 1 to 417, compared to the rural frontier ratio of 1 to almost 3,000 residents. So each rural or frontier attorney is serving 48 square miles compared to each urban attorney that's not even serving 1/10 of a square mile. Yes?
To add a little bit to that, there used to be... Sorry. Just to add a little bit to that, there used to be 9 outlying courts in that very large county that would serve all of those little communities and rural areas. And there were lawyers that used to be out in those areas because there were courts. With the economic crisis a few years ago, every single one of those courts is closed. So now all you have is the one court in downtown Fresno, and all of those people from all those rural communities and all the local police departments and everything else have to come downtown to the one courthouse that serves that entire community. So that's a problem.
It is a problem, and what happened in Fresno County was significant enough that it was covered in the New York Times. I remember, right? People were paying attention to those court closures. It's a really significant aspect of the justice gap problem. I just want to point out one thing on, you know, this is if you break down the county data, this is what it looks like. So you can see in Fresno County, all the MSSAs are urban or rural. Look at Coalinga. There's one attorney with an address in Coalinga and 21,000 residents, right? So you can get some really, really dramatic data points. Huron, Firebaugh, Mendota, and so forth.
And all
So-
of those little towns that you just pointed out, Coalinga, which is about as far away as you can get from downtown Fresno. They used to have a court there, they don't. I know that one attorney who's out there who has an airplane and he flies in and out. And most of the people can't come in from there. There's not really any public transportation or anything, so it's really a problem.
Yeah, thank you for that giving texture to this. So what I've done in the next few slides is just like I'm zoomed in on some of these counties that are really vast, where the legal resources are clustered in the county seat. And so here's Fresno County. So you can see where I've enlarged the map to the right, and the black outline is Fresno County, and you can see the big red blob in the middle where the attorneys are clustered.
You can see
Now,
I-5 basically.
I'll show you where
Yeah.
Coalinga is right here.
wow.
And then you have foothills up in the mountains.
Right. Yeah, because you're stretching into the Sierra foothills, right to the east. I mean, it's a vast county. It's incredibly varied in terms of landscape. This is Shasta County. So Shasta County has 4,000 square miles, 180,000 residents. Obviously, it's the population behemoth of the far north. Okay.
It's the only acute care hospital for 9 counties.
Oh, wow.
So half of the residents live in Redding, but 87% of the attorneys live in Redding, right? So there are only, 56 rural and frontier attorneys to serve those areas. So I'm going to skip this. I thought so you can see what it looks like. You can see where Redding is in Shasta County.
And those lawyers serve all of the counties that touch it. That's really like the capital of the state of Jefferson.
Right.
All the state services, all the medical services, all the professional services are provided in Redding.
And this is for the president. So in Nevada County, 2 rural MSSAs, and this is what that looks like. So you've got Grass Valley, Nevada City, right to the west, and then you've got Truckee, North San Juan to the east.
Where's your dot, Michael?
Should be 6 of them.
And then Monterey County, again, to illustrate, right, that you're going to have attorneys clustered in these counties, which by some metrics are very rural, but you're going to have attorneys clustered like on the coast in the amenity-rich areas. And then I wanted you to see Kern County as well.
Can we see your house from here?
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Selena now.
So I'm going to be taking a little bit of a look at law school debt. And, I'm not sure if we provided this in the materials, but a couple of years ago, the State Bar's Civil Justice Strategies Task Force looked at law school debt. And there's really great recommendations in that report. And I went back to look at them because I attended, I think, all of the hearings here and in San Francisco. And there's some great information in there. And then I tried to provide the tiny bit of updates we've had since that time. So this slide here is just a law school debt slide where, where the problem with access to justice in rural California, the problem with access to an attorney if you're a low-income person, there's the 2 pieces there. There's the geographic differences in California, but there's also the crushing law school debt that we have here. And this is a screen grab from the Law School Transparency website, so you can visit that website for more information. But I just like that their chart put it in a very clear, easy to read, across time format of what the public law school, average public law school debt is for resident, average public law school debt for non-resident, and the private law school debt, and this is a national average. So you see that it definitely has increased over time, and I believe it's beginning in the 80s. I can't see that far. But you see that over just the past couple of decades, it's increased dramatically. And this is another screen grab just comparing if tuition had just tracked inflation, because we know, there has been inflation, law school debt's not going to be flat over time, but this just looks at what law school debt is compared to inflation. The lower bar clearly is inflation, and the upper bar is what law school debt actually is. And so that is just a little bit of the national numbers, but what is perhaps not surprising is that California student loan debt is significantly higher than the national average. The average national debt for an ABA-accredited law school graduate is a little over $112,000, but the average debt for a California ABA-accredited law school graduate is $142,826. It's 27% more debt. That's a significant difference. And back at the Civil Justice Strategies Task Force law student debt report, which wasn't that long ago. The average debt was just $134,000. So it keeps going up. We can predict it's going to go up significantly every few years. But in the national numbers of the top 50 law school debt schools, the top 3 schools of those were all in California. And 14 of the top 50 were all in California. So we are definitely overrepresented with the highest debt law schools. What I thought was really interesting in the law school debt report was that the report said for our newest lawyers, this debt can factor into professional choices that they make and the career path that they take. Some may opt to forego a career in lower paid positions that may allow them to serve low or modest paying clients. To the extent that our profession cares about serving the legal needs of low and moderate and modest income clients, we really need to look at law school debt. And there was an Illinois task force report that observed that the law school debt crisis is having a serious and negative impact on the quality and availability of legal services that the legal profession provides. So there's a lot of reports that are out there, not only in California, other states are also looking at their own law school debt issues. And another recent report, I think this was either Illinois or New York, said that the burden of law school debt can distort the employment choices of young attorneys. Small firms, particularly those in rural areas, face greater difficulty hiring and retaining competent attorneys. And fewer lawyers are able to sustain a career working in low-paying public interest jobs. So that's a little bit of comparing California to national averages, but other states are also paying attention to this. And I think it was Brandon who asked, why is law school so expensive? I think it's very complicated, and I'm the non-academic on the panel, so I may defer to Lisa a bit, but one of the reasons is that in 2006, Congress extended the Federal Direct Plus loan program, so it was a little bit easier to get loans for law school, perhaps. But there have been changes over time for the past, the reason why law school debt is increasing is that students cannot rely on family for financial support as they may have in the past. Maybe this is a good thing. It's a point that Lisa brought up, that maybe we don't want all of our law students to have their family to be able to pay for them. Maybe we do want to have a more diverse lawyer population. But it's also more expensive to deliver legal education. So U.S. News rankings dictate too much, perhaps, in what law schools spend and how they spend it. And of course, for all of us in California, we know that living expenses have really gone up. And then to the extent that you take law school loans to pay off your tuition and fees and also your living expenses over time, you just have to borrow more. So these are some typical repayment scenarios, just to have a sense of what law school debt means, how you have to pay that off. And this is actually a very specific person. This is my younger sister, who is a 2017 law school graduate. She's a practicing attorney in rural Nebraska. And her total law school debt was exactly $215,303 currently right now with interest. And her current salary is $45,000. That was her salary, day one as an immigration attorney for a nonprofit. And her monthly student loan payments would have been about $2,400. But with income-based repayment, which she has for her federal loans, it's $224. So her annual burden right now is $2,700 a year, but without the income-based repayment, which we'll talk a little bit more about the pros and cons of that, but without income-based repayment, she would be paying over $29,000 a year, so over half of her gross income to her loans.
Two-thirds.
Yeah, 2/3. But taxes, so she can tax on that $45,000.
She can move with mom.
Yeah, not in Nebraska. So it's really interesting. So here's just one typical repayment for a nonprofit attorney in a rural state. And that rural state actually does have a loan repayment, by the way. But another typical scenario, and do you want to...
Sure. So this is a former student of mine, and actually a quick correction. So she began to practice in 2013, not 2012. She practices in a county seat in a small private practice in a state of Jefferson County, and her debt upon graduation, which is these are federally backed loans, $200,000. Her debt now, because she's taking advantage of income-based repayment, is $300,000 because of negative amortization. So when she gets a percentage of what she bills, and so several years ago her income was $50,000. Now her income is $88,000. Her income-based payments right now are $700. She's expecting they're going to go up to $850. This is a woman who's able to bill her time at $200 an hour, working for mostly local government entities, and this is the financial situation that she is in. And we have to understand that this is what so many of our graduates are up against.
And there was a report, there was a line in the student debt report from the State Bar that I thought was really interesting about the inability to get loans when you have student loans, the inability to get small business loans to open up a practice. So it definitely was something that was brought to your attention then. It's hard to get a mortgage when you have student loans. I remember I was even denied a credit card because of my student loans, which is just unbelievable because student loans to me felt so stable, and that was it. That was my only debt, but I had a credit card denied back when I tried to get a credit card. So these are issues that I think affect the ability for recent grads to take risky behavior, and unfortunately risky behavior could mean going to a rural part of California or working for a public interest organization.
So this woman has not been able to buy a house in her county seat in the state of Jefferson because of her student loan.
The house is on all that expensive.
That's my point.
The inability to get a mortgage because of the student loan debt.
That's a mortgage, but no house.
Yeah. She says she feels like an indentured servant, but at least they can't take away her education.
So there are many possible solutions to look at the issue of law school debt. And so we have a few here to discuss, but there's many sub-examples as well, and if people have questions, we have a lot of knowledge between the two of us, and so we can definitely answer a lot of questions about this. But the biggest solutions would be loan repayment assistance programs, whether it's a school-based program, we'll dive into that in a minute, an employer-based program, a statewide program. And there's also fellowships for rural attorneys. And so don't worry, we'll go into that later too. And then federal loan forgiveness and then stipend programs. So the first one I want to look at is school-based LRAP programs. So with school-based LRAP programs, at least a dozen California law schools have an LRAP program. I think the last time my organization looked at it, there were closer to 19, but when Lisa's research assistant looked into it, some of those programs actually, they weren't funded at this time. But so there's at least a dozen law schools with an LRAP program. The participation range is as small as 5 current participants to 140. Most have an income cap, so it's a little bit of a problem because when you make a little bit more above the income cap, you're expected to pay more of your loans, or perhaps you're no longer eligible for the program. And then only 2 of the law schools allow for LRAP for privately employed attorneys who work with at least 50% of their clients as pro bono or reduced fees or court-awarded fees basis work. And so there's a little bit of a caveat there, is that only 2 of the dozen plus allow for that. But it's a lot more staff time for the law schools to figure out, of these attorneys who are applying for LRAP and they're privately funded, private attorneys, are they really doing the work that they say they do? Are they really doing at least 50% of their work as sliding scale fees or pro bono? So it's more work for the law school to track and to confirm, but it's also a lot more participants. So it's much more expensive for law schools. And so to my knowledge, I think Stanford is the only one with the most robust system of funding private law firm attorneys. And then USF is the other school. And law schools are actively discussing this. I know at least one school reported that they really were considering this, but the problem was just the cost. They didn't have enough funds in their loan repayment program to be able to open up the gates to attorneys who did a lot of sliding scale fees. And I will say that I am a very happy graduate of my loan repayment program from my law school. And that is the primary reason why I was able to go into public interest work. And often I say that's the reason why I'm able to have 2 kids. My LGOT kids. So moving on to the employer-based LRAP programs, those are slightly different because with an employer-based program, it's taxable income, just because of the way the taxes are set up with the IRS code. When we did a survey back in 2010, oh good, it's right there. It shows that 25% of legal aid offices at that time had an employer-sponsored LRAP program. We haven't looked at it recently, but I think it's actually increased since then. A lot of programs have told me that they are opening up an LRAP program and they're asking for referrals to other organizations to copy their terms. And then at that time, because most of the organizations that actually offer LRAP programs are the larger ones, I think roughly 50% of the people in our survey, yes, exactly, 50% of the attorneys in our survey had some sort of LRAP through their school or their employer. The LRAP programs from legal aid offices range from $1,800 to $6,000 a year. But attorneys do report that even $300 a month can make a difference. It makes a difference in their take-home pay and what they're able to, groceries they're able to buy and homes they're able to rent. Not that right. So I'm moving away from the school-based loan repayment program and the employer-based loan repayment programs, which actually both are serve hundreds of attorneys every year, to the state program. So the public interest attorney loan repayment program is actually codified in California statute. This was passed by then Assemblymember Bob Hertzberg, now Senator Bob Hertzberg. It was his bill to create this program. And he is trying now that he's back in the Senate to find additional sources of funding for this. But I actually think this program is brilliantly written. So the eligibility for this public interest attorney program is based on the applicant's need. So it looks at really the whole picture of the applicant. It looks at the salary of the person, the personal resources, which may mean does this person have a ton of money and savings and could afford this? Because when I did my LR program, I had to report how much I had in savings. And it's also based on total law school debt. It looks at the applicant's commitment to public interest law, so it looks at that person's history over time. And what I think is really relevant for our discussion about the rural and access to justice issues is that some of the eligibility criteria includes whether the applicant is going to be practicing in an area of the state where the need for public interest attorneys is high. That's huge, because that could be almost a controlling factor if we can really look at how many attorneys are willing to take a gamble and move out to Modoc County and open up an office. And the applicant's academic achievements as well. And public interest areas of the law are defined in this by legal services organizations, DA's offices, child support agency offices, or public defender's offices. So it doesn't allow for private attorney payment. I think that may be perhaps too complicated for a state structure. It's pretty simple to those four, but it does, it's pretty general in that because it's not just public interest civil legal aid attorneys. So moving on to just the limitations generally of LRAP before we look at other models. There's the amount of total assistance really does vary. There's a difference between a program, an employer who offers you $1,800 a year versus an employer who offers you $6,000 a year, which some organizations do. Some of the limitations are the consideration of other assistance, whether they look at whether you're taking part in the income-based repayment plan, or if there's school versus employer-based loan repayment programs, whether they each look to each other. The reliability of that funding, I think, is a very concerning thing. I think a lot of our private law schools may have pretty reliable endowments to support their loan repayment programs, but the public universities don't have the same endowments. There's whether it's structured as a loan that then is forgiven every year. I think most of the school repayments are like that, or whether it's employee compensation for the employer. What loans are eligible? Is it just the federal ones or also private ones? Eligible employment, that's a range, whether it's private or only public and public interest. The income cap, I think, is a huge limitation. And spousal income. I can think of attorneys I know who, when they were participating in their school LRAP program, they said, if I got married to my partner, I'd no longer be able to participate in LRAP. So it does really make a difference, especially when both partners have significant educational debt. So moving on to another one, and I'm not going to take very much time on this slide. I just wanted to make sure you're all aware of the various fellowships that are available for people who want to practice either as a rural legal aid attorney or a legal aid attorney anywhere in the state. There are, of course, private fellowships like the Skadden Fellowship. There's the Equal Justice Works Fellowship. I was an Equal Justice Works AmeriCorps Fellow. There are law school funded fellowships, from the shorter bridge fellowships up to schools that fund 2-year fellowships. And just a quick highlight, the Cal Bar Foundation has rural fellowships, which I think are quite successful. And then some organizations may have in-house fellowships as well. They seek private funding, and then they call their kind of newer staff baby attorney positions fellowships. And then taking a very, very jump to the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which is our federal program. So the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program was actually created after I graduated from law school. None of my law school loans were eligible for this, but I know people who graduated just after me were able to participate in this. And the plan, as it currently still is alive, was that certain student loans after 120 monthly payments would be forgiven if those students were, or if those graduates were in qualifying employment. So that meant if you were at a government office or in a legal aid office, it had to be 120 monthly payments. And those loans now are just now getting forgiven for the people who started participating in the program from day one. However, and this was amazing. I remember when this came out, it felt very revolutionary because people entering law school who had not yet considered public interest, they thought, wow, I can actually do it. Because I can stick in it for 10 years, and I can stick in it for 10 years, and then the remainder of my loan, after the income-based repayments, the remainder of my loan will be forgiven. So that was revolutionary. It was a huge bump for recruitment and retention of legal aid attorneys, both in California and nationally, because people wanted to stick in it for their 120 monthly payments to make sure those loans got forgiven. But now there are, of course, real concerns that Congress is proposing to end the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. There's national advocacy on this, but there are real concerns. And I will say that even if public service loan forgiveness lives on, the hit it has taken just in terms of morale and of gossip and worry about when it will end has really damaged recruitment and retention efforts. Because if you are entering the program now, you think, well, what happens in 6 years when I'm into this and I've been doing income-based repayment, my loans are actually growing instead of shrinking, what happens if I don't get forgiveness in 10 years? Well, maybe you have forgiveness in 20 years, but what if the 20-year program goes away? So the fact that the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program is a little bit on rocky ground is worrisome for recruitment retention.
There's a federal program, and I'm not sure if it's the Stafford loan or the Perkins loan, but it is specific for, quote, law enforcement people, because deputy district attorneys used to qualify, I think they still qualify, and I think that is still funded, but it's a loan forgiveness of a federal student loan for people who are full-time prosecutors. And we had to stretch that because the language initially was law enforcement, and prosecutors are not law enforcement, but we were able to cobble it together, and the federal government recognized that. But the funding is crying up because there was also again for public defenders and prosecutors from the federal government. John R. Justice Prosecutor and Defender Incentive Act. But there was only $10 million appropriated nationally. And, theoretically, people could qualify for up to $60,000 forgiveness, but there's no money.
Yeah, I worked at public defender's office while in law school, and I thought I was going to be a public defender. And I remember being familiar with that program, and at the time it did feel like a good recruitment tool, because you graduate with so much debt that when you see something, a light at the end of the tunnel, you think, I'm going to choose that way. That's the tunnel that has a light, and that has loan forgiveness that way. So it's unfortunate that we have some really great structures, but not the funding to make them really robust. So there are ideas from other states, and Lisa's going to dive in a moment into the specifics of South Dakota, but I wanted to cover just a few other things really briefly. Because if the Board of Trustees is interested in learning more, there are a lot of really great models out there. So in Wisconsin, this is a proposed rural public defender student loan relief program. It passed out of the Education Committee just yesterday, so it's still an active bill. And the Wisconsin plan is to put a budget of $250,000, which is not enough for California, I'll say, but $250,000 annually for people who are going to be private attorneys who are willing to move to a rural part of Wisconsin and take on public defender cases. So they'll be referred, if they take at least 50 public defender cases, then they can get, I think it's $20,000 a year in loan forgiveness. It's just for your law school loans, not for your undergraduate loans. But it has to be really a rural county of less than 25,000 people. So that's what Wisconsin is looking at right now. Maine has a program that they're looking at right now too. It's structured as an attorney tax credit, and the attorney must commit to 5 years in the underserved community. And that has pros and cons, but what I like about the longer term commitment is that we do want people to stay in the communities, because the more time you're there, the retention part of recruitment retention is that the more legitimacy you have in those communities, and also the more experience you have. You're able to provide better services in year 5 versus year 1 as an attorney. And other states too that have great loan repayment structures. New York, their loan repayment system, it's funded at about $3.5 million a year, and that's eligible for district attorneys and for legal aid attorneys. Nebraska, where my sister lives, they have a loan repayment program there. Texas has a loan repayment program. And for most of the statewide loan repayment programs, most of them are limited to legal aid or to legal aid and public defenders and district attorneys. And most of them, the average assistance is $4,000 a year. And then before they're to South Dakota, just an idea from another profession is the medical profession. You know, we use the medical service study areas to look at what parts of California are rural or frontier, but you can also think of the medical field as, you know, how do they encourage their professionals to go to rural parts, and can we learn from that? And in California, oh goodness, I'm going to forget the name of the funding, the Health Professional Education Foundation offers actual loan forgiveness or stipends for moving to rural parts of California and serving clients there. And it's very expensive. In 2016, they awarded almost 2,000 scholarships or stipends at $23 million. But there were 4,500 applications. So even with a program that's that expensive, and it looks like it's very, very well run, the need is greater. So they could double their funding to $45 million and still not be able to approve all the applications of people who are willing to practice in rural California. And so that's the model from the medical field, and I think South Dakota is a really interesting thing.
Yeah, I was a skeptic of South Dakota, I guess I was a bit of a skeptic. You know, is this really going to work? But it is the longest standing program that we have. Selena and I are not here to say, well, it's worked in South Dakota. It will definitely work in California. But we do want to tell you more about this program, which has been around for about 5 years now, and how it seems to be going, and to do a comparison of, you know, various metrics between the two states and so forth, so that we can kind of understand it, and how it might be something of a solution for a state like California that's obviously very different. This is the Rural Attorney Recruitment Program map. So it shows all of the counties in the state of South Dakota. Obviously, the green counties are the ones with populations under 10,000, which is that program's threshold. The counties that have names in white, those green counties with names, those are places where attorneys have been placed. So 16 attorneys, which is as many as they have funding for, have been placed. They are looking at getting funding for another 16 attorneys because it's going so well. So who would have thought it? This program was pushed for quite some time by the Chief Justice of South Dakota. He was a real advocate of this program for several years. Finally, House Bill 1096 passed in 2013, which allocated some state funds, and I'll talk a little bit more about where the rest of the funds are coming from in a moment. The program is administered by the Unified Judicial System of the state. It provides 5 years of funding. Again, the idea is you get an attorney to make a 5-year commitment to a place with the hope and expectation that that attorney will put down roots if she doesn't already have them and will stay in that community. Lawyers can open a solo practice or join an existing firm, so it holds open the possibility, right, that you're going into a county that already has a lawyer, so not the most desperate counties, because some counties in South Dakota didn't have a lawyer at all when this program started. Incentives are intended to, they're not pegged to student loans, but they are intended to offset educational expenses. I have a little bit more about that in a moment. So as I said, 16 attorneys are participating. That's what they have funding for right now. They receive about $13,000 a year for each of 5 years for making this commitment. That cost is borne 50% by the state, so that funding that was authorized by the legislature, 15% by the South Dakota Bar, and 35% by the receiving or hosting county. And this has been one of the really interesting things that's happened in South Dakota, is that these counties have viewed this, as a money saver, because they were having to pay lawyers to drive into the county to basically have the courthouse function. So it is cheaper for them to set aside funds from public coffers to say, yeah, here's our 35%, because we are still saving money over what we were having to pay to have attorneys drive in and keep the courthouse open, basically.
there has been so much enthusiasm in these host counties, oh, that should say county, not country, in these host counties, because they see this as not just about keeping the judicial system running, the courthouse open, they see it as an economic development driver. If we, it's kind of like if we've still got our school, if we've got a lawyer, right, then things are going on. And so I think that this program, right, might have some things to offer. Some counties, like the would-be state of Jefferson, some of these counties that really are down to very few attorneys. So just, a comparison, if you thought of any two states that might be more dissimilar, I don't know what they would be, so let's just acknowledge it up front. South Dakota has 66 counties. The average county size is much smaller than the average county in California. So, smaller counties, more of them. The average county population in South Dakota is 12,000 compared to 656,000 in California. We have only 3 counties with population below 10,000 compared to the, majority, a big majority of counties in South Dakota. If you raise the population to a threshold of 20,000, you still have a very skewed comparison. Certainly not saying that if you wanted to do something like this that 10,000 would be the right population threshold, or that even the county, again, is the right scale to be talking about this. But then we've got to talk about this law school tuition thing, right? So $13,000 a year is a lot of money to a University of South Dakota graduate. And by the way, 4 of the attorneys who have taken up these opportunities in South Dakota did not graduate from the University of South Dakota. 1 came from North Carolina, 1 came from Ohio. They came because they read the story in the ADJOURN and they saw opportunity. These were both female lawyers who were public interest minded. They were looking for public interest jobs, and they saw what was happening in South Dakota, and one of them moved to her county sight unseen. And she chose that county over another county because the other county didn't have paved roads. and she couldn't deal with unpaved roads. So look, but look at the relative law school debt. So law school tuition in South Dakota is $15,500. We've already told you how depressing the tuition situation is in California. So obviously, if we were going to do something along the lines of South Dakota, it's going to cost us a lot more money. Yes.
Can I ask a question? It's sort of along those lines, and I understand the attractiveness of specialized repayment programs to encourage people to go into public interest or into rural areas or places that are underrepresented, and that's certainly a laudable goal. But I'm just wondering how these solutions that you've been talking about compare to other solutions that may have less negative impact on the market forces that keep law school tuition down. And I mean, you mentioned the continuation of some aid programs, may have contributed to the rise in tuition costs and stuff like that. Not that there aren't other benefits to those programs, but I'm just wondering if there's some other solution that either in addition to or instead of or something.
So your question is, why can't we just make law schools cheaper?
Well, it's certainly not by fiat, but yeah, it's certainly. I mean, it's addressing other solutions that may tend to have that effect.
I think that could make a difference to the problem. I think it's unlikely to happen, but if people graduate with much less debt, they can take slightly riskier behavior.
Right.
But I think that is outside the scope of any of my ability to have any change. But to the extent that we can pick at the margins and influence people who are the people who would move to South Dakota because they read a really great article in the ADJOURN. But I think that problem is larger than the scope of anything that I could solve. Perhaps the Board of Trustees could look at it, but not I.
So I'm just looking at the time because I think we need to move this segment of the panel along. But I think, Steve, your question is one that has come up before. I know it was the real concern of Elizabeth, the idea that the accessibility of loans is what is driving up tuition. And so as the board considers whether or not we want to undertake some further study of support of a law school loan forgiveness program to, say, incentivize rural practice, one question would be, is an unintended negative consequence that we are kind of helping to perpetuate high tuition? And I think that's something, for the board to potentially consider. I agree with you, Selena. It's like, that may be the case, but, and then what? I mean, we can't force the tuition to come down, but we can think about supporting a student loan forgiveness program. So,
can I also respond briefly to that question? So another thought that isn't in our slides, but that I've written a little bit about, is exploring the role of Cal-accredited law schools. So we know they cost about, yes, I know, there's a peanut gap there. But I think this is obviously, a place where we need to gather more data, and I've sort of started gathering some of that data. But there are some really hopeful stories there. There's some really hopeful possibilities. So if it costs about half as much to attend a Cal-accredited law school as it costs to attend, for example, a UC, and some of those Cal-accredited schools are in areas that are rural in some way, right? And if we look at what those graduates are doing, and we look at their bar pass rates, and because again, we might, we need to think about those issues. It seems like that can be part of the solution. I think it's very telling that one of the grants for a rural incubator project was to the San Joaquin College of Law, and yet when it came down to actually launching that incubator, the San Joaquin College of Law in Fresno said, you know what, we don't have any of our recent baby lawyer graduates to take advantage of this because they're all getting jobs. Why are they all getting jobs? Because they're already, they're in Kings County or Tulare County or Fresno. That's where they came from. That's where they plan to be. So, wow. Well, what about that? What about? Well, I'm not going to give more details, or more examples, but you get the idea. So I think we have to think seriously about whether that can be part of the solution.
I think we only have like 2 more slides, so we can finish just a minute late.
Maybe you can go to the what solutions might work one. Yeah,
sure.
I think we want to take a break before we go to the next last part.
Well, was there anything really good from these ones?
No, it's just maps, just
We love
fun
maps.
maps. So you can envisage the rural and the urban.
And this is just a suggestion for some ideas for the Board of Trustees to consider or to talk about. I think that we need a mix of several solutions. There's not going to be one solution that's going to work. Some of them are bigger, some of them are harder, a heavier lift. But some of them is we definitely need new money for loan repayment and stipend programs. We need to find just new sources of funding. We need an expansion of the definition of eligible employment in existing programs. And we need an increase in the income cap as well. We need to focus on rural funding and increase rural recruitment efforts that it really addresses head-on the concerns about rural isolation. We can't ignore that and say, hey, we've got some fellowships, come move out to Modesto, and then people are there who move from San Francisco really say, this isn't the place for me, I'll serve my 2 years and leave. We need to continue to think about client services in the way that provides the best services in rural communities, even when the attorneys aren't in those communities. So using things like the Justice Bus Trip, using technology. There are definitely a lot of programs where attorneys sitting in San Francisco can connect remotely through Skype Business or whatever to serve clients who are just at their local library in rural communities. We need more security with the federal forgiveness plan because we really want to encourage the recruitment retention efforts. And then my final bullet point, which I would be sad if I didn't say this, is we just need more funding for legal aid overall. We need to be able to hire more attorneys throughout California, and a lot of the structures we have in place for legal aid funding is statewide, and so if we lift the boats, all the boats are able to be lifted because the rural communities can hire more attorneys as well.
We have time for 2 questions.
I'll leave that.
Yes, very good. Okay, anybody have any questions?
Is there going to be a point at which we talk about other ideas around this?
Yes. We're taking it.
45 minutes.
We have 45 minutes,
Just one quick question. I heard 2 things from you that I thought might be inconsistent. One is that these programs tend to create a form of indentured servitude, if you will. The students have to stay in them for a long time. But I also heard you say that you were having trouble retraining and retaining these students in the legal services programs. Are those things inconsistent, or what makes them consistent?
I think life just makes them consistent. I think that a lot of people may graduate from law school intending to practice as a rural attorney or as a legal aid attorney for the next 20 some odd years, and then they marry someone who moves them across the country and they're no longer eligible for the programs. Or they have children and they can't afford childcare, and so they have to make a decision to leave legal aid or government employment.
I hired a really good lawyer away from a legal aid organization in LA because her employer could not provide health care benefits. Yeah. And when she wanted to parent, she needed health care benefits.
Yeah, exactly.
So Lisa, Selena, and Carlos, thank you very much. We want you to stay. We are going to change out the panel, but we'd love you to stay for the next panel and when we do the board brainstorming session. So thank you all three of you very, very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break, 4-minute break, and then come back.
Yeah, of course.
We are going to continue with this conversation. We have some wonderful staffers here, and I'll turn this over to Al.
All right, thank you very much. This is the second portion of the panel on access to justice. And it involves technological changes and how those might affect the bar in general, but also specifically in connection with today's discussion, access to justice issues and bridging the justice gap. So I don't think there's any question, and I think we would all agree that there are significant technological changes which have the potential to profoundly affect the way legal services are provided for those who need them. Those are here already, and inevitably more are on the way. These changes have and will affect many types of methods of providing legal services to the people who need them, including those who may be in the justice gap today. So what are some of those changes? I think many of us are already dealing with them. They involve blogs and websites and lawyer referral services or online services, the downloading of legal documents and so forth and so on. People who are using these are certainly not limited to indigent or low-income people, but a number of users throughout the spectrum, including businesses and individuals. This is therefore a broad issue which affects, as I said, probably the entire spectrum of users of legal services, but will include almost inevitably those in the lower income levels or indigent. What therefore is the future of the legal profession, and how, if at all, will the profession have to change to accommodate these technological changes, which may include salutary advances to give more people access to legal services? And what role should the state bar have in helping shape the legal profession for that future? The second panel will be led in a discussion by a number of members of our state bar staff, including Randy D. Fintorum, Amy Nunez, Dusty Overpeck, Nicole Pereira, and Rod Fong. I'm going to turn the program over to them, and at the end, we'll ask some questions about how what we have discussed today in this panel and the previous panel may be good starting point for developing a strategic plan to, or adding to our strategic plan to address some of these access to justice issues. So whoever is the first up among our staff, please take us and lead us where you will.
Thank you. My name is Dusty Overpeck. Amy Nunez and I are going to start off this part of the presentation on the special admission rules. We're talking about this because the Programs Committee is undergoing a review of the special admission rules. But today, we'd like to discuss looking at the special admission rules with through the lens of access to justice. Oh, shoot, sorry. Was that the second one? Okay, thank you. Also, please be aware that our strategic plan has also the special admission review as part of its changes that we should be looking at to see if there's any changes that are needed and what type of implementation might be needed. We have a handout that was sent previously. In that, there's a chart of all the different special admission categories and the unlawful detainer assistance and legal assistant. So if you want to compare what the various rules are, you do have it in writing. We are going to focus on the registered in-house counsel and the registered legal service attorneys. There are currently 1,703 registered in-house counsel in California, and there's only 25 registered legal service attorney. Just as a reminder, by way of background, the registered in-house counsel is an attorney who is in good standing in a state other than California. They register with the admissions office. They are entitled to work for a corporation or an entity that has 10 employees or a full-time California attorney, and they can only work for that entity. They may, however, also register to work as a legal specialist attorney. As a legal service attorney. The legal service attorneys are attorneys that do pro bono work, and they have to work for a qualified legal services provider. So one of the questions that we're hoping that you will think about when we are done with this is whether or not there are any rules that can be revised that will help increase access to justice. Yeah, thank you. So the first issue that we're going to look at is whether or not the definition of qualifying legal service provider should be revised. Right now, one of the requirements is that the primary purpose and function is to provide legal services to indigent persons.
So as some background, the rules for becoming a registered legal service attorney allow for someone to also apply to be registered in-house counsel and reverse. So you could hold both positions, but we don't have anybody who is has qualified for that. We want to focus on this qualified service provider, legal services provider, because there are aspects of it that have limited somebody's ability to serve in both functions. To begin with, for the qualified legal service provider, one of the limitations is part of that definition of legal service provider asks for serving, that the primary purpose of an office is to serve indigent persons. And in the Office of Admissions, that term has limited our ability to grant RSLAs applications to organizations, because we do have organizations that provide legal services, but their primary function is not providing legal services. So for example, somebody applying to work at a DA office that provides legal clinics, they would not qualify as a legal service provider. So our request or suggestion is perhaps to look at ways in which we can rewrite that rule to broaden that opportunity.
Okay, so the next issue is in Rule of Court 9.45. It is a requirement that the qualifying legal service provider is a program that must be incorporated and operate exclusively in California.
Again, another method or manner in which some some agencies do not qualify is if, for example, a nonprofit exists in another state and has an office here in California, the nonprofit entity has to be exclusively in California. So that would be one area that we could take a closer look at.
The next one is our state bar rules and the rules of court refer to the financial status and financial funding when describing qualifying legal service providers.
So in the Office of Admissions again, we recommend or want to revisit the reference to or connection to funding, IOLTA funding specifically. We recently had a scenario where a large legal institution, law school institution would not qualify for QLSP because they did not apply for IOLTA funding because they did not need it, and had a very challenging time meeting the qualification as a legal service provider. The other thing is that there was two components to it. Also, the connection with a law school entity. So we just want to make sure that we look closer at the connection with IOLTA funding, and also, the quality control procedures. So the specification is if you do not qualify for IOLTA funding or are not connected to that program, we also require that you apply quality control procedures, and those have not been well defined in our rules.
Okay, we're going to actually drop at the bottom on the screen because this also relates to the registered legal service attorneys. And that is that currently the rule is that you may apply for a 3-year period and you may not renew. You're limited to being a legal service attorney for a 3-year period.
So consideration would be to allow an opportunity to extend the work beyond 3 years, but I think a consideration within that is that we also ensure public protection so that this is not a means for circumventing the bar exam or the application for a state license in California to practice law.
Is it okay if I jump in real quick?
Yes.
With these possible avenues for exploring enhancements to these special admissions programs, you might be wondering why these rules are the way they are. And I just want to offer briefly some deep background. And some of you around the table probably know this. You've probably studied it. It was a big deal back in the day. But in 1998, the California Supreme Court issued its decision in Bierbauer, which was the out-of-state New York licensed lawyers who came to California to engage in pre-arbitration negotiations on behalf of a California client. They basically thought, well, everybody does it, so it must be okay. And the California Supreme Court said otherwise. It says the doctrine of the unauthorized practice of law is alive and well. NJP may be something that everybody's doing, but unless there's a statute or a rule of court or some other decision that says it's authorized, it's unauthorized. And that sent a shockwave across the entire country. The ABA and other jurisdictions started considering what can we do to impose some flexibility on what the Supreme Court is saying is a very tractable doctrine, unauthorized practice of law. And the Supreme Court initiated a task force. In 2002 there was a report, in 2004 there was a report, and these categories of NJP were a reaction to the unauthorized practice of law doctrine. And now in the 2002 report, some of these requirements, these restrictions are addressed. And as to the registered legal services attorney, the first thought that the task force had was maybe we just define the practice of law and then we define what parts we want to let be done by out-of-state attorneys and which parts we want to reserve just for California members. And then they thought better because they said no one has had success defining tasks that constitute practice law and which don't. And so they decided instead to look at categories of attorneys. And two of those categories were the in-house legal counsel for corporations and entities, and the other one was the registered, and they called it at the time public interest lawyers. And they said these are two categories where we think we can allow out-of-state lawyers to practice without impairing the public protection that UPL is intended to grant. And as to the registered legal services attorney, The reason why it's limited to only certain organizations under which these services can be rendered is because the task force was worried that if we just have it wide open, carte blanche, any legal services, public interest activity is okay, then they weren't sure that the California lawyers supervising or the entities employing these lawyers would actually have the appropriate restraints on the types of activities they're doing or the clients that they would be serving. And so they say in their report, initially, these organizations should be limited to organizations that are ALTA or qualified legal services programs because number one, we trust that these organizations know what public interest law. We're going to have out-of-state lawyers coming in on the pretext of doing work for indigents, but actually doing other things. And they also said, we trust that these organizations can supervise these people. We're giving them a free pass from the bar exam, and so they need supervision, and we trust these groups can supervise. But they did say in the report that this is only initial. They wanted to see where this went. And if there's no track record of harm, then maybe it is right for exploration of loosening it up. Now, the 3-year limitation for the registered legal services attorney comes from the fact that this was characterized as a relocation program, much like the rural plans you just discussed. The idea was if lawyers came here and did legal services, they might like California. You know, there's no bomb cyclones or anything like that out here. It's really nice. And that they would take the bar exam after 3 years. In fact, during the public comment process for MJP, there was a concern about what would be called today messaging. That if you made it unlimited, that the message to the population of California would be, well, if you're a legal services client, if you're an indigent client, you can have a second-class lawyer. You can have someone who didn't pass the bar exam, and you can have that kind of work forever. And the response to the public comment was, well, we don't want to create 2 tiers lawyers, you know, lawyers who don't pass the bar, who get to service our indigents, and lawyers who do pass the bar, and they serve everybody else. And so as you think about these requirements, I think you have to bear in mind that deep background. As to the registered in-house general counsel, one of the legal issues in Bierbauer was that there was an older UPL case called People versus Ring. And in People versus Ring, the court held that if you come to California and you do 1 iota of practice, quote unquote, in California, you're guilty of UPL. And in Bierbauer, they said, I don't think we can say that now, particularly with all the virtual ways you can come in and out of California. What we want to establish is a minimum contacts theory of jurisdiction over UPL. And so for the 4 categories of MJP that we have today, temporary litigation lawyers, temporary transaction lawyers, those are on what's called the safe harbor basis, like the Model Rule 5.5. You can come and go, and it's sort of an honor system. But that for these 2 categories, the whole residence requirement and all of that is because we're asserting a greater responsibility and public protection over them because they're here. And so the certification approach, as opposed to the safe harbor, which is in the model rule, was used. And so, you know, if you're really thinking of being a reformer, you can leave the certification approach behind and go to safe harbor. But those are the things to think about, I think.
I always am amazed by how passionate and excited you are. It's wonderful. But I'm looking at the time. I think we need to definitely move on. So I think Dusty and Amy, you're finished.
No.
We really do need to move on. It's 3:30.
We have a few. Yeah, we have 3 more, but we'll do them quickly.
Okay.
So the next suggestion has to do with the fact that you have to apply separately to be a legal service attorney and to be an in-house counsel. And
So consideration is to either reduce the fees, waive them if you apply for one application, or use the same application for both of these positions.
Which, by the way, is $635 each time you apply for anything. So
And you also have to apply for the MJP, for
moral character. Okay, the next one is for the registered in-house counsel. One of the requirements is that the qualifying institution has 10 employees or 1 attorney.
While there may be a compelling reason to have at least 10 employees, this has limited certain applications. So it'd be nice to review this one more time.
And then I think this is our last one, Leah. If you are an in-house counsel, you are only permitted to provide legal service to the entity that you are working for. You are not allowed to provide any kind of legal service to a client of that entity.
So currently that rule prohibits any registered in-house counsel to provide legal assistance to clients in an entity that you work for. So if that entity is a legal clinic or provides pro bono work, that limits their ability to serve that indigent community.
All right, now we're going to turn it over to Nicole to talk about the legal referral services.
Lawyer referral services.
Lawyer.
So the question for the Board of Trustees to consider during this portion of the presentation is, should the lawyer referral service rules be revised in a way that increases access? To that end, Rod and I will explain and discuss the major issues for the board to consider directing as part of the LRS rules revision. The key issue that staff is exploring right now is potential modifications to the LRS rules, which would reflect the new efficiencies in technology and specifically whether automated referrals should be permissible under the the rules. So the LRS rules revision process is part of the program's committee work plan. We have already sought input from a wide range of stakeholders and received this input, though I will say that the level of input was not very high. And currently staff is continuing to evaluate the responses and the rules generally and formulating potential specific rule changes. Now, I know some of you in this room are quite familiar with lawyer referral services. Others may be hearing the term for the first time. So I'm going to go over some background. And here in California, LRSs must be certified by the state bar. And California is actually one of only a few states that certifies LRSs. There are about 6 to 7 other states that also do this. And among other things, the certification process ensures, through the certification process, the state bar ensures that potential clients who avail themselves of the LRSs are receiving services of an attorney who meets minimum qualifications. And a few of those minimum qualifications include that they get matched with an attorney with legal expertise in a relevant field, and that these attorneys have current malpractice insurance. So BMP Code Section 6155 sets forth the minimum standards to become a certified LRS, as well as with the conditions under which a LRS may operate in California. So that's the statutory framework. But we also have more detailed rules found in the State Bar Act that are adopted by the Supreme Court. These rules expand upon BMP 6155 and contain many of the rules governing the LRSs. And we do have flexibility, and what we're considering now is proposing amendments to the court rule. Some additional background information on certified LRSs. A certified LRS has to provide that all panel attorneys who are part of the LRS are screened by LRS staff for experience and insurance. So that means that all the attorneys who are part of an LRS panel have to have the requisite experience in a practice area. That ensures that clients who are matched get an attorney who is proficient in the field and can adequately serve their legal needs. Next, certified LRS provides that clients' calls are screened by LRS staff who could identify the legal issues. So this is a really big benefit of a certified LRS because many potential clients who call are confused by the issues. In fact, many potential clients that call don't even have a legal issue at all. So they gain clarity regarding what their needs are during the intake process. And of course, during this intake process, there's absolutely no legal advice given. And the staffers are equipped to help them in a variety of ways, which can include referring them somewhere else, like a government agency, if that would be more appropriate for the caller. All calls are confidential. Clients are referred by staff to a lawyer in their geographic area and field of legal need, and I know geographic proximity is something that we've talked about at length today, but this is a real benefit and key to some clients who don't have the means or the ability to travel far to get their legal needs met. LRSs provide attorneys that can provide legal services at a reduced rate. Certification rules require that LRSs make arrangements to serve people of limited means. To that end, many LRSs have modest lien panels and incentivize attorneys to charge such reduced rates. And the LRS can also provide bilingual lawyers, which is a great benefit in California, and the rules provide that the LRSs must be governed by a governing committee of 3 or more members of the state bar. So here's a graphic that illustrates some of the major functions of lawyer referral services. The key to the lawyer referral process is really the client intake and screening portion of the call, and this is where the LRS and their staff, as the rules are now, evaluate the needs of the client and then direct them to or refer them to attorneys who can assist them, and that they ensure that these attorneys will provide the client with potential legal they have the requisite legal experience. So the State Bar also does have a complaint process for individuals to file complaints. So through that process, we can monitor whether there are LRSs that are not in compliance with our rules. And just a few additional facts about LRSs in California. There are currently about 47 certified LRSs in California, including both nonprofit and for-profit LRSs. Every state has a different sort of certification or regulation system of LRSs, and many states don't allow for-profits, but we do. And here, certification is on a county-by-county basis, but there is a good cause waiver which can sort of relax that requirement when necessary. And many, but not all of the LRSs in California are operated by local bar associations. So one of the biggest benefits that LRSs have in California is that they are allowed to split fees. So under California's rule of professional conduct, lawyer referral services can split the fees with the specific panel attorney in exchange for the referral. And this ends up being typically a percentage of the referral fee. And again, this is not something that is an across-the-board benefit. Some states do this, but this is a major benefit for certified legal referral services in California. So now turning to the key inquiry of this presentation and whether the LRS rules should be revised in a way that increases access, the most significant change that we're currently contemplating is whether this rule, Rule 3.8264, should be altered in a way that allows for automated referrals. We've had a couple bar associations present their interest to the State Bar to be able to engage in purely technological automated referrals. And currently, as the rule stands, and as is the practice in California, referrals can't be made by exclusively technological means without staff evaluation of client needs and the panel member qualifications. And that has traditionally been a verbal intake process during business hours where a potential client calls and they get a live person. So the proposed change would allow a legal referral service to make a referral by using artificial intelligence or technology, and it would be entirely computerized. There wouldn't be this human element prior to the referral. But even though the referral would be purely automatic, depending on how the revision went, there would be a staff evaluation after the fact, so there would be an opportunity for follow-up and to ensure that the potential client's needs were served. So this revision would quite potentially expand access. And oftentimes, people need or they want a referral very quickly, and they don't have the ability to wait for business hours. As we all know, many lawyers do work nights and weekends, so it's possible that being able to use technology would result in more expeditious legal referrals. An example where this could be helpful is there could be a scenario where an individual was represented by an unethical attorney who failed to take basic but critical steps in their case. And if the former client learns of a statute of limitations just days before it's about to toll, they need access to a lawyer fast, and if they could use the automatic referral benefit, they could more quickly move their case along and potentially not miss a critical deadline. Of course, lawyer referral services would be able to reach more people who are accustomed to the instant results that technology provides. Currently, they operate Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. If there were automatic referrals, it would be 24/7. And at this day and age, people are used to more instantaneous results and may look elsewhere if they feel they can't get that kind of service. And technology has likely evolved to the point where automatic referrals would effectively match potential clients with attorneys, and it would make the process quicker and easier, and Rod will discuss some of the specifics of how the AI could potentially work. The other side of the coin is that we always have to make sure that the public protection mission of the State Bar is being considered. We would have to consider whether the State Bar could effectively monitor the technology and the algorithms used by LRSs to ensure that they're being used in a fair and effective way. We would have to determine whether transitioning to this model of allowing automatic referrals would serve the most vulnerable population, some of whom may not have access or know how to use computers. And then lastly, we would have to consider if and how the human element of the lawyer, of the referral would be used in this automated referral model. So I'm going to turn it over to Rod now.
So one of the things,
just to give a time check, we have about 30 minutes left for this whole panel.
I'll do this real quick. So one of the things we want to make sure that the board is clear about is the difference between the automation that's being suggested and Nicole talked about, and fully automated, where there is no staff or anyone involved in this. And so you've seen the chart at first. If this were fully automated and thus under our rules currently, the organization would not be certified. And what would happen is we would take, staff would be out of the process, and if that happened, we would not have the panels, we would not have the intake, which is key as pointed out, and also we would not have any follow-up of the matching that happens. So this would happen in a fully automated scenario, and thus you have to ask whether we're giving up the public protection component, again, if we're fully automated. What Nicole went over is basically a partial automation where, as she pointed out, this is after business hours and possibly weekends when staff is not staffing the phone. And if that were to happen, the automation would only affect a limited portion, which is the client intake as well as the immediate referral, which will be done by the automation, but still the components of the certification are still present, as you can see. So that's really important, and I don't want to get into it, but I have seen a platform, a computer platform, where this was able to be done and still maintain the public protection component that is behind the certified process. So I just wanted to set this up for you. Let me now turn it over to Randy to do his portion, and then he'll come back to me, assuming we have time.
Thanks, Rod. And so we've been talking about lawyer referral services. They are well entrenched, well settled access tool. It's not always been that way. I included in the materials the eminence case because it illustrates the theme that Justice Friedman, in his quote in this case, is really what I think is something to take away. He writes, classic attitudes crystallized in canon and rule frequently lag behind institutional and functional change. In this case, it's identified that the first lawyer referral service was in 1937, and the rule that my colleagues put up on the screen, the change to the fee-sharing rule, became effective in 1989. If you do the math, from 1937 to 1989, 52 years from when lawyer referral services were first and when a rule change happened. And so, apropos of Justice Friedman's comment, the changes often lag behind institutional change. And so I'm going to take you through some rules now, and the rules of professional conduct. Sorry. Have a purpose and function. They're disciplinary rules. They're not there to create programs or to define things. They're charging vehicles for the Office of Chief Trial Counsel and State Bar Court. But there are some rules that are in the conversation every time you're talking about changes in the law. And so we have the unauthorized practice of law rule. We have, I'm going to go quickly through these. I just wanted to have the rules on screen so we're all on the same page, literally. We have an unauthorized practice of law rule. We have rules against partnerships with non-lawyers. We have rules against sharing fees, directly or indirectly, with the person who's not a lawyer, with the exception for a lawyer referral service. Came in 1989 again. We have a rule that says it can't compensate for a referral, which is why you needed the exception to this rule. But there are developments that are happening. And so if you read Emmons' case, you know that from 1937 and when that case was issued in 1970, tons of things happened. Studies by the ABA, the board's first minimum standards in 1956. All of that happened, which allowed the court and the bar to have the changes that they had. And we have those developments happening now with outside ownership, sharing fees. It's happening in Australia. District of Columbia has had a rule that's permitted fee sharing with non-lawyers. So those things are all happening. The advertising rule. This is a rule that's been viewed as a potential inhibitor of access to justice. And it says solicitation is completely banned still when it's for pecuniary gain and when it's in person or by telephone. One of the proposals I'm going to run through with the Oregon proposal says that needs to change. The ABA is looking at the advertising rule, and they said we have to change our advertising rule because it's no longer a model, because no jurisdiction really has the same advertising rules anymore. But they would not change the rule in terms of direct contact. And the legal services program rule is also a rule that covers the lawyer referral service. The last time the State Bar looked at a lot of this was back in 2001 when we looked at the multidisciplinary practice. And with that, I'm going to go directly to the Oregon Futures Report. General Recommendation 2.1 says, let's amend the rules to allow in-person or real-time solicitation. They were concerned, and some states, I suppose, might bite on this, that the current purpose of the direct contact prohibition is having a negative effect on innovations in delivery of legal services and how to market. We have this prohibition, and the real-time electronic is actually something in our proposed rules. We actually broadened the solicitation prohibition to encompass that. General Recommendation 2.2, amend fee-sharing rules to allow fee-sharing with all referral services and lawyers while requiring adequate price disclosure to clients and guarding against the charging of clearly excessive fees. They also recommend in Recommendation 2.3, amend the fee-sharing and partnership rules to all participation by paraprofessionals who are licensed, and also study the same for other professionals. So that's revisiting MTP, essentially. And then Recommendation 2.4, clarify that providing access to web-based intelligence software that allows consumers to create custom legal documents is not the practice of law. In the materials for the planning meeting, I included a Ronald Rotunda article called Can Robots Practice Law? And his introduction is very poignant in terms of, can robots practice law? He says, in order to answer that question, you first have to answer, what is the practice of law? Not easy things to do. I don't think it should take 59 years or 52 years to have an innovation and then have the rules changed. But I also don't think it's something that can happen overnight, because some of these changes in the Oregon report are very major changes to what have been characterized as the core values of the legal profession, but they are ripe to be looked at. I'll turn it over to, we're going to talk about limited legal technicians.
Okay, so I get to talk about paraprofessionals, and the question, of course, is, are these group of individuals helpful for closing the justice gap? So the best way to do it is to give you a little background on what the paraprofessionals, or what's out there right now. And so way back in the early 1990s, the state bar actually started looking at paraprofessionals in various forms. I was talking to a staff member who was engaged in those conversations. They did a pretty in-depth look, but nothing happened because there was a lot of pressure from the bar in terms of practicing lawyers saying, who are these folks coming in and taking over our business, so it didn't go anyplace. On a separate track, working its way through the legislature in Sacramento were these paralegals who were able to convince the legislators to create a special category of folks called legal document assistants, LDAs, to actually help individuals with their paperwork, so to speak. The thought behind it was there were people who could really do a self-help type of process where they already had knowledge of what to do, but they really just needed someone to fill out the forms for them, and the paralegals, the LDAs, were brought into that. And also created at the same time was another group called the UDAs, or unlawful detainer assistants. So we have UDAs and LDAs. And that was way back in 1998, and that became effective in 2000. Now this group was supposed to be only a 4-year pilot program, and guess what? They're still in existence, so they're present and going. Now, back in 2014, the Civil Justice Strategies Task Force, looking at the access to justice gap, considered another group of paraprofessionals called the Limited Licensed Legal Technicians. It's a mouthful. We call them LLTs, all right? So we've got two groups, and that was in Washington, and it was a recommendation of the Civil Justice Strategies Task Force to actually take a closer look at the LLTs. It was new. There wasn't enough data out there, but it was intriguing. It was something that maybe some folks can actually, these folks can actually help close the justice gap. So that's where we are in terms of these two groups. Now, what are these groups? I passed out a chart, a front and back chart that has paraprofessionals on top. So you can do a side-by-side look at these two groups, keeping in mind that Washington has the LLTs and California has the LDA and UDAs. So, looking at the training in California, it's pretty, well, I shouldn't use a judgment term, so I'll just let you take a look at it. So basically, a person can get a high school diploma, 2 years of supervision under a lawyer, and be an LDA, or a BA and 1 year of supervision, or they can get a paralegal certificate, basically. So these are paralegals. Taking a look at the other side with the LLTs, they actually have to have 45 hours of paralegal studies and take 15 hours of family law specific coursework. And by the way, the LLTs are limited to family law. So that's why they're getting 15 hours of actual training in the substantive area. And 3,000 hours of law-related work experience under the supervision of an attorney, and a background check. So I think you can kind of see the difference in the requirements of these two groups. Moving further on in terms of the licensing, the triple LTs essentially have their own mini bar exam, having to pass these 3 separate tests, where the UDAs actually have no test. Again, getting an impression of what's happening. As we move further down, we look at the regulation of these 2 groups. And these 2 groups with the triple LTs are actually licensed by the Washington Supreme Court, and they're overseen by the Washington State Bar. And actually now they actually have a triple LT board that is run out of the Washington State Bar. So they are very highly regulated by the Washington State Bar. If you look at the LDAs and UDAs, they basically just have to register with the county clerk in which they practice. And they are overseen by the Department of Consumer Affairs, but as we found out from the Department of Consumer Affairs, they basically just have to register with them. So right now, we've not found any really oversight other than the trade association doing a lot of self-regulating, and I'll talk about that as we move on. If they do anything that violates the law, they go to the DA's office. If it's a UPL, I guess they're in Steve's office. So again, not a lot of regulation. Moving on, the substantive areas, the triple LTs are limited to family law right now. The UDAs I will show you in a couple of minutes. They can practice in a lot of various civil areas. And as I mentioned before, the UDAs, the unlawful detainer assistance, obviously limited to unlawful detainer work. In terms of activities, the triple LTs can actually provide legal advice. They can explain the documents, what's going on there. What they cannot do is they cannot make court appearances. They cannot negotiate with another attorney. And they cannot assist clients in complex matters, more complex family law matters. For the UDAs and LDAs, again, as I mentioned before, the purpose is to help those clients who pretty much just need self-help and someone to fill out the forms. And so they're not allowed to give legal advice. They're not allowed to explain or recommend any options or strategies. Again, they're really a scrivener and really someone supposedly limited to providing that type of advice. So with that background, let me share with you what has happened over the last couple of years and what is happening in their various arenas. So with the triple LTs, again, they came into being in 2012. And there have been 2 reports that have been generated, one by the Washington State Bar in 2016, and then just recently, well actually not recently, 10 months ago, still thinking we're in 2017, the National Center for State Courts and the American Bar Foundation did a comprehensive study looking at these. So this is what they found. For the positives, the triple LT program offers innovative ways to extend affordable legal services. Now, I have to give you a caveat. Looking through the report, there was not a lot of talk about the demographics of the clients. So I don't know if the clients were middle income, high income, or the ones that we're looking at, the moderate or low income individuals. All right, there was not a breakout of who was being served. And so I think you would take that as, well, you know, if you didn't have any of these triple LTs and now you do, of course, there are certain individuals now being helped. So I'm not, you know, again, I just caution on that. They can provide quality legal services, again, to who? I don't know who that group is. These 2, I think, are pretty significant. They reduce stress for the clients, and we know how daunting the legal system is. It is helpful for someone to help somebody to fill out the forms. And then also this one, I didn't think about, but it makes sense. If the individuals are turning in very well completed pleadings or forms or complaints, it makes sense that it helps the administration of justice because the court has some pretty good forms, as opposed to a pro per coming in, and we know what happens when we have pro pers. Okay, so those were the positives of the triple LTs. The challenges. So one of the challenges was because of the heavy requirements of the triple LTs, the numbers of individuals over the last 3 years since it started were low. As you can see, 17 people, 17, 23, and 19 students. So in Washington, they did not get a lot of people applying for these triple LT positions, okay? And what is being hoped is that, you know, they can scale it up. But until then, we've got a couple of challenges. One is, as you saw, the educational requirements were really provided by a paralegal school, and that was the University of Washington Law School. And they found that because they didn't have enough students, they couldn't really sustain. And then also you see the numbers with the Washington State Bar. They've only taken in fees of $11,000, and it cost them almost $500,000 to get it started. So we do have legitimate economic concerns there. Moving on, the Washington State Bar actually plans to move forward with this. They want to expand the practice areas beyond family law. They want to expand the scope of services, and they want to ensure that there's some financial aid for people who are applying for these positions. All right, now what's happening in California? So here's a heads up. If you like the concept of a triple LT or something similar to that, we can't just put it in place because we have a group of LDAs out there. And the LDAs, again, started in 2000, and there is now a sunsetting provision for 2021. Okay, now whether it gets sunsetted or not, you guys probably have a better insight. They have an association. There are 183 LDAs on the list. Talking to their president, she said that there's over 250 of them out there. So, you know, we'll have to work with that. Now, here, I don't know if you can see it, but here are the type of services that an LDA can practice, or, well, I shouldn't say practice, that would be Steve's area, but they can provide help on, okay? And as you can see, it's a pretty large area, basically anything that's civil. And you know, I want to say in terms of the regulatory part, how many of these can be done without providing a little bit of help and advice? And then, I'm sorry for the small print, but I used to practice in family law. I took this off of one of the LDAs that does family law. You could probably see some pretty complex areas of law like prenups. I'm not sure, again, you know, are you just filling out forms at that stage? And then the fees that they're charging for various services, again, are we looking at this group helping our modest means and low-income individuals? The fees are relatively modest compared to an attorney, but still pretty high. For a probate, $5,000 flat fee. Or again, who are the clients? Are they the modest and low-income folks? I don't know. And then finally, I know I was the last person, little levity here. They have gift certificates. And I don't know if lawyers can have gift certificates. I don't think so. But if you have nothing to do, you can get gift certificates to the LDAs. So, the last thing I wanted to leave with, and I know we're tight on time, if the board decides to look at paraprofessionals, whether it's in the format of an triple LT or an LDA or something in between, I think the Oregon's Future Report has given us some good guidelines of things to look at and factors to look at. And again, you know, whether it increases access, what are the minimum qualifications? Are they so onerous that people aren't going to apply? Are we protecting the public? So do we have regulations in there, or do they just file? And then again, what's the proper scope of the license? So something to think about if this board decides to move forward with paraprofessionals.
Jim. I was going to say, I remember back in 2012 when Washington did this, and my recollection is that the California Supreme Court had some significant concerns about that. So, you know, obviously, we're not able to just go off on our own. It's ultimately going to require the court to sign off, I would assume.
It doesn't seem to be very successful. It doesn't seem to be very successful, at least not so far.
Not that particular model. And I think Todd, at one point, I think when Selena was talking, leaned over and said, what happened with that 2015 Civil Justice Strategies Task Force report? What did the board do with it and all the recommendations?
She brought it.
But similarly, there was some work done at the Access Commission on the Triple LTs, or actually the Triple LT recommendation was in that Civil Justice Strategies report to look at it further, but the board we haven't done anything. So I think we've given you tons of information, probably way too much in this panel, but there's a lot of roads we could go down.
What we wanted to do now is, like we did this morning, a brainstorming session, but to include the panelists that we have here, and then also who stayed. Thank you very much, Selena, Lisa, and Carlos have stayed. So I think this, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but we want this 45 minutes now to include both panels' presentations, and at this point.
Oh, and I think we had a couple of members in the audience who wanted to make public comment about this, so if we could have a free microphone. Anybody want to say? Yeah.
Thanks. I'm Bridget Gurney with the Center for Public Interest Law. I'll just be very brief because I know you are short on time. But first, I just want to thank all of you for having this as a panel today. I think access to justice is such an important issue, and it's just refreshing to be talking about this now instead of governance issues and all these other things that you've moved through. So I'm very happy about that. I just wanted to comment. I sent to Leah and Donna some more information about the medical board's loan repayment assistance program, and an important part of that I would love you all to consider is that they actually dedicate licensing fees to fund that program. So I think it says $25, and I don't know if that's annually or twice. I mean every other year. But all doctors' licensing fees, a certain portion goes to fund this, and they've issued like millions of dollars worth of loan repayment assistance, and I think it's been a really successful program, so I do encourage you to look at that as an option. The other thing that I don't think you got a chance to talk to today, but I would really encourage you all to think about are the access issues involved in like LegalZoom and those types of online programs. I do think all of these rules that you're talking about today are impacted by using those types of systems, and it's a really important issue for access, and also public protection. You have to make sure that they're providing appropriate services. So, and then the third thing, and I will let other people talk about it, but I do think this student debt issue and the Cal accredited schools, all of these things, the cost of legal education, and also the really all the work you've been doing on the bar cut score, all has to do with access to justice. So there's many issues involved, but I just wanted to throw those things out there as important things that we think we should be focusing on. Thank you.
I wanted to mention, Dusty, and Amy, the rules that you're proposing. I think it would make sense to see those in writing, those proposals that staff, that's the kind of example we talked about this morning, staff coming out of the box, coming forward with proactive recommendations to us. I, for one, appreciate that, and think that maybe what we should do is present those to us, and then obviously with a report, and then if we're interested in going forward, obviously we go public comment, things like that. And I think that would be the next step for those rule proposals, to the extent that they obviously do help access to justice issues.
I think what we really were trying to do was throw them out into the air as ideas for you to think about, but we'll do whatever you want us to do.
I would just think in this form, it was hard to, there's a lot, and it's complex, and I think we're going to need to see it in writing, a bunch of lawyers, and I think that would be the next step I would suggest we do with those concrete rule change proposals.
I think the direction we would look for from the board is for those rule changes that are already on the work plan, special admissions, LRS. Do you want staff to approach those rule modification efforts with an access to justice perspective, or with the intent to increase access to justice through our modification of the rules? Because there are different ways you could approach it. So if you give us that direction, then I think that we've identified some, we could sort of codify that in actual proposals for you all to see if that's where the board wants to direct us to go.
And Leah, what I had done, I had circulated a couple of different proposals between Alan and myself that I think the board should consider, and it really involves us studying several aspects of what has been discussed here today, especially in regards to access to justice in rural areas and student loan forgiveness programs. Yeah, I think the data that we have here is an excellent starting point, but we really need to, I think, study it to make sure that the solutions that we're proposing are the best possible ones. There's a lot of different issues out there, as we discussed here, but I think we need to make sure that we're proposing the right solutions for those problems. Oh, here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody. I have a very quick dot connecting comment, and it starts with a dot. When Lisa showed the map of California with all the attorneys, and there was that big black dot in the middle of the Central Valley, that's one of your Cal-accredited schools. That's the effect of the San Juan College of Law being located in that area, primarily dominating the legal market in that spot with its graduates. So it starts with that dot, and then it connects to a couple of others. There's been a lot of talk about the Cal-accredited schools. You can always count on me to come and talk about distance education and talk about that whole group of schools. You have an item on your agenda coming up tomorrow respecting legislative policies that you'll pursue for the next year, your legislative agenda. And among those are the proposals you approved in November. Among those proposals include the accreditation of distance learning law schools. Distance learning law schools, of course, uniquely serve all the rural parts of the state, in which we can take a person who wants to live, who in fact grew up, has family, has roots in one of your rural counties, and we can educate them to be a lawyer and stay right there and practice. And on average, we do that for about $30,000 for the entire degree. So when we talk about the problem of law school debt, let's also keep in mind some of the innovative things that California has been doing, leading the nation, as was referred to yesterday, in ways in which we can provide legal services, provide access to justice in those areas. So again, just kind of connecting the pieces together with the very important things we talked about this afternoon. Thank you.
And just to highlight a couple things that George Leal talked about yesterday from the Office of Admissions. The average tuition cost for an ABA school is $148,000 for the 3-year program. Cal-accredited is about $65,000, and unaccredited is about $30,000. And I hear what individuals are saying about incentivizing rural practice, providing some sort of loan repayment option. And I certainly think that there could be a combined approach from looking at different low-cost options out there and taking advantage of the innovation through technology and having individuals who are in these rural areas do long-distance education option. Reinvesting back into their community, not losing that brain power to these metro areas, but really reinvesting back into the community. So I think we can do a couple of different things, and that's really what this time is designed to do. But if you could direct your attention to the screen, I think this is a starting place. Here's a couple of proposals. And it's essentially directing staff to perform certain studies, and I think give us a complete picture and then have corresponding recommendations that they make. So first one, subject to funding level, staff to undertake a California-specific justice gap study and have that completed by 2019. Direct staff to undertake a California-specific examination of loan forgiveness options, including attorneys who practice in a rural or frontier geographic area, expanding loan forgiveness for attorneys in private practice who devote a portion of their time to representing indigent individuals. And this examination should include identification of ways that the bar can financially support such programs. Third, direct staff to study the rising costs in law school, corresponding bar passage rates, and ability to obtain employment after becoming licensed. And that study to be completed by 2019. Direct staff to undertake revision of special admissions and LRS rules with the goal of increasing access to justice. establish a task force to consider adoption of a triple LT program reflecting lessons learned from other states with similar programs, as well as Cal's LDA and UDA program, and then establish a task force to consider amendments to the rules of professional conduct on mining rights access. You know, and I think this is going to be a significant investment and devotion of resources, but I think it's one that's worth it. You know, the California State Bar historically has been someone who sets the standard very high, who was at the forefront of, I see people laughing.
No, we both raised our hands at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
fight over it. Yeah.
And you know, it's something that I think we should be leading the charge in this. And then now is a perfect opportunity in a planning session to commit those resources, commit that those all the brilliance that we have in this room to solving this justice issue.
So I just want to say thank you to everybody, the folks who spoke earlier, the folks who spoke now. Everything that you put out there was extremely thoughtful and thorough to a great degree. I learned a tremendous amount. I really appreciate it. There's clearly a huge issue. I mean, it's a huge issue that impacts lives for years and years, and I can't even begin to imagine. The one thing that I would say that I just kept going through my mind over and over with each presentation is that I see no reason why the California State Bar has to go this alone. I think that there's a lot of other organizations that have investments in this, that should care about this, and that this is a great opportunity to do outreach and come together in a coalition like Atmosphere and get other entities involved and maybe develop some kind of coalition process or something there are other organizations that have money, that have investments in making sure that these debts don't discourage practices, in different areas, both geographical as well as specialty areas, et cetera. So I would really like to see us explore the opportunity for a coalition like Atmosphere and not have to go it alone, and not just expense-wise, but interest-wise. I think there would be a lot of passion from a lot of other organizations who have a lot of money and organizations who have a lot of interest in making sure these areas are represented. So I feel really, really strongly about that. And that kept going through my mind over and over and over again throughout the last 2 or 3 hours that we've been at this. So I just wanted to make sure that I kind of put that out there from the get-go. So thank you. Sorry.
Thanks. 2 things. First of all, based on Alan's introduction, I actually thought we might see more about electronic approaches to this problem. And Bridget mentioned some of the legal Zoom, some of the online services, but there's also, I've seen a couple of companies now that are looking at using AI for document creation. And I think we need to look at that from a regulatory standpoint, protection standpoint, but as well as an opportunity for providing services to people who may not be able to access them otherwise. We also didn't hear, and I know there's other ways that technology has been used. When I first joined the bar, I went to something at the California Community Foundation. They talked about like remote access services. That was another thing we didn't really touch on today. And I'm not suggesting we had to touch on anything. The reason I mention all that is that this is a pretty long list. And I don't know that and it was all by 2019. And we need to study this and study that. And some of these things I look at and I say, some of these we could really sort of taking a little bit from Stacy as well, but some of these things we can affect and some of these we have less ability to affect. I guess I would really like to see us think a little bit about what are the things that we, the bar, can most affect and what's most important that we lead versus encouraging other people and then prioritize those in terms of timing. And I'm not sure that this list is necessarily prioritized or inclusive. So I don't know exactly how to get there, but that would be my
I have to leave early, so can I just add one thing, and I will shut up, I promise, I won't say one more thing. But I also feel like we're talking about kind of 3 different things, and maybe even more than that, and I'm kind of looking at Michael, because you always see this, I love this about you when you're talking, you really know how to like categorize things. But I feel like we're almost talking about 3 things, and I'm sure it's more than this, but it's almost like services, debt, and things we can affect anyway. Services and debt cap on, you know, the amount of money you have to spend to get a degree and all of that. So it's like, at some point we need to figure out kind of what are we talking about? Because when I was sharing my piece, it was more about services and the debt that's acquired to get a degree if you go to a particular school or whatever, and then a cap on costs. And then I think when Renee was speaking, she was speaking about a different part of it. So I don't know if we need to address that or not when we're talking about this, but it seems to me that's part of what's going on here as well. Okay, I'm quiet.
My sense is that we're talking about closing the justice gap by increasing the supply of services to people who need them. And we're talking broadly about 3 strategies: more lawyers, more paraprofessionals, and more technology. And on each of those topics, we have a bunch of good ideas. And I'm not sure that today in this group and our current energy levels are the right environment for us to establish a doable list of priorities for the short term. There's so many good ideas here, and they're so interesting and so worth pursuing, but we can't do them all. So we need a strategic plan that picks the issues where we can have the most impact in light of the other demands on our staff and our resources. And I'm just not personally convinced that I have the attention span today and that we all have the blood sugar levels at the moment to do this well between now and 5. But it deserves being done well. And so my instinct, as one voice out of 11 today, is to ask our programs committee in consultation with staff to take up this task of filling out this part of our strategic plan and making a recommendation to the board. What do we think we can do in the balance of our 5-year strat plan to begin making a difference? And effectively what we're doing is elevating access to a significant component of the board's work and dialogue in a way that it really hasn't been done in the past. Because we had a broader mission and many more things drawing on our attention, now that we're streamlined as a regulatory agency that protects the public with a commitment to access and a commitment to diversity, I think we can elevate that access agenda, we can elevate that diversity agenda and give it more of our attention. I'm just not sure that today's the day to really do it well. Having said that, we do have 33 more minutes, and I don't want to silence anybody, but my own instinct is we probably want to be a little less ambitious today.
I'll follow up with that. I think that that's a good approach. I know that with respect to the special admissions rules and the LRS rules, we're already doing that work, so I would agree that we need to look at those with the perspective of access to justice going forward. And as a programs chair and the one of the 2 trustees working on the special admissions rules, I think that can happen without further discussion here with the group, because that's all going to be a big part of it. I'm very hesitant about saying we need to establish task force, because I have a real aversion to task force after many years on the board. So perhaps we can, we're also going to have to speak to the Supreme Court about whether or not the LLT program is even something we should be looking at, but that's already been looked at. It's already been, a recommendation's been made, so we need to figure out if the Supreme Court agrees that that's something we should flesh out a little more, how to do it, but I'm not sure another task force is the way to do that. But I think looking at the ideas, they'll create real measurable objectives that we can put in the strategic plan that we haven't necessarily had before, with real specificity, which we've been trying to do today. It's going to take a little effort, but we have a brilliant staff.
You know, and one of the things we talked about during the presentation was asking our presenters if they had any recommendations. So, I mean, I'd like to take a couple of minutes to do that. If any of our presenters,
That's a question for the presenters that I can start them with. It's just that it seems to me we have an existing set of paraprofessionals. They're out there, they're created by legislation, they're making a living, they are facts on the ground. might we enhance what we've got rather than try to create something new, given the struggles that Washington and Oregon have experienced trying to create something new? That's a question. It's a loaded question, I grant you, but it's intended to elicit your thoughts, not mine.
What we're seeing, and the best place to look on that, I think, is the Oregon Futures Report, where they realized that the LLT program was probably a little too tough for a lot of people to make it through and discourage a lot of people. So they're looking at it with a different lens. And I think, again, the questions that they asked were good questions. And I think that, you're probably looking at something in between the LLTs and the LDAs, especially with the regulatory function that we're responsible for. Obviously, the LDAs are, in my opinion, not very well regulated right now. So I think it's going to be something in between, or I shouldn't say anything. I hope that it's something in between. But I think that there is a place for the paraprofessionals to come in, because as we know, there are some items that they're working on that probably lawyers don't necessarily need to handle. It's a self-help area, basically. And as we pointed out, one of the benefits, again, was having someone who can help people fill them out and help the courts with good forms. So definitely, there's a lot of positive in there, and it's probably someplace in between.
Randy, we're going to have Selena and Lisa specifically come back? And
Yeah, if they wanted to, if you had any constructive, like, hey, if you had a blank check and that resource, then would you like to see?
I never say no to an opportunity to talk more. And interestingly, from this last panel, the one thing I didn't hear very much about is the Navigator program that New York State is doing. And from my work on the Access Commission and my work at LAC, I've seen really promising things about the Navigator program. It looks like there's better outcomes for the people who have navigators. There's different types of navigators. Some run through a college program and others are just volunteers. So to the extent that the State Bar is looking at other models, I really love the New York Navigator program.
So, yeah, I agree about the Navigator program, what we know about it. It seems like something that you could scale up and you could even, in some ways, go rural with. But I guess about the things that we talked about specifically today, I just wonder, maybe this is a little too idealistic, but I just wonder if one of the things that's missing in California with respect to the rural justice gap is conveying a sense that this is a legitimate career choice. One of the things that I've been very struck with in South Dakota, and again, I realize it's a very, very different state, is that the Chief Justice shows up and he speaks to the 1Ls at the law school every year about this program. And he legitimates it as a great career choice. And talking to some folks at some of the Cal accredited schools that are in more rural locations, I think that is part of what they also sometimes manage to convey. That sounded very negative and tentative, but that's also part of what they're conveying, right? Is that there's a need, you can make a living at this, you can be a big fish in a small pond, this is important work. And I don't see that really happening at our better law schools. And I'd like to see, I think it'd be interesting if we took that more seriously. So what's the role for the state bar in that? I'm not sure. Maybe the roles, maybe what I'm really talking about is the need to, a shot in the arm with respect to legal education. But something else that may be very promising, could prove promising with respect to the rural challenges, is thinking about pipeline programs. So in Nebraska, they're now identifying high school graduates in rural places who go to one of the 3 sort of rural state colleges, and they're on a path, and if they do well enough at Chadron State, and I can't remember what the other two are, then they can get like reduced tuition at the University of Nebraska Law School, and they're sort of kept on that path. The UC Davis graduate I mentioned, who's at a county seat in the would-be state of Jefferson, she didn't just randomly wind up there. She had gone to high school in that place. So, I think these are issues to keep on our radar screen.
And one small thing on the pipeline issue, my organization tried to launch a project which didn't find funding for it, but we wanted to address the pipeline issue by bringing rural legal aid attorneys into their California community colleges and go to the student groups and have presentations where we would, in exchange, we would give MCLE to the attorneys, we'd have a training in the morning, and then lunchtime panels where attorneys could talk about their practice and just really make relationships with the schools. Because I think that a lot of rural legal aid organizations may just not have the time, the staffing to make connections to their community colleges, but we could have facilitated that. And so those are ideas that we want to do if we have more money, but we're trying to bring the pipeline down prior to law school to encourage undergraduate students and community college students to decide to become a lawyer and stay in their communities.
Well, and this is something we said in 2015 in our study that we didn't do. The bar should continue to put a spotlight on the issue of law school debt, promote and enhance understanding of the link between student debt and the broader community's access to justice. That's something we already said we would do 2 years ago. We also said the state bar should consider ways to add its voice to the national dialogue seeking to develop new and enhanced loan forgiveness and repayment approaches. We already said we would start doing these things. We need to start doing these things. And that's adding our voice. That's putting a spotlight on. Those are not necessarily things that cost a lot of money or need task force.
Well, I was just going to add to that, Todd, is my only thought, Michael, about sort of sending this over to the Furtherance community is I think the board has struggled in the access area to really establish its own voice and role. And I would worry that if we did that without a timeline and some concrete expectation about what was going to come out of it, that we'd see ourselves well into 2018 without really having amended the strategic plan. And while I agree that it's a lot of information and it's a complex set of issues, what you did here today are a number of concrete things we could do. We could do a California Justice Gap study. We could support loan forgiveness financially to support rural access. We could revise our special admissions and LRS rules with an access to justice lens. We could look at our rules of professional conduct. I asked Randy to rush so much that I think, Renee, he didn't make the clear connection. Those are the rules that we would look at if we're interested in exploring our role vis-a-vis really online legal service provision. We take a look at those rules. So there's some very concrete things we can do really well within our purview, not necessarily doing them alone, but just taking that leap, that next step to say we are going to do something in X, Y, and Z areas. I think it's important.
I'm just looking for a strategy for us to move forward that's efficient. And I'm a little worried that there's so many ideas on the table today that we are not in a position to prioritize well. And without priorities, none of this will happen because there's enough here to choke an elephant.
I have two thoughts. First of all, in terms of the scope of the tasks listed, the one thing that strikes me as something we should be a little bit wary of is considering the study of law school costs, because that's a whole separate area. It's complicated. I think we might find it expensive and distracting to our mission to do that. So that's just one thought. The second is, what about the Coalition on Access and Fairness? Does it have a role to play? The Council on Access and Fairness, what role does it play?
Well, the Council on Access and Fairness is our diversity body, and that group does have, or does support, launched many years ago, a pipeline program. But I think you mean our commission, California Commission on Access to Justice, I think is what you're referring to. And both Selena and Lisa are on that commission. The Civil Justice Strategies Task Force report comes from that group. I believe it comes from the commission in terms of the 2015 recommendations. So, I mean, whatever we do in these areas, much of it would be informed by work and recommendations that have been, the genesis of them has been in the work of the commission.
My own sense is that almost all of our rules strike a balance between consumer protection and access. Almost everything we do strikes that balance. And I think we struck those balances a long time ago in a very different world and when we were a different agency. And so personally, I would like to, as we can and with appropriate priorities, re-examine that balance in almost everything we do. The LRS rules most obviously have that tension in them, but many of our rules do. The LRS rules are already on our work program. So to try to answer some of the questions that this panel is productively asking is, yes, I want to re-examine how the rules that we adopt and enforce affect access. And I would say, yes, how do we insert ourselves as leaders in the access to just funding world in a way that is politically realistic, draws on our strengths, and will not provoke defensive behaviors by folks who are already of influence in that space. My sense is the first thing we can do is provide intellectual leadership, gather data, try to develop a statewide strategy, try to speak holistically to California's needs, apart from the institutional perspective of any participant in that space. So I think we can bring an objective perspective and provide technical support and generate information and policy frameworks that will allow us to participate in that marketplace effectively and be welcomed as we do it. So the answer to your questions, yes, I want to look at our rules from an access perspective. And on the access funding side of things, I think we start as a think tank, a funded, staffed, thoughtful think tank. And then we can get brave and move out from there. But personally, I'm not ready to launch into really expensive programs like a fee-funded loan assistance program, because quite frankly, without a fee increase next year, I'm not sure we'll keep all of our prosecutors working. So we've got to fund our core mission in a constrained environment. So while I don't want to, I think we should get ourselves on a path that could lead to these great successes. I don't want to commit to them this fiscal year. So I want to choose a strategy and a set of approaches that gets us from where we are to where we want to go in an intelligent way and doesn't overtax the various resources that this work is going to draw on.
Carlos, did you want to add something?
Yes, just very quickly, to that point precisely. I've seen something in the access to justice world that I saw not too long ago in criminal justice policy research with regard to returning prisoners. Not too long ago, those two words weren't really put together in a policy sense. I see many more foundations interested in access issues. Some of you may know that the Pew Charitable Trust is now making a significant investment in access issues. They're hiring a 9-person staff to replicate statewide access to justice portals, to work on arbitration issues. So I know that there's a new Access to Justice Fellow at the Kresge Foundation. The Ford Foundation is taking interest. But I think the State Bar of California may be uniquely positioned as one of the most significant bars in the country in jumping into this discussion. There's a very active, very interesting man, Buck in Tennessee, I'm forgetting Buck Green, who's the new pro bono chair for the pro bono committee for the ADA, who has some excellent ideas about how to use data to inform pro bono work. But I do think that state bars, if I may, maybe are just jumping into this, and I think leadership by the California State Bar would be most welcome.
I'll also add that there's a national conference called the Self-Represented Litigation Network Conference, and it takes place in San Francisco, and it comes up on February 23rd and 24th. And if you're interested in learning what other states are doing and what other access to justice partners are doing in other states, I would definitely welcome you to check out the agenda for that. There's a tech track, there's a self-represented litigant and a self-help center track, and there's a lot of ways that really smart people are looking at these issues.
I just wanted to add, add that another aspect of what Carlos is talking about, the weight of the California bar is potentially enormously influential across the country. And so I think the fact that you have prioritized talking about rural as one of your issues today is, I just can't commend you enough. So I thank you for taking rural people in Golden State seriously enough to have this conversation and to start to gather this data. And I hope that they won't be forgotten.
Well, they're a quarter of our trustee force temporarily.
We don't want them to leave the state and become their own, so we got to wrap our arms around them. Randy, I have a question for you. You know, other states have recently issued ethics opinions that have been contrary to AVO and those types of services being able to, provide legal services in their state. I haven't studied those ethics opinions, but it would be helpful if we could have staff look at why those, how those states came to those conclusions, and if there's some types of rules we need to be looking at to balance, to be able to continue to provide those services, which is very helpful, especially to modest means.
Sure, in the materials there are a listing of ethics opinions. Some are final, some are not. It was sent over the National Organization of Bar Council listserv, and so there are 7 that seem to suggest that depending on the analysis and what they were focused on, that those services might be prohibited for a lawyer to participate, primarily because of the concern about sharing of fees or interference with professional independent judgment. And then there's the 2 that suggest that maybe it might be permissible. But we can, take a close look at these
and our rules.
And our rules
are different than.
Yeah, and the complication sometimes is with the state bar having a certified lawyer referral service program that other states don't have, because sometimes this activity includes both referral activity as well as delivery of legal services.
These services seem to be very valuable, and I think it's only going to grow. So if we could head it off before we have to come up with an ethics opinion and take a look at if rules need to change, I think that would be very helpful.
Michael, would you agree that at a minimum, I think from today, I think we need a consensus that a California justice gap study is called for? At least that, I think, is a concrete task.
I think so. I don't know whether my peers agree.
If there's some consensus from the board, at least to begin this dialogue and keep the spotlight on the issue as we said we would in 2015.
The only question I would have with that is, as I was kind of looking at the things on the screen, the options, we know there's a justice gap problem. So I just wonder if we need to study or if we should focus more immediately on solutions.
I think the reason to do a study is twofold. One is you're more likely to craft effective policy if you know in a more granular way what problem you're solving. And the national data is helpful, but California is in so many ways different. That I think we would make better policy if we had better information. And secondly, to the extent that we want to leverage the resources of others, like conceivably the state legislature, like the philanthropic sector, those are bureaucracies with their own information needs. And if you don't have a fresh study that's California specific, you will be, I think, less able to persuade them to your side.
And we're giving out, $50 million this year. And in order to know if you're having an impact, one way you know it is if you have a baseline that tells you this is what your need is, and you're measuring that need over time. And again, it's not just the state bar's 50 million, because that's really only a piece of what's going out in California. But say we did a justice gap study that created a baseline, and we did that study every 5 years, you'd be able to see as a state, are we making progress? And is the state bar sort of uniquely situated to do that kind of analysis? And, I think perhaps we are.
I have a couple of things. First of all, don't want to miss the opportunity to thank our panel for the presentation that they gave and the good work that they did. So Rod, Nicole, Dusty, Amy, and Randy, thanks very much for all of your hard work. You've obviously generated a number of, there were a lot of good discussion here. Second, I may have oversold, I guess, the overlap between technology and access to justice, and how technology may be able to help us solve some of those problems. And as Michael said, that's kind of the third part of this overall approach that I think we need to consider taking. But and I don't think we're as far along, at least I'm not as far along in my thinking and understanding of these issues as I am on the other two. I think as we craft objectives for our strategic plan, that we ought not to overlook the exploration of issues that are going to be posed by technological change. I am probably the least technologically advanced person in the room, and so I therefore may be more scared of technological change than everybody else. But I do think that there are a number of issues that, as far as I know, we haven't fully discussed or investigated, nor are we ready, as far as I know, to be ready to know how we should respond to those and best utilize technology, allow technology to be best utilized, but still preserving the rules that we have to preserve and so forth, the relationships we have to preserve. So I would like to have, in some way, a technology directive as part of our one of our objectives for going forward. I also think that in kind of in conformity with some of the other comments that have been made, I think we have to be careful of how much the state bar can do, certainly acting on our own. I think we can be a leader. I think we can be a focal point. I think we have more direct interest in most of these issues than a number of our other potential partners or collaborators. But we certainly don't have the resources to do it by ourselves, so we have to be careful of doing, as Michael has said, what we can do in a proper way. Some of that's already underway. The special admissions and the LRS, obviously, those are in process, and I think we could keep those on and keep moving those forward, obviously. Some of the other things may be less critical for us to address on our own. But to wrap it up, I hope that we actually could come out today or at the end of this session tomorrow with some of these ideas translated into objectives, and I would certainly rely on staff to tell us realistically what could we do within the next couple of years. And those are my thoughts. Thanks.
On the technology piece, my sense is that the world is not waiting for us on this. Just as there's been a fintech financial boom of venture capital, there's a law tech venture capital thing going on out there too.
Yeah, and one of the biggest companies buying everybody up is a few blocks just by the airport there.
Right. My sense, my community doesn't have an LRS anymore because we couldn't compete. We lost market share to large companies with capital and computers and closed our doors and moved on to other strategies. And I think even the biggest bars in California, the LAs and the San Franciscos, are going to find that their LRSs just ain't what they used to be because they can't compete with Wall Street. So I do think we need technology in our strat plan, but I would put it in two different places. One is we need to begin to think about how to use technology as a tool for closing the justice gap. And two is we need to begin to think about how to regulate technologies which constitute either the practice of law or affect how we regulate the practice of law. Because if we don't start thinking about it now, we'll be 20 years behind the market rather than nearly 10.
I agree with that. I don't know if we know what the level of quality of some of these providers are, you know, like Avo and LegalZoom and Rocket Lawyer, and you know, are they great? Are they not great? Do they pose a public protection threat that we ought to be aware of or not? And I don't know some of the intricacies of fee splitting from some of these providers. A related issue, not necessarily technological, is non-ownership, you know, non-legal or non-lawyer ownership.
Alternative business structures.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I don't. Certainly on the technology side, those are some of the issues that we ought to at least be prepared to react to as they continue to develop, and the challenge is already here.
And I don't know how we do that, frankly, without something like a task force, because it's a very, I think it's an incredibly complex set of issues with many, many stakeholders. I agree that we don't have the bandwidth to take that on right now, but thinking about this as a 5-year strategic plan, and the fact that I can't quote exactly what Randy's quote, but you know, like the world is moving whether or not we decide to do anything, so we can't wait too long. And so I think something like that we probably couldn't avoid a task force.
One of the scholars in this space said memorably, the future's already here, it's just not evenly distributed yet.
And it may be something the sections could assist with too.
I'm getting marketing in my practice asking me to buy an engine that will take over review of ordinary contracts. So I no longer have to pay an associate to do it, I've got software to do it. That's already, I'm being marketed that now. And I started following a blog about information technology in the legal space, and the major firms, the big international firms with more lawyers than the population of some of the counties that we just saw, those firms were already deploying AI to replace the work that junior lawyers do. And predictive coding has become a standard technique for electronic document discovery. So the world is changing, and maybe the way we approach the Steve Moad regulatory side of technology is to have something far out on our strategic plan about policy development and something near in on our strategic plan about information gathering. So the Araya team perhaps can begin to start gathering the data that we're going to need to get the shape of the elephant before we decide how we want to regulate it.
And I hesitate to get the new California Lawyers Association involved in any of this because their mission is not the public protection regulatory mission that we have. You know, they would definitely be more inclined to look out for lawyers, which is exactly what we're not trying to do. So it's also my hesitation with the task force. Our paradigm shift to this new regulatory agency, this board is very intimately familiar with, but when we do a task force, we're putting people outside of this board. It's harder for them to wrap their heads around everything we've been beating into ourselves the past couple of years. So I get a little antsy about that because I guess there's a lack of trust given our history that people will be looking out for access to justice and with the appropriate level of public protection involved and not looking out for lawyers. So I'm just
Can I ask for clarification on what you asked of Randy? Because I think it relates to this topic and I want to make sure that we've captured it. I think you saw it as this kind of a preliminary step.
right. I was hoping he could, you know, having looked at the ethics opinions from these other states that were making it prohibitive for ADO to do business, to determine how our rules would apply and if we should be looking at changing the rules in anticipation of allowing a service like AVO to be able to be used in the state without this concern hanging over their head.
So I think that's the crux of what we're talking about. I struggle to see how we do that without some kind of a working group. Personally, even if it was, I don't know that we have the subject matter experience. We don't fully understand the business models well enough, so it would be challenging without some external involvement. But that doesn't need to be decided now.
So I see that we have just a few more minutes before we intended to wrap up. Does staff feel like they have enough concrete direction from the board for today?
Yes, I absolutely do. I think maybe on this panel, even more so than this morning, I can see us coming back to the board at the February meeting with a laundry list of possibilities for the board to say, no, not this one now, changing timelines, let's take this off for now and parking lot it for the next strategic plan. But I can certainly gather the information that we've talked about today into a laundry list for your examination.
Okay, a couple announcements. Dinner is at 6:30, and if you need the address, Donna can provide it. And we start at 9 o'clock sharp in the morning. I would hope to have you out of here by early afternoon if possible, and that will require our collective cooperation to make that so.
I just want to thank all of you presenters today and for all of your hard work, for staff putting this together. I think this is a incredible day for the State Bar, and just really look forward to partnering with everybody here to find some solutions. So thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Brandon and
Yeah.